Chapter 96. Although Yang Shu's injuries were extremely severe, his current strength, compared to the outer aura martial scholar Yang Zhaoge, was still extremely powerful. This sudden eruption was even more ferocious to the extreme, using all of his strength in this strike. Yang Shu had even included a who was wearing the Black Nightmare armor. If who dared to block this saber for Yang Zhaoge, this saber of his would slay the two of them together. Yang Shu's deepest secret, his greatest fear, had been exposed by Yang Zhaoge with a single sentence. A figure involuntarily surfaced within his mind, a stalwart man who bore a 60 to 70% resemblance to Yang Zhaoge. Yang Shu felt like he was suffocating just by guessing that this person was about to find out the truth of what had happened that year. This greatly shocked him, and at the same time, he became even more furious out of humiliation. It was as if he had been stripped naked and thrown in public. After pausing for a moment, the saberlight chopped towards Yang Zhaoge even more ferociously and violently, wanting to dismember this junior who had seen through his secret into 10,000 pieces. Yang Zhaoge's gaze burned as he stared fixedly at Yang Shu. Just as Yang Shu's saberlight was at its peak, Yang Zhaoge suddenly took out a gourd. He had used Elder Qin's 9-treasure ice gourd to craft the roaring ice dragon bullet. Yang Zhaoge laughed coldly, abruptly shattering the gourd, activating the power within. A loud and clear dragon roar resounded, shaking heaven and earth. The surrounding temperature instantly dropped, as if they had entered the ice age of extreme coldness. As the white mist lingered, countless ice and snow rapidly condensed before Yang Zhaoge's eyes, next transforming into a massive ice dragon. The ice dragon roared and soared into the sky, its voice piercing through the clouds and reaching the 9 heavens. To ride the wind and clouds, to ride the sun and moon, to rule the world, to roar proudly at the 9 heavens, that was the true dragon. The ice dragon flipped and soared into the sky, displaying the might of a hidden dragon rising to the heavens. From below, it intercepted Yang Shu's meteor blade. The two sides collided in mid-air, and the terrifying saber light, which was like a meteor falling to the ground, was instantly destroyed. The ice dragon also disintegrated in mid-air, turning into a sky full of ice and frost. It fell from the sky and covered the surrounding land, turning everything into a world of ice and snow. Yang Shu's figure reappeared in front of the crowd. Frost condensed and froze him in mid-air. As the ice and snow intermingled, Yi Jing, who was currently being obstructed by Hu and was about to rush towards Yang Zhaoge, also grew sluggish. The scarlet flames on his body were also extinguished and disappeared. His entire body was covered with a layer of ice and snow, as if he was an iceman. The dark red ring on his finger had also been suppressed by Shatai earlier. At this moment, it had lost its light and merged back into his flesh. The glacial dragon roar bullet that Yang Zhaoge had created from a portion of the glacial dragon bone soul instantly erupted with an oceanic amount of pure, icy chi. Even a great grandmaster would be frozen for a moment. The hidden clear sunlight blade in Yang Shu's hand shone faintly as he hovered in midair, surrounded by ice and snow. The sharp saber chi burst forth, causing the ice and snow to tremble unceasingly. Yang Shu stiffly and slowly moved his 4 limbs, trying to break free. However, Hu appeared in front of him and grinned. He raised his hand, and a cylinder appeared in his hand. One end was in Hu's hand, while the other was aimed at Yang Shu. Yang Shu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Then, a sky full of golden light filled his vision. It was as if the sun was shining, but also like a torrential downpour. Unable to move, Yang Shu couldn't even block, much less dodge. He could only widen his eyes and bear the impact of the sun rain. With a hoarse, enraged roar, the divine sun needles broke through Yang Shu's aurachi defenses, instantly covering his entire body. Some of the divine sun needles entered Yang Shu's body, while others remained outside, protruding and flickering with golden light. Yang Shu looked like a hedgehog. As the divine sun needles entered his body, it instantly caused the injuries that Yang Shu had been painstakingly suppressing to completely explode. Yang Shu let out a tragic howl towards the heavens, a mist of blood erupting from his body. His entire body was riddled with thousands of holes, his flesh and blood indistinct. Icy rain and bloody rain simultaneously blossomed in the air. 2 little bastards. Yang Shu opened his mouth to curse, but could not stop the fresh blood from surging up his throat, flowing out unceasingly. Yang Zhaoge came before Yang Shu, looking calmly at him. It looks like the matter that year really had something to do with you. This branch of my family is feared by the ancestral Yang family of Jiaoju. While the matter that year seemed accidental, it most likely had something to do with them. Seeing how scared you are, I'm afraid that it was not an unintentional mistake that year, but rather that you have something to do with the Jiaoju Yang family. Yang Zhaoge lightly flicked the jade dragon light sword in his hand. Whether or not you have a relationship with them, or whether or not you received benefits from them, is actually not important. I only need to know that you are seeking death, and that is enough. What's more, you still tried to kill me. The Yang Shu before him howled madly, his body struggling as he lunged towards Yang Zhaoge once more. Yang Zhaoge indifferently brandished his sword. A streak of jade light streaked across the horizon. Bringing along one of Yang Shu's heads, it flew straight up into the sky. His wide-open eyes showed that he had died at the hands of Yang Zhaoge, whose cultivation was far inferior to his. He had died with his eyes wide open. Having struck out with his sword, Yang Zhaoge no longer looked at Yang Shu, instead turning to look in another direction. There, amidst the ice and snow, the light of fire gradually surfaced once more, as a figure moved with great difficulty within. After all, unlike Yang Shu, who had been directly struck by the ice dragon's roar, Yi Jing, who had only been affected by the aftershocks, was currently struggling with great difficulty. Looking over, Yang Zhaoge saw that Yi Jing's entire body was currently enveloped by flames. Crimson patterns of flames rampaged about and curled about wantonly. The intimidating aura emanating from Yi Jing's body was not like before, when power erupted from his Dantian's qi ocean and the acupoints of his entire body. At this moment, the source of his power seemed to be those patterns of flames that had already enveloped his entire body. A shocking amount of heat rose unceasingly from within, clashing with the surrounding world of ice and snow. Streams of white water vapor suffused the air, resembling clouds and mist, as ice shards and icy water fell unceasingly to the ground, resembling a heavy rain. Looking at Yi Jing, Yang Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. Indeed, your aura is getting closer and closer to that of the Flame Devil race. As your cultivation technique continues to deepen, the changes in your physique are also becoming more and more obvious. Yi Jing's facial features had already been completely concealed by the patterns of flames, possessing a wild beauty, but also a violent savagery. Resembling a wild fire that wanted to incinerate the heavens, expanding infinitely until everything in this world was incinerated. Yi Jing stared fixedly at Yang Zhaoge. Yang Zhaoge. He let out a long howl towards the heavens. You've harmed me time and time again, wanting to send me to my death. This enmity, this hatred, is absolutely irreconcilable. Why was Yu Shao snatched away by you? Why are you always so high and mighty? Why are you able to obtain achievements that others would find hard to attain in their entire lives without putting in any effort at all? Why in the Sealing Dragon Abyss, it was clearly you who caused my death, yet the people of Broad Creed Mountain all sided with you. Was all this predestined by fate? Was it all arranged by the heavens? Tui. Like two balls of ghostly fire from the netherworld, Yi Jing's eyes flickered with a light. I don't believe in fate. I don't believe in the heavens. I only believe in myself. I want to become strong. If I were strong, Yu Shao wouldn't have left with you. If I were strong, I'd directly trample you into the mud. If I were strong, others wouldn't all side with you just because of that bullshit elder father of yours. If I were strong, in the Sealing Dragon Abyss, I would have crushed you to death, not you causing my death. You want to kill me, I'll kill you. Broad Creed Mountain wants to protect you, I'll exterminate Broad Creed Mountain. Either you die, or I die. Yi Jing howled madly, transforming into a man of fire as he rushed towards Yang Zhaoge. Yang Zhaoge didn't even blink, the acupoints of his entire body shaking, aura qi surging. The aura qi transformed into a massive palm, slapping towards Yi Jing. Boom. With a massive sound, Yi Jing was directly sent flying. Chapter 97. The acupoints of Yang Zhaoge's entire body shuddered simultaneously. Within his dantian, the chaotic qi mass split into two, one yin, one yang, one cold, one hot. The ice dragon essence qi stored within his acupoints intermingled with the power of the Li Yang fire, transforming into numerous ice dragons and fire dragons, shooting out of his body. The ice dragons and fire dragons intermingled, transforming into bones, transforming into meridians, transforming into flesh and blood. A massive palm appeared before Yang Zhaoge's body. Yi Jing, who had just been sent flying by Yang Zhaoge's palm, lay twitching on the ground, half his body shattered. Looking over, Yang Zhaoge heard him emitting ho-ho sounds as he struggled unceasingly. That dark red ring seemed to glow with a bit more luster, as a wild howl that seemed to originate from ancient times resounded from within, traversing countless years. Yi Jing's shattered body did not spurt out any blood, but large amounts of flames surged from his wounds. The flames gradually condensed, once more taking the form of Yi Jing's body. Yi Jing's body jolted on the ground before he shot up, rushing towards Yang Zhaoge at an even greater speed than before. From his mouth, a low, manic voice resounded. That was a language that did not belong to humans, foreign and ancient, strange and profound. Yi Jing pushed forward with his palms, the flames around his body transforming into a crimson light, brutal and blazing. Where the crimson light passed, everything in the surrounding heavens and earth, even the air itself, actually seemed to be set ablaze. All existences were transformed into fuel for the flames, aiding them to grow more and more ferocious, expanding unceasingly, continuing to devour other things. The blazing fire was merciless, incinerating all life. As the crimson light shone, it resembled the edge of a blade as it chopped towards Yang Zhaoge. This was already no longer the supreme martial art that Yi Jing had once cultivated in. It was even no longer a martial art that belonged to the world of human martial practitioner. While Yi Jing himself also felt like his internal organs were on fire, at this moment, he only felt that he was unprecedentedly powerful. His mood was carefree like never before, the hope of defeating Yang Zhaoge was unprecedentedly real, bang. But not waiting for Yi Jing to continue experiencing this feeling, Yang Zhaoge imitated him, the great hand condensed of his aura chi mightily slapping out. The next instant, Yi Jing was sent flying by Yang Zhaoge's palm once more. Yang Zhaoge tilted his head slightly. Destined son of heaven? Yi Jing fell to the ground, resembling a fish out of water, struggling about as he stared at Yang Zhaoge with a pair of fiery red eyes. His pupils seemed as though they were about to burst into flames. Yang Zhaoge, however, did not look at him, instead surveying their surroundings. Ghost Hatchet Elder, don't count on him. Do you think another Grandmaster will jump out to save you? Or maybe a beauty jumps out and saves the hero? At first, I had actually hoped that the Sacred Sun Clan or Infinite Boundless Mountain would take you in, especially the Sacred Sun Clan. Back in the Sealing Dragon Abyss, when I saw that ring of yours, I suspected that it was related to the Flame Demon Emperor. Yang Zhaoge laughed. At that time, the difference between you and the Flame Devils was still rather great. If the Sacred Sun Clan had made an error in judgment, only focusing on your fire spirit physique, being beneficial in cultivating in their martial arts, they might really have accepted you. In this way, the mine is buried. Still, you're getting better and better at courting death. Yang Zhaoge's smile grew colder and colder. Leaving you in this world is simply polluting the air. Since you want to die, I'll send you on your way. Yang Zhaoge's face was cold and indifferent as he walked towards Yi Jing step by step. With each step, the earth seemed to tremble. The giant palm formed of stellar energy above his head grew more and more corporeal, more and more terrifying. Streams of cold and blazing hot chi surrounded Yang Zhaoge like a group of dragons, as though a divinity had descended to the mortal world. Yi Jing's eyes flashed with determination as he roared in rage, "You dog, even if I die, I will drag you down with me." Amidst his roar, Yi Jing struggled to extend the palm with the dark red ring on it. The ring had already completely transformed into a ring of red light, fitting itself onto his finger. Within the ring of light, the scene of the flowing fire world of the infernal inferno vaguely appeared once more. An illusory blazing giant seemed to be roaring furiously towards the heavens. Having been heavily injured by Shatai, the power of this ring had also weakened greatly. At this moment, Yi Jing was going to use his own life force to activate it. Flame Devil Disintegration, incinerating the heavens and the earth. Yi Jing's hand with the dark red ring actually directly pierced towards his own chest. The dark red ring entered Yi Jing's body, which was already almost entirely composed of flames. Then, within his body, a dazzling radiance abruptly lit up. It was no longer the red light of flames, but a bright white light. The white light penetrated his body, and on that body of Yi Jing's that was composed of flames, the leaping flames seemed to suddenly solidify at this moment. Then, like porcelain, cracks gradually appeared on Yi Jing's body. Within the cracks, the white light grew more and more dazzling, a destructive force also growing more and more obvious. Seeing this scene, Yang Zhaoge chuckled. Not evading or evading, the massive palm formed of his aura chi above his head still slammed downward. Boom! A massive boom resounded, but before the white light could even erupt, it was already extinguished. Yang Zhaoge's palm slammed Yi Jing's entire body into the ground. With the two of them as the center, the great earth within a radius of several hundred meters completely collapsed and shattered, a massive, deep crater appearing. Yang Zhaoge stepped on the air, quietly standing in the air above the deep crater, lowering his head to look at its depths. A mere brat, and you're also fit to be called a devil? Do you take yourself to be the Flame Devil Emperor? At the bottom of the deep crater, a shadow that was already almost no longer in human form resembled the ashes of a great fire. Its legs had completely vanished, and one of its arms had also completely vanished. Only a single arm remained, a ring that was riddled with cracks on its finger. The skin of its entire body resembled charcoal. There were only numerous dark red streaks that were indistinctly visible, as though there were no sparks of complete destruction within the ashes. The charcoal-faced Yi Jing stared fixedly at Yang Zhaoge above him, feeling unprecedentedly weak and powerless. However, the hatred and fury within his gaze was also unprecedentedly intense. Because of this palm of Yang Zhaoge's, the surrounding great earth was collapsing unceasingly, as though an earthquake had been triggered, the earth quaking unceasingly. With that deep crater as its center, numerous massive cracks extended unceasingly into the surroundings. Amidst the quaking, the bottom of the deep crater seemed as though it was about to cave in further, the sound of flowing water emanating from below, as though an underground river was surging. Yi Jing's body sank downwards, looking like it was about to fall into the underground river. Streams of miasma shot up into the skies from the underground river, corroding metal and corroding iron, obstructing Yang Zhaoge's path. Yi Jing hissed, "Yang Zhaoge, you dog, as long as I have breath left, I will definitely fight with you to the end." Before he had finished speaking, Yang Zhaoge had already descended, executing the heavenly abyss reverse flow art, completely not fearing the miasma at all as he instantly arrived before Yi Jing. Yang Zhaoge shot him a sidelong glance. Main character Halo? When someone wants to kill you, a little situation arises, and they fail to kill you, letting you escape. After cultivating a divine art, you come back for revenge. You didn't die in the Sealing Dragon Abyss because I didn't want to kill you from the start, but now, the massive palm formed of aura chi above Yang Zhaoge's head slammed downwards once more. If this Yang wants you dead by the third watch, who can keep you alive till the fifth watch? As the palm descended, Yi Jing's enraged howl came to a screeching halt. Boom! With a massive boom, he was completely annihilated. A faint soul silhouette dissipated into thin air. Chapter 98. It was as if the chi of heaven and earth could be seen circulating, blessing Yi Jing's body. When the time came, heaven and earth gathered together, the destiny of the world gathered. As Xiao Chen's palm landed, the light and shadow changed, and the surging luck of heaven and earth gradually disappeared. When the time comes, the heavens and earth are united, but when the time comes, the hero will not be free. Yang Zhaoge chuckled, blowing lightly towards that illusory scene. The wind swept away the clouds, and the illusory chi of heaven and earth was blown away like smoke. The deep crater in front of him was still collapsing unceasingly. Yi Jing had been turned into ashes by Yang Zhaoge's palm, only that mottled dark red ring remaining, which fell into the underground river. He disappeared just like that. I don't know when he'll recover his vitality and reappear in the world. He'll become another hot-blooded youth's opportunity, an opportunity to rise up, a golden finger to counterattack, and another legend and myth. The corners of Yang Zhaoge's mouth arched upwards. As if grabbing it with his aura chi, Yang Zhaoge clenched his fingers together, sucking the dark red ring into his palm. Yang Zhaoge's figure rose from the bottom of the deep crater, flying out of it. Ah, who welcomed him? Young master. Yang Zhaoge nodded. Keep Yang Shu's corpse well as his belongings. Hu smiled honestly and said, Hey, young master, you don't have to tell me that. I took his luggage as soon as possible. Yang Zhaoge curled his lips. I have always trusted you on this point. Hu said, Young master, I have a rough look. There are a lot of good things. It's a pity that most of them are like that middle-grade spirit artifact blade, damaged. It should have been caused by Elder She's attack. Yang Zhaoge sighed, as expected. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy for us to take care of him. Still, there should still be some gains. Yang Zhaoge raised his spirits. As an elder in charge of managing the land, Yang Shu's personal assets were quite plentiful. There were many things that he would not carry with him. Instead, he would keep them in his private residence. The items that he would carry with him were either things that he needed urgently or things that could help him increase his current combat strength. While artifacts and spirit artifacts were rare, Broad Creed Mountain was one of the few sacred grounds under the heavens, and Yang Shu was its elder. As such, there was no shortage of weapons that matched his cultivation base. Other than the mid-grade spirit artifact, the hidden clear sunlight saber, Yang Shu also had 2 low-grade spirit artifacts with him. Although they were not as strong as the hidden clear sunlight blade, they all had their own uses. It was a protective soft armor. Although it did not possess both offense and defense like Hu's Black Nightmare armor, its defensive power was not inferior. A green belt had been specially forged to complement Broad Creed Mountain's wind tribulation movement technique of the wind and fire tribulations. When a martial artist used the wind tribulation movement technique, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. In Yang Shu's hands, these 2 low-grade spirit weapons would definitely be of great use if he could fully unleash their power under normal circumstances. Unfortunately, whether it was Yang Shu or these 2 low-grade spirit weapons, they were not on the same level as Shatai in terms of strength. Earlier, when Yang Shu had wanted to escape, he had activated the power of his cyan belt to withstand Shatai's attack, and the soft armor had automatically protected his body. In the end, the 2 low-grade spirit artifacts had suffered together with their owners, being injured by Shatai. They were now riddled with cracks, their spiritual chi leaking out unceasingly. Not only were they unable to be used, they looked like they were about to be completely destroyed. The extent of their damage was even more severe than that of the hidden clear sunlight blade. Especially that soft armor. Although it could not be used, when Hu had used Sun Rain to attack Yang Shu earlier, it had still taken a portion of the damage. Hu grinned a little in pain. It's a spirit artifact, after all. Having been by Yang Di's side since young, his horizons were far broader than others. However, seeing a spirit artifact destroyed, he still felt a little regretful. Yang Zhaoge did not speak after examining it for a moment. He rummaged through Yang Shu's luggage, then took out a few crystals in the shape of ice. Hu looked at them. Young master, these seem to be the suppressing ice stones that martial practitioners temporarily use to relieve pain and heal their injuries. Bring me some caltrop flower grass, Yang Zhaoge said as he crushed the suppressing ice stones. Hu was a little puzzled, his entire head full of question marks. He did have some caltrop flower grass on him, but this kind of spirit grass could only be used as a catalyst for some special medicinal pills. Whether it was the caltrop flower grass or the suppressing ice stones, they were both used by living people. None of them had the effect of forging artifacts. However, he still did as he was told, bringing the caltrop flower grass over to Yang Zhaoge. Receiving the caltrop flower grass, Yang Zhaoge clapped his palms together, causing the spirit grass to wither. He then crushed the grass into ashes, mixing it with the powder of the suppressing ice stones. As the two met, green smoke was gradually emitted, as they actually began to burn on their own. With a wave of Yang Zhaoge's hand, the blazing flames landed on Yang Shu's few spirit artifacts. Although the spirit artifacts were still weak, the leakage of spiritual chi had gradually stopped, no longer leaking out. Yang Zhaoge nodded. Let's first deal with it urgently for now. After we return and refine it in the internal crystal furnace, there should be some chance of recovery. For now, we just have to ensure that it is not completely destroyed. Hu's eyes were seeing stars. Young master, this, Yang Zhaoge acted as if nothing had happened. In this boundless world, there are all sorts of strange things. In your daily life, You have to be good at summarizing all sorts of common knowledge and little tricks in life. Who knows when you might be able to use them? Ahu opened his mouth wide, only closing it after a while as he said with a fawning expression on his face, "Young master, you really are a genius." Yang Zhaoge rolled his eyes. "Your expression is too fake." Ahu chuckled happily. Yang Zhaoge shook his head, his attention falling on another of Yang Shu's possessions. Compared to the spirit artifacts that were currently in a damaged state and unable to display their effects, this thing actually attracted Yang Zhaoge's attention more. "Oh, how rare, Yang Shu actually has this thing." Yang Zhaoge's eyes lit up as he held a red orb in his palm, dark red like blood, sparkling and translucent. Within the blood-red orb, there seemed to be a liquid flowing unceasingly. From within the orb, there was vaguely a yin qi and baleful qi emanating. Ahu's big head came over, looking for a long time before he asked hesitantly, "Young master, is this the blood-refining orb?" Yang Zhaoge nodded. "That's right, it is precisely the blood-refining orb." The blood-refining orb was a rare, unique treasure. Usually, it would only appear in such a hellish place like a battlefield, where blood flowed like rivers. This was one of the favorites of devil martial practitioners. However, the blood-refining orb itself was not tyrannical, only being the crystallization of pure yin qi and blood qi. Devil martial practitioners could use it to cultivate, while other martial practitioners could use it to replenish their qi and blood when they were heavily injured. It was just that absorbing the blood-refining orb required a rather long period of meditation, and with Yang Zhaoge chasing after him too closely, Yang Shu had not had the time to use it. The greatest use of this thing is actually to refine the blood devil plate R, but I wonder if there's anyone in this era who knows this. An unexpected surprise, a great harvest, a great harvest. Yang Zhaoge laughed, happily keeping the blood-refining orb. He then checked the other precious treasures and pills that Yang Shu had been carrying on him, keeping them all together. Chapter 99. Yang Zhaoge stroked the ring that was riddled with cracks. This ring had previously turned into light, even merging into Yi Jing's body. Now, it had regained its physical form. It was just that the ring that had originally been dazzling like flames was currently dim and lusterless, covered in dust and mottled. Numerous fine cracks covered the surface of the ring, resembling spiderwebs, as though it might shatter at any moment. However, holding the ring in his hand, Yang Zhaoge could still vaguely feel the blazing heat within. Narrowing his eyes, Yang Zhaoge focused his mind and consciousness, gradually sinking into the ring. The scene before him instantly changed. First, it was pitch black, then, amidst the darkness where one couldn't even see their outstretched fingers, a light suddenly lit up. That light was actually extremely weak, just a faint thread. However, because the surrounding environment was completely dark, even just a thread of light appeared extremely dazzling. Looking carefully, Yang Zhaoge saw that it seemed to be just a tiny spark, flickering with a crimson light. The spark gradually expanded, the light of the fire growing brighter and brighter, gradually expanding into a small ember. The flame burned more and more vigorously, growing larger and larger, from a small ember to a great fire that soared to the heavens, finally transforming into a boundless sea of flames. Finally, the darkness completely disappeared, the light of the fire filling the entire heavens and earth, completely transforming into a world of flames. Everything else no longer existed, only the blazing fire burning the heavens. Yang Zhaoge calmed his heart, slowly walking forward within the sea of flames, feeling the concept within. All around him was blazing fire, but carefully observing, Yang Zhaoge could feel that while the fire was burning everywhere, it did not appear chaotic and disorderly. Flames, like the tides of the sea, had their own rhythm and direction of flow. Analyzing and summarizing, Yang Zhaoge gradually came to an understanding. The chaotic blazing fire that filled the surrounding world, in Yang Zhaoge's eyes, also gradually changed. The flames seemed to condense into numerous strange runes, arranging themselves into countless lines of characters which then intersected, circulating unceasingly within the air, stacking on top of one another. Looking at these characters, the corners of Yang Zhaoge's mouth arched slightly, characters created by the Flame Devil Emperor before the Great Calamity. While I haven't specially researched it before, I still know some of the general patterns. Even guessing, I can still understand some of its contents. It is indeed the legacy of the Flame Devil Emperor. Yang Zhaoge didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. As someone of the Eight Extremities world, obtaining such a legacy, I really don't know whether I should say that Yi Jing is lucky or unlucky. Carefully browsing through these strange runes and comprehending the concept contained within, Yang Zhaoge gradually came to some understanding. There is indeed a great difference between the cultivation methods of the Flame Devil race of the current Flame Devil world. As an expert of pre-Great Calamity times, the Flame Devil Emperor's legacy is also all-encompassing. By borrowing the Tao of Fire, many principles and concepts can be born. Yang Zhaoge thought, it is just that following the changes in Yi Jing's own mental state, it is getting closer and closer to the current cultivation method of the Flame Devil race. Flames lingered in front of him, and gradually, a sealed door appeared. Yang Zhaoge sensed it for a moment before his consciousness retreated from the world of flames, returning to reality. Activating the spiritual power of the Li Yang True Fire, he poured it into the ring. The ring, which was full of cracks, seemed to be nourished and flashed a little red light. As Yang Zhaoge's consciousness sunk within once more, he saw that the sealed great door was now already open. Inside the door, the sky was dark red and the ground was erupting with lava. The scene of the end of the world that he had once seen appeared before Yang Zhaoge's eyes again. The all-encompassing flames slowly condensed within the air, gradually forming an illusory giant divinity of flame, ancient and powerful. The aura of great calamity, great destruction and great suffering emanated, desolate and ancient, completely different from the current Eight Extremities world. It was just that, because it had been consecutively injured by Shatai and Yang Zhaoge, the ring was currently exceptionally weak. In this world of flames, whether it was the dark red sky or the great earth that was filled with lava, they were all filled with numerous jet-black cracks, the space seemingly about to shatter at any moment. While the aura of that giant divinity of flame still emanated the power of its origins, it now seemed even more ethereal and illusory. As Yang Zhaoge and that giant divinity of flame stared at each other, true emotions seemed to appear within the other party's eyes. That seemed to be a powerful life form that truly existed within this space, and not just a strand of its remnant aura. Meeting its gaze, Yang Zhaoge felt his own emotions seemingly wavering slightly. He became restless, feeling vexed as he wanted to destroy and vent his frustrations. Yang Zhaoge's gaze flickered as he stabilized his mind, those violent, negative emotions instantly calming. The all-encompassing flowing fire before him transformed into numerous strange, ancient runes once more, lining up before Yang Zhaoge's eyes. Staring at these runes, Yang Zhaoge slowly deciphered them. Sacred heavenly fire scripture, is it? As he deciphered them, those runes transformed into numerous streaks of fiery light, surging into Yang Zhaoge's body. Yang Zhaoge could only feel the meridians of his entire body seemingly becoming scorching hot, the refined chi of the Li Flame True Fire stored within the acupoints of his entire body also stirring restlessly. It was as though countless piles of firewood had been touched by sparks, wanting to burst into flames all at once. Yang Zhaoge's expression was calm as within his Dantian's chi ocean, the chaotic chi mass concealed beneath the numerous layers of clear chi abruptly circulated in reverse. The scorching hot feeling of his entire body instantly found a target, converging towards the chaotic chi mass within Yang Zhaoge's Dantian like 100 rivers entering the sea. The numerous streams of heat finally transformed into a condensed fire seed within the chaotic chi mass, flickering with a dim fiery light. The clear chi cultivated from the clear chi profound art slowly converged, concealing that chaotic chi mass once more. Yang Zhaoge smiled. The reason why he had chosen to cultivate in the peerless heavenly scripture of the peak martial arts of the Divine Palace, other than its great strength, was because of a special characteristic of the peerless heavenly scripture. Chaos was boundless, having no beginning and no end, able to contain all things, able to give birth to all things, able to destroy all things. The peerless heavenly scripture possessed an extremely strong tolerance, being able to incorporate all things, even assimilating other martial arts scriptures without leaving any traces behind in the slightest. After assimilation, it could even be imitated and converted externally. For example, Broad Creed Mountain's direct lineage clear chi profound art. For example, this sacred heavenly fire scripture now. Cultivating it himself, he would naturally not be like Yi Jing. Yang Zhaoge nodded slightly. The sacred heavenly fire scripture had its unique points. It just so happened to be of use for his upcoming experiments. Regaining his wits, Ahu stood by the side, currently gazing into the distance. Yang Zhaoge kept the ring, gazing into the distance as well. There, a massive hemisphere of darkness was inverted on the ground, enveloping the vast heavens and earth. It was precisely the special field formed of the twilight dark moon chi of the sacred Sun Clan's Twilight Lord. Within the hemisphere of darkness, a glazed golden light flickered unceasingly. As time passed, at this moment, the glazed golden light grew brighter and brighter, beginning to seep out from within the hemisphere of darkness. Finally, cracks appeared at the top of the hemisphere of darkness, finally shattering as golden light shot into the heavens. Vaguely, a figure seemed to be slowly rising up from within. Eldest apprentice uncle is indeed eldest apprentice uncle, Yang Zhaoge sighed in praise, Ahu nodding repeatedly by the side. However, very quickly, Ahu's expression changed as he swiveled his head to look into the distance. There seemed to be a powerful aura that enveloped the entire sky, currently covering the heavens and covering the earth as it approached. Its fist intent was clearly of the sacred Sun Clan's lineage. The newcomer's cultivation base was even higher than the Twilight Lord's. Ahu said in a heavy tone, "I'm afraid that it's that Xiaoshen's maternal grandfather." Chapter 100. A terrifying and powerful aura, as vast as the sky and as vast as the sea, gradually appeared in the distance. On the horizon, there was a dazzling golden light, like the sun rising from the east. Under the illumination of that light, the Twilight Lord's twilight dark moon force field, which was already beginning to shatter, seemed even more dispirited. The dark night would eventually pass and the sun would rise, leaving only light in the world. Looking into the distance, Yang Zhaoge murmured, "The legacy of the sacred Sun Clan, the cultivation of a transcending mortality martial grandmaster. The great grandmaster realm, the peak of the 10th layer, was known as the extraordinary realm. Transcendence, sainthood. Stepping into this realm meant that a martial artist had officially begun his sprint towards the martial saint realm. Generally speaking, most of the reaching heaven realm martial artists at the peak of the master realm were preparing to break through to the great grandmaster realm in seclusion. Transcendence rarely roamed the world. Most of the time, they were cultivating in seclusion, hoping to break through the final mortal boundary and become a saint. Becoming a martial sage would not only increase one's strength by leaps and bounds, but it would also extend one's lifespan. Therefore, transcendent martial grandmasters were rarely active. However, at this moment, before Yang Zhaoge's eyes, a transcending mortality martial grandmaster seemed to have descended. Pan Buetai, Grand Elder of the Sacred Sun Clan. Yang Zhaoge said slowly, "The West Crooked Lord of the first generation of the 7 reigning sons went into seclusion to cultivate after attaining the transcending mortality stage. The position of the West Crooked Lord was passed down to this junior. Xiaoshen's maternal grandfather. It should be him." Yang Zhaoge said leisurely, "Amongst transcending mortality martial grandmasters, he can be considered rather active, appearing in the world from time to time. Young master, Elder She may not be able to withstand this old monster, not to mention that there is still Twilight Lord at the side." Yang Zhaoge nodded slightly. Now, a figure flickered before him, an emaciated old man appearing before him. It was precisely that broad Creed Mountain elder who had previously displayed the golden curtain palm to help Yang Zhaoge obstruct the sacred Sun Clan's martial grandmaster as well as the ghost hatchet elder Han Sheng. Looking at Yang Zhaoge and Hu, as well as the decapitated Yang Shu, the emaciated old man was slightly shocked. In the end, Yang Shu was a martial grandmaster, and his strength was not the slightest bit weaker than the skinny old man's. While it had already been heavily injured by Shatai earlier, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Yang Zhaoge and Hu had actually managed to slay it without paying much of a price. The injuries on Hu's body were the old injuries he had sustained from Xiaoshen's sun rainback in the Spirit Wind Canyon. This scene fell into the eyes of the skinny old man, and he couldn't help but pay attention to it. If it was said to be borrowing the power of a spirit artifact, Yang Shu also had a spirit artifact. Even though he had also been heavily injured by Shatai, the middle-grade spirit artifact, the serene clear sunlight saber, had allowed Yang Shu to not be at a disadvantage in terms of weapons. The emaciated old man had shaken off his opponent as quickly as possible and rushed over. He had originally thought that if Yang Zhaoge and who could make use of Yang Shu's injuries to delay his escape, it would be their victory. Who would have thought that in the end, Yang Shu would instead be killed cleanly by the two of them? The emaciated elder sighed towards Yang Zhaoge. Even if you want to leave now, it's already too late. Pan Butai has specifically come for you. Upon mentioning Pan Butai's name, the withered old man's voice turned solemn. A man's name, a tree's shadow. As a longtime elder of the Sacred Sun clan, Pan Butai was of the same generation as the east-coming martial saint, the sun comes east Huang Guanglia, and Broad Creed Mountain's old chief, the heaven-equaling Yuan Zhengfeng. Having been famous for many years, his accomplishments in battle were glorious, having stepped into the transcending mortality stage. Beneath the martial Grandmaster realm, he was also a famous expert. The pressure that he brought about was naturally not something that the likes of the Twilight Lord and the East Rising Lord could compare to. The gaze with which the emaciated old man looked at Yang Zhaoge was somewhat complicated. Although he had rushed over in time to help Yang Zhaoge block the Sacred Sun clan's martial Grandmaster, not showing any fear in the face of the enemy in the slightest. However, regarding the matter of Yang Zhaoge killing Xiao Shun, the emaciated old man still held some reservations. As Yang Zhaoge met the old man's gaze, he more or less knew what he was thinking. Within Broad Creed Mountain, there existed a certain ideology, which was to avoid conflict with the Sacred Sun clan as much as possible, silently accumulating their own strength and waiting for a chance to rise up once more. When necessary, they could even make some concessions, only doing their best to ensure that their core interests were not harmed. The long-time elders of the clan, the people of the older generation, mostly thought this way. The emaciated old man before him was also one of them. And the middle generation, with Yang Di and Shatai at their head, mostly pursued a tough, proactive attitude. This was because in recent years, the Sacred Sun clan's invasions had become more and more unbridled and unbridled. As Yang Di and the others saw it, retreating conservatively was equivalent to being willing to let the Sacred Sun clan slowly cut their flesh and let out their blood. Not only would they be unable to silently accumulate their strength like the older generation thought, they would instead fall into a situation of stagnation, perhaps even falling back. Even if they didn't fall back, while the Sacred Sun clan and the other sacred grounds were unceasingly rising, remaining where they were would be equivalent to rowing a boat against the current. The Sacred Sun clan had never, and would never in the future, sit quietly by the side, kindly waiting for Broad Creed Mountain to develop and catch up, even surpassing them. Reacting conservatively and placing their hopes on the future was akin to building castles in the air, equivalent to surrendering the initiative to them. If one really had to talk about hope, their only hope would be for another huge change like the invasion of the Flame Devil world. And the main victim of this huge change would be the Sacred Sun clan. Just like what Broad Creed Mountain had encountered in its heyday that year. However, who could say for sure about such a thing? Yang Zhaoge's second apprentice uncle Fang Zhun had originally been one of the rare moderates of the middle generation, also receiving the support of a large number of longtime elders as a result. However, in recent years, perhaps because the Sacred Sun clan was getting more and more insatiable, or perhaps because the old clan chief Yuan Zhengfeng's and Shatai's thinking was more unyielding, Fang Zhun's attitude had also gradually become more unyielding. Fang Zhun's attitude also began to gradually harden, causing those of the older generation who had originally supported him to be greatly disappointed. Now, in the competition for the position of clan chief, other than each other, Yang Di and Fang Zhun actually also had to face the pressure of the clan's longtime elders. The entanglements within were becoming more and more complicated, hard to describe in a few words. Specifically talking about the current situation in the Eastern Tang Kingdom, as well as what had happened previously, the moderates were also supportive of Yang Zhaoge bringing back Feng Yunsheng, provided that Feng Yunsheng could really recover. Regarding the Eastern Tang, they were a little ambiguous, while regarding Yang Zhaoge's killing of Xiao Shun afterwards, they felt an extreme headache. Although they all spoke the same way to the outside world, internally, the older generation had very complicated feelings towards Yang Zhaoge, who could both perform meritorious deeds and cause trouble at the same time. Looking at the emaciated elder's conflicted appearance, Yang Zhaoge didn't say anything more, only asking, "May I ask how Elder Qin and Elder Kong are doing?" The emaciated old man said simply, Elder She has arrived even earlier than expected. He himself came here, accompanied by experts of our clan to reinforce Elder Qin and the others. After repelling the East Rising Lord and the others, they have already retreated to the vicinity, hurrying over to meet up with Elder She. But following Pan Buetai's arrival, the Sacred Sun Clan martial practitioners once again began their counterattack. You are the target of everyone. This time, it will be hard for things to end peacefully. Yang Zhaoge said slowly, wanting to kill me is only the beginning. The other side's goal has actually already been achieved. If I hadn't killed Xiao Shun, whether or not they killed me would already no longer be important. It was only because I killed Xiao Shun that Pan Buetai specially came over. The light in the horizon grew brighter and brighter. Chapter 101. For a time, the temperature of the surrounding 500 kilometers rose rapidly, becoming unbearably hot. Vegetation withered, the earth parched and cracked. Breathing in the air caused one to feel a scalding heat from the throat to the heart. Yang Zhaoge, Hu, and the others looked in that direction, illuminated by the 7 suns to the point where they were virtually unable to open their eyes. The broad Creed Mountain elder beside them sighed, feeling that the enemy's fistin tent had already enveloped the surrounding area. Even if they wanted to leave, they wouldn't be able to, unless Shatai could repel Pan Buetai. However much confidence they had in Shatai, it was still very hard for them to be optimistic now. TSK, martial saints not appearing, transcending mortality martial grandmasters are already the peak power of the 8 extremities world. Yang Zhaoge covered his forehead with his hand, squinting as he looked in the direction where Pan Buetai had appeared. That was not rising one after another, but the 7 suns that had gathered to form a ring very quickly traversed the heavens and the earth, rapidly nearing. The massive hemisphere of darkness on the ground had already completely shattered at this moment, a streak of golden light shooting straight into the horizon. Within the massive golden pillar of light, Shatai hovered in mid-air, his expression firm and calm as he gazed mildly at the powerful force that had arrived before him. Within the golden pillar of light, around Shatai's body, a massive golden silhouette was indistinctly visible, its entire body transparent, resembling colored glass. It looked like an altar, yet also a pagoda. Contained within was the fistin tent of being able to extinguish all tribulations, Vajra indestructible. Numerous profound runes congregated, transforming into numerous spirit formations, the spirit formations stacked on top of one another, finally transforming into that existence that resembled an altar whilst also a pagoda, enveloping Shatai. The radiance of those 7 blazing suns illuminated the heavens and the earth. As the cruel sunlight descended, it was everywhere, pervasive. Light was like air, existing in every single corner of space. And this sunlight possessed an extremely terrifying power, incinerating and melting everything it came into contact with. Its tyrannical power even destroyed the twilight dark moon chi of the Sacred Sun Clan's own expert, the Twilight Lord. Illuminated by the sunlight, the golden altar that enveloped Shatai was also shaking slightly. On the surface of the altar, green smoke seemed to be rising, as though it was also about to be incinerated and destroyed. At the center of those 7 suns that had gathered to form a ring, an ancient, majestic voice resounded, reverberating unceasingly between the heavens and the earth. Shatai, your Broad Creed Mountain disciple is audacious to the extreme, daring to kill this old man's grandson. This debt must be paid in blood. As this voice rang out, the temperature of the world seemed to rise once again, causing the people in the surroundings to feel as if their internal organs were on fire. Shatai's expression didn't change at all. However, the golden altar around him shrank a little. Although it was smaller, its power was more condensed and pure. As the golden altar shrank, the illusory green smoke on the surface of the altar due to the 7 scorching suns disappeared. Before your Sacred Sun Clan martial practitioners invaded my clan's Spirit Wind Canyon, you should have already predicted that this would happen. Shatai's expression was as cold and hard as a 10,000-year-old rock. In a life and death battle, blades and swords have no eyes. Those who kill will always be killed. That grandson of yours, Xiao Shun, is lecherous and frivolous. As his elder, you have to take responsibility for not disciplining him properly. If I were a late outer or a martial scholar, I wouldn't need anyone else to make a move. I would directly challenge that grandson of yours. Shatai stood within the air, the golden altar that enveloped him becoming even more condensed and contracted, his entire body turning a glazed color. Golden radiance was emitted from within, causing Shatai's figure to gradually become indistinct. Within the 7 great golden suns, an ancient voice seemed to resound at the same time, "Shameless boastful junior. This old man has come here today specifically to welcome you. As for Yang Di, not only that little dog of his, even he himself will have to pay with his life for the death of this old man's grandson. This old man knows that having received the news, he is currently hurrying over from the Earth domain. However, you don't have to wait for him." Pan Butai's voice resounded throughout the sky. Being able to die beneath the great sun heaven measuring ruler is his fortune. Yang Zhaoge's and Shatai's eyes simultaneously shone with a bright light. The other Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners were all shocked, their expressions changing greatly. The great sun heaven measuring ruler was precisely the sacred artifact that the sacred Sun Clan possess. The sacred Sun Clan's true target, having mobilized such a large force, was neither Yang Zhaoge nor the Eastern Tang. Instead, it was the #1 expert of Broad Creed Mountain's senior generation, Yang Di, who suppressed all of his contemporaries. In terms of potential, Yang Di was an even greater threat than Broad Creed Mountain's current chief, Yuan Zhengfeng. Whether it was Yang Zhaoge being killed by Xiao Shun, or Yang Zhaoge being threatened by the Sacred Sun Clan's experts after killing Xiao Shun, Yang Di would definitely have to rush over. And what awaited him would be an ambush that surpassed his imagination. It was not a transcending mortality martial grandmaster, nor was it a formation of multiple martial grandmasters. It was the sacred artifact, the great sun heaven measuring ruler, accompanied by Pan Butai's words. One of those 7 suns suddenly descended from the sky. From Yang Zhaoge's point of view, that sun drew a graceful arc, descending from the sky. That arc seemed to coincide with the principles of the heavens and the earth, resembling the true sun rising in the east and setting in the west every day, returning to the mountains at dusk, descending towards the west of the horizon. It was just that the direction in which it was descending was precisely where Shatai was. In Shatai's field of vision, that sun was getting closer and closer to him, also growing larger and larger, gradually filling up his entire field of vision. The descending sun had yet to truly come into contact with the west-setting sun, but the great earth below had already begun to shatter, as though it might collapse at any moment. Looking carefully against the dazzling sunlight, one could see that this sun was clearly also a shining altar. Its shape was different from the altars surrounding Shatai's body, but it was also an existence that resembled an altar whilst also a pagoda, containing a tyrannical yet profound concept. Enormous spirit patterns and runes formed many spirit formations like bricks and tiles. The spirit formations combined, finally forming this heaven-connecting altar. The entire altar did not give off a heavy feeling, instead being as sharp as a saber, as tyrannical as fire. This west-tilting heaven-incinerating saber of Pan Butai's was also far from something that the East Rising Lord had previously executed could compare to. The fierce, violent saber intent of one of the 7 great sun arts was displayed without restraint, truly possessing the might to incinerate the heavens. Shatai's gaze was like steel, not wavering in the slightest as he stood erect within the air, punching out. At this moment, he seemed to be the most indestructible existence between the heavens and the earth, fearless and unshaken even if the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. Resembling the divine needle that stabilized the seas, a cornerstone, a single hand stopping the wild tides of the heavens and the earth. Even that terrifying west-tilting heaven-incinerating saber was unable to destroy it. For a moment, it was as though a descending sun had furiously smashed into a towering mountain. Golden light exploded, blazing fire flew, the earth quaking and the mountains shaking. After the storm, the towering mountain still stood erect, not falling. Seeing this, the surrounding Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners all let out a long breath, feeling proud of their elder Sha. However, their expressions were still grave. Shatai's face showed no fear, nor was there any complacency on it. From start to finish, he gazed firmly and calmly at the opponent before him. 6 suns filled the sky, but very quickly, the 7th blazing sun reappeared, still illuminating the heavens and the earth. Pan Buetai's voice was as majestic as the heavens, resounding in all directions. Shatai, you have arrived in the eastern Tang earlier than expected, indeed exceeding my sacred Sun Clan's predictions. However, this old man knows that your Broad Creed Mountain's sacred artifact has yet to emerge. Without it, Yang Di will definitely die. And having appeared here, you can be Yang Di's companion, paying for this old man's grandson's life together with the Yang father and son duo. Broad Creed 3 heroes? When this old man rampaged the world, you were still in your mother's womb. As he said this, the 7 blazing suns in the sky began rotating simultaneously. Chapter 102. Facing Pan Buetai's attack, Shatai sucked in a deep breath. Clenching his fists tightly, his left fist retracted by his waist, his right fist slowly punching forward. The heavenly altar that enveloped his body had already been condensed to the maximum, being virtually the same size as Shatai himself. Compared to the glorious sun descending from the sky, it was practically incomparably small. Shatai punched out, his slow movements seeming so out of place amidst the intense battle situation. The strange feeling of incongruity made the spectators feel uncomfortable to the point of wanting to vomit blood. His fist seemed to bear the weight of millions of mountains, heavy and condensed to the extreme as it moved slowly at the speed of an old bull breaking down a cart. However, in the eyes of the bystanders, Shatai's current fist intent was filled with an immovable, indestructible feeling of eternity. Great firmness, great eternity, forever unable to be shaken. 7 blazing suns consecutively descended, unceasingly striking Shatai. The violent saber intent and heat swept the surrounding area, bringing along roiling waves of chi which expanded unceasingly into the surroundings. The air was completely compressed to the point of exploding, the immense pressure forming numerous sharp gales. The gales resembled formless, terrifying blades, slicing apart everything in the surroundings that dared to stand in their way. The wind blades rampaged, the vertical blades leaving behind numerous deep ravines on the great earth, while the horizontal blades sliced apart numerous mountain peaks in the distance. The all-encompassing golden light exploded, transforming into numerous streams of flowing fire, densely covering the entire sky. Other than the Twilight Lord and a very small number of people, everyone within the range of the battle unceasingly dodged and retreated. In such a clash, if they were not careful, even the tail of the typhoon could sweep them to death. The intense radiance filled the heavens and the earth at this moment, causing everyone to be completely unable to see what was going on. Only that power that shocked the heavens and the earth shook everyone's minds. All they could see was light, unable to see anything. All they could hear was the howling of the wind, unable to hear anything else. The minds of martial practitioners were nimble, their sensory abilities powerful, but now, it was all numb, chaotic and blurry. Suddenly, Pan Buetai's voice suppressed the sounds of the violent storm, seeming to resound within the depths of everyone's hearts. That's right. Broad Creed Mountain's Vajra body, at the same cultivation level, you have indeed trained it to an unprecedented level. Yang Zhaoge avoided a massive wind blade that was tens of meters tall as it whistled past. That wind blade flew far into the distance, carving out a massive crevice that resembled a deep valley in the earth. Then, it hacked towards a group of mountains in the distance, forcibly splitting a small mountain apart from the middle. Within Yang Zhaoge's Dantian's Qi Ocean, the chaotic chi mass circulated, drawing the twin chis of ice and fire within the acupoints of his entire body to converge together. The 2 chis of ice and fire ascended, congregating within Yang Zhaoge's pupils, causing them to vaguely appear red and blue. Extreme cold and blazing heat, separated yet also unified at this moment, not destroying the already fragile and intricate eyeballs of the human body, instead allowing Yang Zhaoge's eyesight to increase greatly. Unlike Ahu and the others, Yang Zhaoge could vaguely see the actual situation of those 2 martial grandmaster experts clashing. Shatai himself had almost completely merged with the heavenly altar of runic arrays that he had condensed from his martial will. It was as if he had turned into a golden man. In, he, Jin Yang, in, and in. Yang in. Shatai wasn't injured, and his diamond body wasn't broken by Pan Buetai. Yang, he Buetai's expression, and his. Of. Of. Shitai's Vajra body hung high in the sky, exerting a destructive pressure on the living beings below. Amidst the suns, Panbutai's voice resounded, "But do you think this can stop this old man?" Between the great suns, Panbutai's voice resounded, "But do you think that this can stop me?" At this moment, the 7 suns began converging towards their center. A giant that shone with boundless light seemed to materialize from within, an even greater power manifesting itself. Shitai's left fist, retracted by his waist, slowly punched forward, parallel to his right fist. Then, his hands began to gradually move. His 2 hands vaguely formed a golden ring of light. The ring resembled Vajra, full and flawless, its center empty, as though it could contain all living things. The giant formed of the 7 suns slammed down with its palm. The very sky itself seemed to shake, as though it was about to collapse. The giant formed of the 7 suns slammed down with its palm. The very sky itself seemed to shake, as though it was about to collapse. Shitai's hands formed a ring, meeting his opponent's attack. That ring seemed extremely small, that giant's palm seemingly covering the heavens and covering the earth. However, space itself seemed to distort at this moment, the small golden ring actually trapping the giant's palm. The 2 sides fell into a stalemate for a time. However, looking over, Yang Zhaoge could see that ever since the start of the battle, Shitai had always been standing where he was, not retreating a single step. He was clearly retreating slowly. It wasn't that Shitai was retreating of his own accord. His legs still resembled 2 pillars that supported the heavens, not moving in the slightest. However, his body was being pushed backwards by a massive force within the air. Beneath Shitai's feet, marks were left behind within the air, forcibly leaving behind 2 flickering golden imprints, not dissipating for a long time. The higher the cultivation base, the harder it is to surpass levels in battle. Of those who have reached a certain height, how many of them are easy to deal with? Seeing this scene, Yang Zhaoge said, "However, eldest apprentice uncle being able to forcibly resist a transcending mortality martial grandmaster to this extent, it really is hard to come by. That giant who seemed able to support the heavens and the earth opened his mouth, you are hard to come by, but sadly, it is all futile." Shitai's expression did not change in the slightest. The belt at his waist lit up, the flowing light instantly forming armor on his body. The armor and Shitai's fist intent merged, Shitai's strength instantly skyrocketing. However, above the head of that giant of light, a saber also appeared, hovering in mid-air. The giant did not grab the saber, but its majestic saber chi still descended, unceasingly breaking down the power of the armor of light on Shitai's body. Meanwhile, that giant's palm continued advancing. Panbutai said, "Young man, this old man will help your master Yuan Zhengfeng discipline you today." He said to the Twilight Lord beside him, "Twilight, this old man will take care of this Iron Lion properly today. That surnamed Yang puppy is yours." Yang Di has already fallen into the trap. Whether this bait is dead or alive is already no longer important. This old man wants him alive now. Bring him back to the world illuminating peak. If I don't burn him to death beneath the blazing sun of the great sun, this old man's hatred will not be quelled. Because of his earlier clash with Shitai, the Twilight Lord's face was pale, blood leaking out from the corner of his mouth. However, after standing for a moment, his injuries were already no longer a problem. At this moment, not saying a single word, he strode out, already arriving before Yang Zhaoge. The faces of that emaciated old man and who were both ugly, wanting to stop him, yet unable to do so. The other party's cultivation base was far, far higher than theirs. However, just at this moment, the surrounding heavens and earth suddenly trembled as a whole. Pan Butai abruptly roared, "Such saber intent, but if it isn't Yuan Zhengfeng, who is it?" A voice resounded between the heavens and the earth. "The person you are thinking of killing." The voice was like a saber, piercing through the air. Having just arrived before Yang Zhaoge, the expression of the Twilight Lord changed slightly. He hurriedly pushed forward with his palms, blocking that formless saber with his Twilight Dark Moon Chi. However, the scenes of the heavens and earth before him abruptly distorted, the very air seemingly breaking apart. The entire heavens and earth resembled a canvas, being distorted and wrinkled intensely. The tearing force of these wrinkles, bolstered by the formless saber chi, instantly turned tangible, a tyrannical saber intent, cleaving the heavens and splitting the earth. The force field formed of the twilight dark moon chi was instantly cleaved apart. With a muffled groan, the Twilight Lord was sent flying backwards, blood spraying into the air. Yang Di, how could you possibly be here? Just having sensed someone approaching, Pan Butai had forcibly jolted Shatai away, before striking out with his palm. In the end, the other party's strength had surpassed his predictions, actually sending the Twilight Lord flying with a single saber. Greatly enraged, Pan Butai increased the force of his palm. The newcomer's voice resounded throughout the horizon, a skeleton within a grave, what are you so rampant about? After sending the Twilight Lord flying, a tyrannical saber chi to pitilessly cleaved out once more, forcibly clashing head-on with the transcending mortality martial Grandmaster Pan Butai. As the two sides collided, the entire heavens and earth shook. Pan Butai roared furiously, arrogant brat. He immediately struck out with his palm once more. However, the other party's second saber had already arrived. Faster than him. Fiercer than him. Stronger than him. Chapter 103. It was as if the sun had taken human form, illuminating the world. However, the blade of the newcomer was even swifter, even more ferocious, even more domineering. With a slash of the saber, the wind and clouds were destroyed, and the sun lost its light. As the two sides collided, the entire sky was filled with broken streams of light, making it hard for people to look straight at them. Yang Zhaoge, who had strengthened his vision with the twin chis of ice and fire, now also felt a slight piercing pain as he was unable to clearly see the results of the battle. But soon, a loud sound came from heaven and earth. It was as if someone had stepped back and landed heavily on the ground. He could clearly feel that the surrounding air was not as hot as before. The flickering light dimmed a little, and before his eyes, shockingly, was the giant that Pan Butai had transformed into, being forced backwards by the impact. Pan Butai said coldly, "You little brat who doesn't know the immensity of the heavens and the earth. There are no tigers in the mountains, so you, a little monkey, have been allowed to run wild." As he spoke, the golden giant suddenly raised his right hand and pointed it at the sky. Then, as the giant's palm slammed down, boundless light was released from his palm. The emaciated old man beside Yang Zhaoge blurted out, "Light illumination." Hearing these words, Yang Zhaoge's heart jolted slightly. The sacred Sun Clan, the head of the 7 great sun arts. The light shines, and the world becomes white. This technique was a single palm technique, and it was a martial art technique on its own. There was no chain of moves, no changes in technique, just this one palm alone. However, this palm stood at the head of the sacred Sun Clan's direct lineage 7 great sun arts, reigning above the heaven striking palm, the twilight dark moon chi, the divine sword of daybreak and the other supreme martial art. As Pan Buatai's palm struck out, all that was left in the eyes of everyone present was a vast expanse of whiteness. Apart from light, there was nothing else. However, enveloped by this world of light, Yang Zhaoge did not feel any warmth at all. The world was not as unbearably hot as before, but it was even more frightening. The rays of light were boundless, majestic, and vast. One couldn't feel the sharp killing intent of the west-tilting heaven-burning blade from it. However, it was filled with unstoppable, unparalleled power. It was as if Mount Tai was crushing an egg, easily crushing the other party until not even a speck of dust remained. However, at the moment when the boundless light illuminated the world, a trace of disharmony suddenly appeared. All he saw was a black line appearing in the bright, white world. The ends of the black line could not be seen, and it stretched out endlessly. It was extremely eye-catching as it lay across the white world. Yang Zhaoge had the feeling that the world before him was like a piece of white paper. The existence of this black line was not a line drawn on a piece of white paper. Instead, the white paper had been torn in the middle. Then, they were forcefully pieced together, causing the world that was like a piece of white paper to look so awkward. The boundless light that illuminated the heavens and the earth and crushed everything in its path also disappeared because of this. Along with the existence of the black line, heaven and earth and the void seemed to distort. Like a piece of white paper being torn apart, it split into two along the crack. One half moved up and the other half moved down, dislocating. The next moment, the light completely dissipated, and everyone could finally see the scenery in front of them. However, heaven and earth still gave off a feeling of distortion and crisscrossing. There seemed to be a mark left in the void. A terrifying saber scar. The giant that Pan-Butai had transformed into retracted his palm with a muffled groan. At the center of his palm, there was a vertical wound that looked shocking to the eye, as though his entire palm was about to be split into two. The winds and clouds between the heavens and the earth changed. From the sky above, sunlight descended, as though it had formed a flight of stairs. A person appeared on it, his movements neither fast nor slow. However, with a single step, he had already arrived by Shatai's side, facing Pan-Butai. He swiveled his head and said to Shatai, "Eldest apprentice brother, it's been hard on you." The Twilight Lord stood in the distance, fresh blood flowing from the corner of his mouth as he stared fixedly at the newcomer. Yang Di. The newcomer's features were 60 to 70% similar to Yang Zhaoge's. From the outside, he looked to be just over 30 years of age, just that there were a few specks of frost on his temples. His features were heroic and handsome, his aura domineering, his entire person resembling a heaven-cleaving saber. It was precisely the first seat elder of Broad Creed Mountain's martial inheritance hall, acclaimed as invincible beneath the heavens at the same cultivation level, Yang Di, and that tyrannical saber intent that had cleaved the heavens and split the earth, repelling Pan-Butai, had also shown one thing. Not only was he invincible within the same cultivation level, even facing the transcending mortality martial Saint Clan's longtime elder Pan-Butai, Yang Di had actually still been able to hold the upper hand. Hearing Yang Di's words, a hint of a smile appeared on Shatai's face. "It's fine." On the ground, Yang Zhaoge chuckled, "It's me who has caused trouble for you and eldest apprentice uncle." Family head. Who knelt on one knee, as the other Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners in the vicinity also bowed towards Yang Di. "We greet Elder Yang." Yang Di raised his hands into the air, Ahu and the others being lifted up by him. He waved his hands towards Yang Zhaoge. "Between father and son, what trouble is there to speak of? This time, you took the initiative to bear the responsibility, being willing to take the risk and gain face for me. As for you killing Xiao Shun and Pan-Butai coming to take revenge, I will naturally take care of it for you. Me taking care of it for you is something that should be done, but letting eldest apprentice brother take the blame for us father and son is unreasonable." Yang Zhaoge nodded. "I naturally have to thank eldest apprentice uncle properly." Yang Di. As golden light flickered, the figure of an old man gradually appeared between the giant's brows, his face livid. His brows were tightly knit. At this moment, he could not even see Yang Zhaoge, his attention completely placed on Yang Di. The other party was actually able to break through the seal of the great sun heaven measuring ruler and come here. Didn't that mean that Broad Creed Mountain's sacred artifact has not been unleashed? How did he do it? Acting alone, Yuan Zhengfeng could only protect himself. How would he be able to protect him from breaking out of the encirclement? A bad feeling arose within Pan-Butai's heart. He abruptly raised his hand upwards, and that giant did the same, directly reaching out and grabbing the saber hovering above his head. That saber, which had originally only been 4 feet long, abruptly expanded in size, instantly transforming into a massive heaven-splitting saber. On the saber's blade, numerous sun patterns lit up. With the saber in hand, Pan-Butai's aura instantly skyrocketed once more. The area between the heavens and the earth once more turned scorching hot. The golden giant still stood towering between the heavens and the earth, while above his head, 7 great golden suns once more appeared, surrounding and protecting him. The massive saber mightily chopped downward. Yang Zhaoge had personally witnessed martial practitioners executing this supreme martial art. The unprecedentedly powerful west-tilting heaven-incinerating saber had appeared in this world. Facing the saber, Yang Di laughed loudly. "The sun has long since set, let it completely descend." Amidst his laughter, Yang Di waved a single hand, his fingers piercing into the air. He drew his saber from within, the air rippling like flowing water. Then, a saber that flickered with a faint purple light appeared before everyone's eyes. Yang Di brandished his saber. From that purple saber, a deafening ringing resounded. The entire sky, at this moment, seemed to be howling in rage. Facing Pan Buetai's west-tilting heaven-incinerating saber, Yang Di similarly chopped out with his saber. Countless spirit runes appeared, transforming into numerous spirit arrays within the air. The numerous spirit arrays stacked upon one another, similarly forming a heavenly altar. The heavenly altar shone with a purple light, clearly also transforming into the form of a saber within the air. The shocking saber intent combined with the saber in Yang Di's hands, shaking the heavens and shaking the earth. As the saber struck out, the heavens and the earth seemed to be in a daze, as though it had split apart and been displaced once more. Like a painting, it broke neatly from its center. The west-tilting heaven-incinerating saber that was extremely domineering, resembling a descending sun. Before this even more domineering saber, it was as weak as paper. Amidst the all-encompassing golden light of destruction, the giant that Pan Buetai had transformed into let out a low, enraged roar as he mightily retreated. Chapter 104. In the end, it was still Yang Di who broke the great sun with a single saber. The golden giant that Pan Buetai had transformed into staggered backwards. Severe wounds appeared on the giant's body. Runes and divine patterns shattered one after another, sprinkling down like blood. They turned into specks of flowing light and disappeared into the air. The space between the brows of the golden giant once again revealed Pan Buetai's true form. Compared to before, his figure was stooped and much older, and his face was slightly pale. The old man's throat bobbed up and down a few times. There was a sweet taste in his mouth as if he would spit out blood at any moment, but he forcefully suppressed it. Pan Buetai glared at Yang Di. With a muffled snort, he instead borrowed the momentum to retreat, directly calling for the Twilight Lord and the others to retreat. For Yang Di to appear here, something must have happened to the ambush by the great sun heaven-measuring ruler. Although he didn't know what exactly had happened, Pan Buetai was certain that the Sacred Sun Clan's plan this time had already failed, with Broad Creed Mountain even more likely to turn the tables on them. Clearly knowing that he was a target of the Sacred Sun Clan, having evaded the great sun heaven-measuring ruler, Yang Di had still dared to leisurely rush over to the Eastern Tang. This was enough to prove that he was extremely confident. Under such circumstances, if he could obtain victory quickly, Pan Buetai wouldn't mind slaying Yang Di on the spot, teaching Broad Creed Mountain a lesson. Yang Di's reputation was extremely resounding, but as a veteran martial grandmaster expert of the same generation as Huang Guanglie and Yuan Zhengfeng, having stepped into the transcending mortality stage many years ago, Pan Buetai naturally had his own confidence and pride. Asking himself honestly, he really had no confidence in being able to take down Yang Di at the same cultivation level. However, even though his cultivation base was clearly higher, he was still not Yang Di's match. This caused Pan Buetai to feel a fiery pain on his face. His grandson had been killed by Yang Zhaoge, while he himself had been thwarted by the saber of a junior whose cultivation base was lower than his. For a split second, Pan Buetai felt as though the humiliation and fury in his heart was about to swallow him whole. It had been too long since he had suffered such a setback, to the point that his mental state was actually somewhat unstable. However, after taking a deep breath, Pan Buetai swiftly calmed down. Having been countered by Broad Creed Mountain, and now also unable to gain the upper hand, the wisest course of action for them was to retreat. Otherwise, what awaited the Sacred Sun Clan would definitely be even greater losses. At this moment, Pan Buetai temporarily set aside the hatred and fury he felt from Xiaoshen's death, choosing to first avoid the battle. But his anger also turned into an even deeper and colder killing intent. As he retreated, Pan Buetai's gaze shifted between Yang Di, Shatai, and Yang Zhaoge. By Yang Zhaoge's side, Ahu felt his hair stand on end as he asked in a small voice, "Young master, will he put down his pride and not care about anything else and just focus on attacking you?" "It might not be impossible," Yang Zhaoge said, "it's just that he can only think about it. Twilight Lord is injured, and eldest martial uncle is free. It's impossible for him to break through father and eldest martial uncle's joint attack. Even if eldest martial uncle is tied down by Twilight Lord, Dad can protect me by himself. I just need to focus on defending." Yang Zhaoge spread his hands apart. Father is extremely domineering, his attacks shocking the heavens. However, that doesn't mean that he isn't proficient in defense. It's just that he doesn't have to do that most of the time. Besides, Pan Butai should worry about himself first. Yang Zhaoge laughed. Father, I'm not someone who likes to play the empty fort stratagem. As he spoke, yet another voice resounded from the distant horizon. Does your sacred Sun clan really think that you are invincible under the heavens? You've already reached a level where you are completely lawless, completely unbridled and unbridled. In the horizon, there seemed to be the sound of the tides of the Great Sea, causing one to have the misconception that they had arrived at the seaside. However, as the sound neared, they realized that it was shockingly the breathing of a person. A wild-looking, green-robed old man strode through the air, roiling waves of qi expanding into the surroundings, resembling the tides of the sea. The faces of Pan Butai and the Twilight Lord instantly turned a little ugly. The newcomer was shockingly a long-time elder of the Water Domain's sacred ground, Jade Sea City, a martial grandmaster expert, the sacred ground of the sacred ground. However, what they truly feared was not this wild-looking, green-robed old man. Instead, it was that they understood why Yang Di had been able to break through the ambush of the great sun heaven measuring ruler when Broadcreed Mountain's sacred artifact had yet to leave the mountain. The Extreme Yin Crown. The Extreme Yin Crown currently in the hands of Jade Sea City. The Extreme Yin Crown should have gone to the East Sea. If it had come over here, it shouldn't have done so quietly, the Twilight Lord said in a heavy tone. As one of their archenemies, the Sacred Sun Clan was constantly paying attention to the movements of Jade Sea City. Pan Butai's face was dark, just like how we concealed the appearance of the great sun heaven measuring ruler. It was all because of the fruit of the concealed fog tree. That year, the concealed fog tree bore a total of 2 fruits, one in our Sacred Sun Clan, the other in the hands of the Devil Saint. From the looks of it now, that fruit has actually fallen into the hands of Jade Sea City at some unknown time. We can talk about this later, the key is now. The Extreme Yin Crown delayed the great sun heaven measuring ruler, while Yang Di hurried over to the Eastern Tang. The great sun heaven measuring ruler having left the mountain, catching Broadcreed Mountain unprepared, rapidly killing Yang Di with the power of a sacred artifact. If they were delayed by the Extreme Yin Crown, the situation would be disadvantageous to the Sacred Sun Clan. Broadcreed Mountain similarly had a sacred artifact. Without having to ask, it was obvious that after having achieved their initial goal of confusing them, the sacred artifact of Broadcreed Mountain who had been lying in wait all this time must have already left the mountain at this moment. Also, it definitely wouldn't be coming to the Eastern Tang, but to where the great sun heaven measuring ruler was. Yang Zhaoge smacked his lips. After the first Extreme Yin bout, you grasped the Extreme Yin Crown and used it for your own personal gain, relying on the power of those 2 sacred artifacts to expand wantonly. You should have already predicted that this day would come. You've done the first thing, and the wheel of fortune has turned. Don't blame others for doing the same thing. Didn't you want to play something big? You schemed against my father, our clan schemed against your sacred artifact. Let's see whose mouth is bigger. Now, the distant sky suddenly shook. Boundless sunlight slowly rose from the horizon, and very quickly, a great sun filled the sky. The sun that appeared this time was slightly smaller and dimmer than the sun manifested by Pan Butai's martial will. However, this time, there were a total of 8 great golden suns, revolving around it. Who drew back the corners of his mouth. World Illuminating Lord. While the newcomer's cultivation base was inferior to Pan Butai's, his aura was even stronger than that of the Twilight Lord at his peak. As compared to the mysterious Twilight Lord, the pressure that this person brought with him was even more direct and intense. The head of the current generation of the 7 reigning suns, the World Illuminating Lord. He was the leading figure of the Sacred Sun Clan's senior generation, having previously competed with the current chief Huang Shu for the position of chief. This time, the sacred grounds had joined hands to explore the Earth domain and suppress the abnormalities, with the World Illuminating Lord of the Sacred Sun Clan heading there. The 8 great golden suns halted within the air, gradually converging towards the center, congregating into a single mass. Within the immeasurable light, a golden-robed middle-aged man walked out. He could also be considered handsome, just that his hooked nose was rather conspicuous. This person's portrait had already long since spread throughout the 8 extremities world. Everyone here naturally recognized him. He was precisely the head of this generation's 7 reigning suns, the world illuminating Lord. As soon as the world illuminating Lord arrived, he said in a heavy tone, "Uncle Pan, the matter is already over. Broad Creed Mountain's clear chi robe has emerged." The clear chi robe was precisely the sacred artifact that suppressed Broad Creed Mountain. The world illuminating Lord said, "The chief has already retreated with the great sun heaven measuring ruler, but Jade Sea City is entangling us endlessly with the extreme yin crown. We have to get rid of them before the clear chi robe arrives, or the consequences will be too horrible to contemplate." Senior apprentice brother Huang has yet to emerge from seclusion. Pan Butai once again felt stifled within his heart. The world illuminating Lord was silent for a moment, before he said, "They want to leave behind the great sun heaven measuring ruler. If they can force senior apprentice Uncle Huang to emerge from seclusion prematurely, that would be an even greater gain. Those of Infinite Boundless Mountain were originally also causing a ruckus in the eastern Tang, eyeing us covetously. But now, they have also suddenly quietened down, no longer competing with Broad Creed Mountain, looking as though they are making things easier for us. This time, it is we who have become the target of all." The fury on Pan Butai's face instantly vanished, his expression turning grave. Chapter 105. In the current world, of the 6 great sacred grounds, Turbid Wave Pavilion's style was relatively closed off. They rarely interacted with the outside world and were impartial. The Heavenly Thunder Hall and Jade Sea City had martial saints but no sacred artifacts. Broad Creed Mountain and Infinite Boundless Mountain had sacred artifacts but no martial saints. The Sacred Sun Clan had a rather close relationship with the Heavenly Thunder Hall, but with the Heavenly Thunder Hall being held back by Jade Sea City, the sacred artifact that Jade Sea City currently possessed, the Extreme Yin Crown, had traversed the Earth domain over. Infinite Boundless Mountain currently had an attitude of staying out of it, happy to see it happen. With Huang Guanglia still in seclusion, the Sacred Sun Clan was already in an awkward situation. While it is extremely dangerous for Yuan Zhengfeng to enter secluded cultivation and attempt to break through to the martial saint realm due to his old injuries, if he succeeds, Broad Creed Mountain's strength will skyrocket. The Twilight Lord said slowly, "At that time, even if martial Uncle Huang succeeds and Yuan Zhengfeng also advances, the situation will still be the same as it is now. While the Sacred Sun Clan has the upper hand, they are unable to completely suppress Broad Creed Mountain. Many factors must be considered when choosing the successor of the sect master. However, just in terms of martial practitioners, Yang Zhaoge's father, Yang Di, was the disciple that the old clan chief, Yuan Zhengfeng, was most proud of. Having a successor was also one of the reasons why Yuan Zhengfeng took the risk and went into seclusion. Yang Di's death had not only severed Broad Creed Mountain's most promising senior generation, it had similarly left a shadow in Yuan Zhengfeng's heart, affecting his decision. Even if Yuan Zhengfeng was determined to enter closed-door cultivation to break through to the martial sage realm, the more worries he had, the more difficult it would be. The world illuminating Lord said, "This time, we have lost a round. Let's think about how to lose less." Looking at that Jade Sea City elder, Pan Butai's gaze was dark and sinister. "Jade Sea City, it is merely a momentary success. With the third extreme yin bout about to begin, they won't be able to be complacent for long." Now, immeasurable light lit up in the distance, even more vigorous and powerful than the combined power of Pan Butai, the world illuminating Lord, the Twilight Lord and the other Sacred Sun Clan expert. It was as if there was an invisible boundary dividing heaven and earth. One half was normal, while the other half was completely transformed into a world of light. The majestic power caused everyone present to raise their eyebrows. Its light illuminated the heavens and illuminated the world. The expressions of Yang Di, Shatai, and that Jade Sea City elder did not change as they looked silently in the direction of that white light. The white light streaked across the sky in an instant. Following closely behind, a bright moon rose in the distant horizon. It was as if the moonlight could compete with the real sun in the sky. As the bright moonlight shone down, the suns formed from the martial wills of Pan Butai and the others became dimmer. Under the cold moonlight, the world instantly became cool. The moonlight hung in the sky. As soon as it appeared, it attracted everyone's attention. Because that was precisely the power of the sacred artifact, the extreme yin crown, manifested. As for that world of white light, It was the great sun heaven measuring ruler, which was also a sacred weapon. It was like the rising and setting of the sun, measuring the vault of heaven. However, right now, the great sun heaven measuring ruler was not in the mood to tangle with the extreme yin crown, also ignoring Yang Di and the others as it brought Pan Butai and the others along with it, fleeing into the distance. Your reactions are very fast indeed. If Huang Shu had hesitated just slightly, he would have been jointly blocked by the extreme yin crown and your clan's clear chi robe. The Jade Sea City elder curled his lips. He took a step forward, and his figure was wrapped in the bright moonlight. Shatai said to Yang Di, junior apprentice brother, you sit over here in the East Heaven region. The two of you can chat while I pursue alongside the extreme yin crown. Yang Di nodded, eldest apprentice brother is considerate. Shatai also flew up, merging within the bright moonlight as they chased after the great sun heaven measuring ruler, Pan Butai and the others who had fled into the distance. With the sacred artifact in the air, Yang Zhaoge could clearly feel the surrounding heavens and earth trembling together. Indistinctly, the sacred artifacts seemed to resonate with each other. Yang Zhaoge could also feel that other than the extreme yin crown and the great sun heaven measuring ruler, there was another extremely powerful existence in the distance, shaking the heavens and earth. Without having to ask, it should be his Grand Master, Yuan Zhengfeng. Wielding Broad Creed Mountain's sacred artifact, the clear chi robe, he was also hurrying over here, his target being the great sun heaven measuring ruler. The two sides, one fleeing and two pursuing, were far away in an instant, vanishing into the horizon. However, where Yang Zhaoge was, he could still feel the trembling and suppression of the surrounding space. After Shatai and the others had left, Yang Di first gathered all the Broad Creed Mountain disciples present, assigning them their tasks. The sacred Sun clan was destined to be chased out of the Eastern Tang, and even out of the East Heaven region this time. The Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners who had been clashing in other regions began to chase their opponents on all fronts. Yuan Zhengfeng personally led the clear chi robe, pursuing the great sun heaven measuring ruler together with the extreme yin crown, all the way into the fire domain. Broad Creed Mountain and Jade Sea City would naturally have martial practitioners following behind, vying for resources and territory. Resources and interests are still fine, but wanting to encroach on and occupy territory, that will be a little difficult. Yang Zhaoge looked into the distance, in the direction of the fire domain. As long as the great sun heaven measuring ruler is not extinguished, when Huang Guanglia leaves seclusion, he will definitely wrest back the territory we have now occupied. Landing on the ground, Yang Di said mildly, Huang Shu's reaction was not slow, retreating at the first possible moment. However, this can also be expected. Being able to leave the great sun heaven measuring ruler behind, being able to force Huang Guanglia out of seclusion, that would naturally be for the best. However, the sacred Sun clan will definitely not resign themselves to death. However, even if they don't die this time, they will still lose a layer of skin. Before Huang Guanglia leaves seclusion, they will not dare to cause any more trouble. His hands behind his back, Yang Di similarly gazed into the distance. This way, Master will be able to enter secluded cultivation in peace, at least not having to worry about outside invasions and disturbances. Meanwhile, our gains this time will also be beneficial to the clan's further development. Yang Zhaoge smacked his lips. At the end of the day, the extreme yin crown is not exclusively owned by Jade Sea City R. Yang Di said, if we help Jade Sea City forcibly keep the extreme yin crown, Infinite Boundless Mountain is destined to be pushed towards the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Even Turbid Wave Pavilion would not agree to this. Yang Zhaoge nodded, it is like this. On the other hand, if Jade Sea City monopolized the extreme yin crown, their relationship with Broad Creed Mountain might not be as close as it was now. This time, it was actually a little risky. A single mistake, and the result might be completely different. Yang Di swiveled his head to look at Yang Zhaoge, just like the Sacred Sun clan. It was because of a small flaw that was discovered by you that they were countered by us. While he didn't finish his words, Yang Zhaoge knew that Yang Di actually felt a little apologetic. While Yang Zhaoge himself had wanted to take this risk this time, if Yuan Zhengfeng and Yang Di had insisted on not doing so, Yang Zhaoge would only have needed to leave the Eastern Tang and return to Broad Creed Mountain. The Sacred Sun clan's plans having already been discovered, they were destined to fail. It was just that Broad Creed Mountain also wanted to make use of this chance to counterplot against the Sacred Sun clan. This would require Yang Zhaoge to continue acting. Yang Zhaoge chuckled shamelessly. Right. You don't know, but there were quite a few times just now when I was scared to the point that my soul almost left my body. You have to reward me properly. Ever since having come to this world, Yang Zhaoge had always been carefully and diligently assimilating into it. While interacting with people who were familiar with his body's original owner was the most frightening, it was also the most beneficial way for him to assimilate into this world. After such a long time, other than Ahu, the person Yang Zhaoge had come into contact with the most was this awesome father of his. Being the most familiar with him, from a certain perspective, their relationship was also the deepest. Good people don't live long, while scourges live for 1,000 years. Seeing Yang Zhaoge's mischievous look, Yang Di shot him a sidelong glance. People like the two of us still have plenty to live on. Chapter 106. After the father and son had laughed, Yang Zhaoge retracted his smile. When our race moved to the heaven domain that year, as Yang Zhaoge narrated his battle with Yang Shu, Yang Di's expression also sunk. Yang Zhaoge could clearly see a dense, baleful air within his eyes. After a long time, Yang Di said slowly, "This matter is not over yet." Yang Zhaoge nodded. Next, he sent a sound transmission with his aura chi. The spirit pill that I mentioned to you last time for treating Grandmaster's injuries has some progress. Yang Di's expression did not change, but his gaze was focused. How is the situation? The words used to record clues about the medicinal pills are extremely rare and ancient. It will be difficult to decipher them. Yang Zhaoge answered. Still, a considerable portion of it has already been deciphered. I have also ordered people to first gather the required medicinal ingredients. Once I get the hang of it, I'll be able to decipher the rest of the pill formulas much faster. Yang Di said, other than the martial Tao, you have also been interested in miscellaneous studies since young, being especially infatuated with the study of ancient characters of pre-Great Calamity times. You are very talented in this area, and it has come in handy now. Be more attentive. If Master can recover from his old injuries, his chances of becoming a martial sage will be very high. As Yang Di said this, he gazed into the distance. The winds are getting stronger and stronger now. The great battle unfolding in a corner of the eastern Tang was both the beginning and the end. Speaking of the beginning, it was because from this battle, a large-scale war that affected tens of thousands of kilometers, spanning across the heaven region and the fire region began. The clash between the two sacred grounds, Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun Clan, had escalated to a new level, no longer being limited to the previous local confrontations. Besides the Eastern Tang Kingdom, there was also the East Heaven Continent, and even the South Heaven Continent and the West Heaven Continent. At the border of the territories controlled by the two sides, a full-scale battle broke out. Even the Wind Domain, which was outside of the Heaven Domain and the Fire Domain, was affected. To say that it was over, it was because after that battle in the Eastern Tang, the general tone of the outcome of the entire war had been set. The great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler finally successfully returned to the Sacred Sun Clan's world illuminating peak, relying on its Guardian Grand formation and drawing upon the geographical advantage of the Fire Domain. It blocked the pursuing Broad Creed Mountain and Jade Sea City. Meanwhile, the Sacred Sun Clan forcibly endured it, not alarming their Grand Elder who was currently in secluded cultivation, the east-coming martial Saint Huang Guanglia. However, in the pursuit, the great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler had suffered a great deal of damage in order to escape. Having fallen into a disadvantageous position in the struggle between the higher echelons, the Sacred Sun Clan's defensive forces in other areas were also being forced into retreat step by step. The large and medium-sized forces that were close to each other also began to fight fiercely. The powers under Broad Creed Mountain naturally obtained complete victory. In this large-scale clash, the Sacred Sun Clan could only swallow this bitter pill, retracting their claws and teeth. On the world illuminating peak, the Sacred Sun Clan's few higher echelon experts sat facing each other. Pan Butai looked towards the world illuminating Lord. How is Sect Master? The world illuminating Lord answered, the great Sun Heaven Measuring Ruler was damaged, and Sect Master was also injured, but it's not too serious. Pan Butai's face turned green. Broad Creed Mountain. Jade Sea City, today's enmity, will definitely be repaid tenfold in the future. This time around, even though Glory Sect was tricked and suffered a huge loss, it did not hurt our core. The East Rising Lord said, as long as the old chief emerges from seclusion, we can immediately settle things with Broad Creed Mountain and Jade Sea City. The World Illuminating Lord shook his head slowly. Wanting to wrest back what was lost this time is very easy, but wanting to settle the debt with Broad Creed Mountain completely, we still cannot be careless. Yuan Zhengfeng will most likely also enter secluded cultivation this time to break through into the martial saint realm. With his old injuries, his chances are not high. However, if he fails, then so be it. If he succeeds, Broad Creed Mountain's strength will also increase. With our miscalculation this time, it will be very hard for us to obstruct them. The Twilight Lord said, firstly, we have to ensure that we get back the Extreme Yin Crown in the upcoming Extreme Yin bout. With the Extreme Yin Crown, our current situation will immediately be improved. With Yuan Zhengfeng in secluded cultivation, we will also have another chance. The World Illuminating Lord nodded, his expression slightly grave. What I am worried about now is that the other side will make use of their current dominance to exclude our Sacred Sun Clan disciples from the Extreme Yin bout. The East Rising Lord raised his brows. On what basis? The World Illuminating Lord gazed over. If they manage to persuade Infinite Boundless Mountain and Turbid Wave Pavilion, what do you think? The East Rising Lord sucked in a deep breath. The old chief's secluded cultivation has brought them pressure. Pan Butai said, contact Infinite Boundless Mountain and Turbid Wave Pavilion. If necessary, give up some things to ensure the Extreme Yin Crown, the territory of the mountain domain, on the way back to Infinite Boundless Mountain. Gazing into the distance, Zhao Hao could already no longer see the mountains and rivers of the Eastern Tang. His gaze was slightly heavy as he remained silent. At this moment, the arrogance between his brows receded slightly, but it was not because of Infinite Boundless Mountain's martial grandmaster standing beside him. Instead, it was because of this incident in the Eastern Tang, having suffered a setback at Yang Zhaoge's hands once more. While he looked down on no one, his judgment and discernment abilities were not bad. Within the Sealing Dragon Abyss, Yang Zhaoge had managed to awaken the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Zhao Shicheng, within a short period of time, his speed and efficiency causing even him to feel astonished. Once, it might still have been a coincidence, but twice in a row, Zhao Hao had no choice but to face the problem squarely. He began to view Yang Zhaoge with importance, but had never considered avoiding him. On the contrary, Zhao Hao began to officially feel killing intent towards Yang Zhaoge, who had continuously spoiled his plans. Unable to remain in the Eastern Tang, having to return to Infinite Boundless Mountain with those of Infinite Boundless Mountain, no longer having that much freedom, also caused Zhao Hao to feel suppressed within his heart. And the source of all this was related to Yang Zhaoge. The Broad Creed Mountain behind Yang Zhaoge, Zhao Hao had originally already felt enmity towards it. At this moment, he hated it to the extreme. Time, I need time, just give me some time, and that will do. Yang Zhaoge, Broad Creed Mountain, we have only just begun. Zhao Hao retracted his gaze, looking to the other side. He had no intention of entering Infinite Boundless Mountain, but since the situation forced him, he had to fight for the best treatment for himself, obtaining an even higher position. Zhao Hao did not have the mind to slowly rise through the ranks like a new disciple, being bossed around by others. On the other side, Infinite Boundless Mountain's principal elder in the Eastern Tang, Elder He, was currently following behind a middle-aged man. After this battle, the Sacred Sun Clan will be completely unable to establish a foothold in the Eastern Tang. However, since Broad Creed Mountain has already offended the Sacred Sun Clan, they will no longer make things difficult for our clan. The middle-aged man said, however, continuing to remain in the Eastern Tang, you will also have to keep a low profile for the next few days. He looked at Elder He. Guarding our clan's original assets and power is already enough. Elder He nodded, I understand. First seat Elder, please rest assured. That middle-aged man also glanced back in the direction of the Eastern Tang. If Huang Guanglia has left seclusion, the Sacred Sun Clan would not need to play such schemes, they could just directly crush them with their own strength. At the end of the day, forging iron requires one's own strength. Our clan also needs to develop as quickly as possible. Zhao Hao suddenly said, Speaking of infinite boundless mountains development, perhaps it is right before our eyes. Her. The middle-aged man and elder he simultaneously swiveled their heads to look at him. Zhao Hao pointed towards the northeast, saying casually, "Cloud Portent Mountain." The middle-aged man's and elder his eyes simultaneously emitted a bright light. The former Earth domain, the current Hell. Within the darkness, streaks of light could vaguely be seen. No figures could be seen, only human voices could be heard. Han Sheng has fallen into Broad Creed Mountain's hands. Unable to accomplish anything, but more than sufficient to spoil things. Han Sheng's knowledge is, after all, limited, and will not affect the overall situation. It's just that the clues leading to the glacial dragon Martial Saint's legacy have also fallen into Broad Creed Mountain's hands. No matter, there are still ways to think of them. First, prepare the other matters properly, and quietly wait for the time to arrive. Chapter 107. As for Yang Di, he would still remain in the East Heaven region. When there was a need, he would directly enter the fire domain to support Shatai and the others. You still need to be cautious about the pill formula you speak of. Before leaving, Yang Di instructed, decipher the ancient characters as soon as possible and carefully verify the medicinal principles of the pill formula. This is extremely important to our clan. Huang Guanglie is in seclusion, and no one knows when he will emerge. If by the time he emerges, there is still no one in our clan who has stepped into the Martial Saint realm, then the pressure will be even greater than before the War of the Eastern Tang. Hearing his words, Yang Zhaoge nodded lightly. Time waits for no man. This is precisely the reason why I suggested you take the risk this time. Especially when the third extreme yin bout is about to begin. If the extreme yin crown falls into the hands of the Sacred Sun clan, not even waiting for Huang Guanglie to emerge from seclusion, the balance of power between us and the enemy would be reversed. Yang Di asked, Jade Sea City's Maiden of Extreme Yin, having received the assistance of the Extreme Yin Crown this past year, her cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds. In the contest between the Maidens of Extreme Yin, due to the Extreme Yin Crown, it is destined that the strong will grow stronger. If nothing unexpected happens, the previous victor will have a greater advantage than the others. You think so highly of the Sacred Sun clan's Meng Wan? Yang Zhaoge answered slowly, I have heard Feng Yunxing's detailed description of Meng Wan. Whether it is her innate talent as a martial practitioner or her innate extreme yin power as a maiden of extreme yin, she is extremely outstanding. Meanwhile, the Sacred Sun clan's preparations for the extreme yin bout were the most abundant amongst all the sacred grounds. Therefore, in the first extreme yin bout back then, they were able to send out Feng Yunxing and Meng Wan at once, with Meng Wan obtaining first place in a single go. Yang Zhaoge curled his lips as he said this. In agreeing to the extreme yin bout so generously that year, they clearly had a card up their sleeves. While it seemed like a fair competition, they were actually using various methods to stuff the things into their own pockets, laughing inwardly at the foolishness of others. In the second extreme yin bout, Meng Wan's injury was purely an accident. Otherwise, with so many advantages stacked together, the extreme yin crown would most likely still be theirs. Yang Di said, that is also a fair competition. Being able to prepare more than others, that is also their capability. Unlike our sect, if not for your discovery this time, we wouldn't even be able to find the Maiden of Extreme Yin. Earlier, you swore that you could help Feng Yunxing recover her lunar physique. You have to keep that in mind. This is also an important matter. Yang Zhaoge immediately nodded, you can rest easy. I know what I'm doing. Pausing for a moment, Yang Zhaoge said, if this time's extreme yin bout is really so unsafe, we should start making preparations early. His gaze turned towards the north. Turbid Wave Pavilion mostly stays out of matters, while Infinite Boundless Mountain is rather active, having the tendency to sit on the fence, just like this time. The mountain domain shares a border with our heaven domain, and conflicts between the two sides are unavoidable. However, the mountain domain also shares a border with the thunder domain, and there are also many conflicts between the two. In the wind domain, Infinite Boundless Mountain also has some friction with the Sacred Sun clan. Unlike the tense relationship between Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan, the relationship between the mountain domain's sacred ground, Infinite Boundless Mountain, and Broad Creed Mountain was more of a competitive one. While they couldn't be considered harmonious, they also couldn't be considered enemies. The two giants that were relatively close to each other were fighting for their own development space, so it was inevitable that there would be some conflict. However, there were also times when they worked together, especially when the Sacred Sun clan had become more and more domineering in recent years. However, the Sacred Sun clan also generally pursued the strategy of befriending those far away and attacking those close to them. Therefore, most of the time, they would try to draw Infinite Boundless Mountain to their side in a conciliatory manner. It was just that the Sacred Sun clan's traditional ally, the Heavenly Thunder Hall, was not on good terms with Infinite Boundless Mountain, and the Sacred Sun clan also had to pay attention to how far they should go. Within Infinite Boundless Mountain, there was similarly a dispute over this. There are those who are hostile to our clan, and similarly, there are also those who are close to our clan. That is why there is a dispute. Yang Zhaoge smiled slightly. If we increase the bargaining chips for those who are close to our clan within Infinite Boundless Mountain, giving them more authority to speak, Infinite Boundless Mountain's overall decisions will be more and more biased towards us, and not towards the Sacred Sun clan. Yang Di said mildly, that means that we will have to pay some price, making concessions on some matters. Yang Zhaoge chuckled, not necessarily. Perhaps we can borrow the chicken to lay the eggs. Oh! Yang Di's gaze looked over. Pointing towards the north, Yang Zhaoge smiled as he spat out 3 words. Cloud Portent Mountain. Yang Di's gaze flickered slightly. What ideas do you have? Yang Zhaoge answered, while junior apprentice Sister Feng was sent back to the clan, while I remained in the Eastern Tang, other than analyzing the pill formula and the internal crystal furnace, I was also analyzing the problem of the recovery of her extreme yin physique, doing my best to ensure that nothing goes wrong. In the process of my research, I discovered that if I could find a treasured land of solitary yin and solitary yang, it would be of utmost importance. Such a place does not exist in our heaven domain. Therefore, I set my sights on other places. Hearing this, Yang Di nodded, that's right. The mountain domain's Cloud Portent Mountain is precisely such a place. Yang Zhaoge smiled, therefore, I gathered some information on Cloud Portent Mountain. After analyzing it carefully, I discovered that there seemed to be some profundities there. I will return to the mountain and think about it carefully. When you, Grand Master, and the others have returned to the clan, we can discuss it in detail. Yang Di also didn't ask any further, nodding, quickly return to the mountain to make your preparations. Yes, Yang Zhaoge bowed, and after handing over the matters of the Eastern Tang, he immediately returned to Broad Creed Mountain. Having returned to Broad Creed Mountain after more than half a year, Yang Zhaoge momentarily felt like he had returned home. Greetings, Senior Apprentice Brother Yang. Senior Apprentice Brother Yang has returned to the mountain? Greetings, Senior Apprentice Brother Yang. Seeing Yang Zhaoge at this moment, the gazes of the clan's younger disciples were filled with even greater respect. Their gazes were already completely not that of someone of the same generation as them, but more like they were looking at someone who was on a completely different level from them. The inside story of the Battle of the Eastern Tang was not known to these young disciples. However, they all knew that this senior apprentice brother before them had, in more than half a year's time, leapt from the late inner aura stage to the late outer aura stage. The benchmark figure of the Sacred Sun clan's younger generation, Chao Yuanlong, had suffered 2 crushing defeats at Yang Zhaoge's hands, and Xiao Shen had even been directly slain by him. Other than his achievements in the martial Dao, Yang Zhaoge had also caused the internal crystal furnace to reappear in this world, helping Broad Creed Mountain's overall strength to soar by leaps and bounds. Just these known achievements alone were enough for Yang Zhaoge to no longer be the same in the eyes of these junior apprentice brothers and sisters. Yang Zhaoge was all smiles as he greeted them, first heading to the clan's assignment hall. According to the rules, he had previously gone to the Eastern Tang with a mission. Returning to the mountain this time, he first had to hand over the mission. At the same time, according to etiquette, there was someone whom he had to meet first. Yang Zhaoge entered the assignment hall. After handing over the mission, he was led by an assignment elder to the back hall. Within the hall sat a middle-aged man with a scholarly appearance. He was currently browsing through some scrolls, rapidly commenting on them. Raising his head, he gazed over, smiling warmly, "Zhaoge, you've returned." Yang Zhaoge calmly greeted him, second apprentice uncle. This gentle, elegant middle-aged man with a long beard before him was Yang Zhaoge's second apprentice uncle. Chapter 108. As a key participant in the War of the Eastern Tang, having returned to the mountain, Yang Zhaoge naturally had to meet Fang Zhen. Fang Zhen said slowly, "It was still rather risky this time. Although eldest apprentice brother went to the Eastern Tang ahead of the other party's expectations, a battle of this level could still affect you." Yang Zhaoge smiled as he answered, "What second apprentice uncle says is true. Thinking about it now, I also feel some lingering fear. Still, it was still worth it. It's just a pity that the great sun heaven measuring ruler was not left behind." Fang Zhen waved his hands. "That was completely according to the optimal situation that we had envisioned. The current results are already extremely good. We must act decisively, but we must not underestimate the opponent's reaction speed. Although Huang Shu isn't Huang Guanglie, he isn't easy to deal with either." His tone was gentle as he spoke to Yang Zhaoge. While he was speaking to him as a senior, he did not give off the feeling of looking down on him. Just from the atmosphere of their conversation, Yang Zhaoge's conversation with him seemed even more relaxed than his conversation with Shatai. "Second apprentice uncle is right," Yang Zhaoge smiled. Fang Zhen said, "I already know about Yang Shu's problem. I also feel very regretful about what happened to your Yang clan that year." Yang Zhaoge shook his head. "Second apprentice uncle's words are too serious. Having personally slain Yang Shu for me, I can also be considered to have avenged him. After my father knew about it, he had already let go of the matter." Fang Zhen said, "The relic of the glacial dragon martial saint and that ring of my disciple Yi Jing will be decided after master and the others have returned to the mountain. Zhaoge, go and rest well first." Yang Zhaoge bowed, "I will take my leave." "Please wait, second apprentice uncle." Exiting the assignment hall, Yang Zhaoge let out a long breath. When people mentioned the three heroes of Broad Creed Mountain, they would usually first think of Yang Di, who possessed the greatest martial talent and strength. But actually, before Yang Di had risen to prominence of their generation, the most famous figure of Broad Creed Mountain's new generation had been precisely the quiet and peaceful Fang Zhen, who was currently sitting in the assignment hall appraising scrolls. The name of the hidden dragon had already explained everything. Meanwhile, the person of the Sacred Sun clan who had been Fang Zhen's opponent in the past was their current chief, Huang Shu. Even now, with Huang Shu succeeding Huang Guanglie as the new chief of the Sacred Sun clan, there were few who felt that Huang Shu was inferior to him in terms of personal ability. Walking on the small mountain path, Yang Zhaoge's thoughts drifted as he thought of many things. "By the way, how is junior sister Feng doing now?" Yang Zhaoge asked, as Ahu by the side gave a simple and honest laugh. "Young master, after you entered the assignment hall just now, I already sent people to inquire about it. Miss Feng has already started cultivating. In the past half a year, she has been nursing her injuries and cultivating her martial arts foundation. After all, she is now a disciple of Broad Creed Mountain. For the sake of having a smoother path on her martial path in the future, it would not be good for her to continue cultivating in the martial arts of the Sacred Sun clan. Spending some more time to reconstruct her foundation now is also normal. The old sect master took care of her personally and used a sea exchange stone from the sect's collection to help her rebuild her Dantian Sea of Qi." Ahu scratched his big head and said, "I heard that her injuries have gradually healed, and the reconstruction of her foundation has been completed. The sect has arranged for her to stay in a cave residence in the back of the mountain. As for other matters, we'll discuss them after you return, young master." Yang Zhaoge nodded. "Let's go take a look. If her condition already fulfills the conditions, the matter of helping her regain her extreme yin physique as soon as possible should be put on the agenda." As they walked, Yang Zhaoge sighed, "Time waits for no man. Her opponents will not stand still and wait for her. She has already wasted more than 2 years' time." Arriving at the back of the mountain, nearing Feng Yunxing's residence, Yang Zhaoge's heart jolted slightly. A middle-aged woman walked out from the side of the road. It was one of Broad Creed Mountain's acting elders. Seeing Yang Zhaoge, she nodded and did not say anything else, her figure disappearing once more. Yang Zhaoge similarly nodded in acknowledgement before continuing on his way. Within the forest, the sound of a waterfall resounded. Passing through the forest, Yang Zhaoge saw a massive waterfall appear before his eyes. The rumbling water fell from the sky, crashing against the deep pool below, causing huge splashes of water to form. Looking over, Yang Zhaoge saw that below that waterfall, a figure stood ramrod straight, allowing the violent waterfall to strike unceasingly. White clothes like snow, black hair like a waterfall. A jet-black saber was grasped in a jade-white hand, which was waved over and over again. Every time the saber was waved, that massive waterfall would be slashed apart for an instant. The next moment, the water flow resumed, and the waterfall descended once more. Then, the saber waved once more, and the waterfall was slashed apart once more. Just like that, the cycle repeated itself. Yang Zhaoge stood there, not moving, quietly observing. Who also accompanied him by the side. That figure was extremely determined. Yang Zhaoge and who were similarly extremely patient. Time passed, from midday all the way to sunset, without a break in the slightest. While it is still in its embryonic form, within that saber, it vaguely possesses the strengths of both the Sacred Sun clan and the Broad Creed Mountain clan. Seeing the other party's cultivation, Yang Zhaoge did not just look at her determination and perseverance. I did not judge wrongly earlier. Her comprehension ability can only be stronger than Xiao Shen's, and her diligence in cultivation is also top-notch. Whose expression was somewhat solemn. While I have only seen her cultivate, young master, I feel that she is very strong in actual combat. At the same cultivation level, she might even be more outstanding than Xiao Shen and Chao Yuanlong. Yang Zhaoge shrugged his shoulders. That's right, I have seen her in actual combat. Looking at her usual cultivation, it is actually very easy to underestimate her. Even if we don't consider the problem of her being a maiden of extreme yin, she is still an outstanding genius in the martial Dao. If she had not castrated Xiao Shen, even if she crippled one of his legs, the Sacred Sun clan would probably still have people who would protect her. Seeing Feng Yunsheng finally stop, leaping out from beneath the waterfall, Yang Zhaoge prepared to stride out. From the looks of it, she indeed seems to have finished her preparations. Just as he was about to raise his leg, Yang Zhaoge's movements paused slightly. He saw Feng Yunsheng rather carefully observing her surroundings, as if confirming that there was no one around. Not discovering anyone else, a relaxed smile appeared on her face as she walked towards a dense forest by the side of the waterfall. Yang Zhaoge frowned. Oh? Could it be that there is something shameful going on? If there really was, our clan's elder keeping watch over this place shouldn't have been unable to detect it. Feeling curious, Yang Zhaoge followed after her, who also hurriedly following. Entering the forest, he saw Feng Yunsheng currently squatting on the ground without a care for her image. That little black dog called Little Meaty that she was raising was sitting by her side, wagging its tail. A small fire had been lit up by Feng Yunsheng. On top of the fire was a rack, on which was a skewer of something, being roasted. At this moment, Feng Yunsheng was completely different from her usual heroic, spirited appearance. She looked like a cat that had stolen a fish, moving closer to the rack, her nose lightly sniffing as an expression of enjoyment appeared on her face. She sighed in admiration. The world only knows that this tiger claw fish is highly poisonous, but they don't know that it is a supreme delicacy. Hearing this from afar, Yang Zhaoge and who couldn't help but exchange looks. The tiger clawfish was not only highly poisonous to ordinary people, it could even poison martial scholars. Chapter 109. Sniffing the aroma, Yang Zhaoge smacked his lips. TSK, it smells not bad, it might really be delicious. Your eyesight is not bad, it feels like you really know how to eat. He was actually also very fond of tasting various delicacies. It was just that after having come to this world, on one hand, he had been too busy with various official matters, on the other hand, he had lived a life of luxury, food coming his way. On the contrary, he was no longer like how he had been back when he had been an old Thai, searching for delicacies all over the place. Seeing Feng Yunsheng's appearance now, Yang Zhaoge resonated with her. Sniffing that aroma again, he instantly felt like his gluttonous bug had also been hooked. Yang Zhaoge coughed, walking out honestly and impolitely. Feng Yunsheng was suddenly shocked, leaping up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Seeing that it was Yang Zhaoge, the wariness in her eyes dissipated. However, The next moment, her gaze was filled with awkwardness as she unconsciously took a step to the side, blocking the fire and the grill behind her. She who had always been a smooth talker actually stuttered a little at this moment. Senior apprentice brother Yang, when did you return to the mountain? Yang Zhaoge said nonchalantly, just today. I heard that your injuries have basically healed, the reconstruction of your foundation also completed. Therefore, I came to discuss matters regarding your future cultivation with you. Walking before Feng Yunxing, Yang Zhaoge made use of his height to look behind her. Then, I discovered some impressive things. Feng Yunxing calmed down now, coughing dryly. Senior apprentice brother Yang, you also know that us martial practitioners have greater requirements for food and drink, needing to unceasingly replenish our expended energy. Right, as for me, I rather like cooking my own food. This can also be considered a hobby, just like how some others like the four arts, just that mine, is a little more unique. Her words became fluent, but no matter how one listened, she still felt a little guilty and embarrassed. Smiling, Yang Zhaoge sat down by the grill. Those who see have a share, those who see have a share. Feng Yunxing was taken aback for a moment, before no longer feeling uneasy, smiling. Delicacies are originally only fun when shared. Senior apprentice brother Yang wanting to taste my cooking, that naturally couldn't be any better. She paused for a moment, before adding, relax, while the tiger clawfish is poisonous, I've already processed it, so there's no need to be afraid of being poisoned after eating it. After the skewered tiger claw fish had been cooked, Feng Yunxing immediately plucked them one by one, handing them to Yang Zhaoge and Hu. Little Meaty wagged her tail and moved closer, looking extremely flattering. I won't forget about you. Feng Yunxing smiled and gave it one too. Hu was still in a daze. Feng Yunxing smiled and said, try it. My taste is very picky. There aren't many delicacies that I can't forget. Yang Zhaoge suddenly felt like he didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. This plot was a little off. Weren't the male protagonists usually the ones who picked up girls in the other world with grilled fish and chicken? A barbecue, a beauty's undying love, and so on. When it comes to me, why does it seem to be reversed? As expected, there was a problem with the script. But, to be honest, the taste was really not bad, it was quite delicious. Eating is one thing, but don't forget about the important matter. Yang Zhaoge swallowed the thing in his mouth, looking at Feng Yunxing. Do you still remember what I said to you half a year ago when we parted in the Eastern Tang? Your days of hardship are coming. Hearing his words, Feng Yunxing's gaze abruptly lit up, even to the point of being a little piercing. I have always been waiting for this day. Yang Zhaoge said, you've wasted more than 2 years, and now have to start all over again. Let alone Meng Wn, even if it were the other maidens of extreme yin, it would also not be an easy thing for you to catch up to them. Therefore, I can only give you strong medicine. Yang Zhaoge said mildly, this matter concerns the clan's overall situation, and is no longer your personal matter. If you can't bear it, I'm afraid that I will also force you to bear it. Feng Yunxing smiled slightly, if I can easily catch up to the pioneers without putting in more effort, where would the similarly talented little Wan and the others be? She met Yang Zhaoge's gaze without wavering in the slightest, saying solemnly, however tough it is, I can also bear it. Either I succeed, or I train myself to death in the mountains. I also wouldn't have to go to the extreme yin bout to lose face. Yang Zhaoge waved his hands, relax, no need to be too nervous. I'm not asking you to succeed on your first try. On the contrary, clashing with the other maidens of extreme yin is a necessary tempering in the first place. What's important is that you climb step by step, unceasingly rising until you finally reach the peak. Feng Yunxing nodded, I understand. In the following days, Yang Zhaoge began guiding Feng Yunxing in her most preliminary preparations. And as time passed, the conflict between Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun Clan also gradually calmed down. One day, the heavens and the earth shook as the clear Qi robe returned to the mountain. The old clan chief, Yuan Zhengfeng, and the other experts of Broad Creed Mountain, successively returned to the mountain. The Yang Zhaoge who had been staying in the mountain these past few days was also summoned by his Grand Master, Yuan Zhengfeng. Yuan Zhengfeng looked a little thin, withered old man, but as he sat there, he was like the focal point of the great hall, hard to ignore. On his left were an old man and an old woman. Yang Zhaoge recognized these two to be the clan's grand elders, longtime elders of the same generation as Yuan Zhengfeng. And on Yuan Zhengfeng's right sat Shi Tai, Fang Zhun, and his father, Yang Di. Seeing Fang Zhun and Yang Di sitting side by side, Yang Zhaoge's gaze flickered slightly. His second apprentice uncle was hailed as a hidden dragon. However, it was precisely because of his father's sudden appearance that the hidden dragon was still a hidden dragon, lacking that final step of the hidden dragon ascending to the heavens, still a dragon within the abyss. However, in this world where martial practitioners reigned supreme, while a person's strength and potential were important criteria for determining the leader of a power, there were still many other factors that had to be considered in the long term. In the eyes of most people, not considering his accomplishments in the martial Dao, as compared to Yang Di, Fang Zhun seemed more suitable to become the next clan chief in other areas. A few years ago, when Fang Zhun's external policies had not been as tough as they were now, he had even received the unanimous support of the moderate faction led by the longtime elders of the clan. The other sacred grounds other than Broad Creed Mountain were similarly paying close attention to the selection of the next clan chief. Not just the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall who were on bad terms with each other, even Jade Sea City and Infinite Boundless Mountain were extremely concerned. Even though Fang Zhun had also begun to become tough these past few years, as compared to Yang Di who had shown off his abilities, he was still much, much gentler. Before Yang Di's rise, Fang Zhun had also always been looked upon favorably within Broad Creed Mountain as Yuan Zhengfeng's successor. However, Yang Di's current momentum of coming from behind was becoming more and more obvious. Countless thoughts flashed through Yang Zhaoge's mind as he retracted his thoughts, greeting everyone present. Yuan Zhengfeng smiled. This time, we've all been running errands for Zhaoge. Yang Zhaoge also had a sufficient understanding of his Grand Master. Usually, the old man was actually very humorous in front of the younger generation. His words now were not criticism or sarcasm, instead being a joke as he looked at the younger generation of his family who had a promising future. Yang Zhaoge laughed shamelessly. These words of yours really kill me. I've been on tenterhooks these past few days, afraid that I might be sent to the disciplinary hall. Chapter 110. When the sect needs me, I should work hard to contribute to the sect. Shi Tai, who was sitting below Yuan Zhengfeng, said, "It's good that you have such intentions, but the sect is very clear about rewards and punishments. We will not mistreat every disciple who has contributed." Yang Zhaoge bowed. "Thank you, Grand Master, thank you, eldest apprentice uncle." Yuan Zhengfeng said, "We can talk about the specific reward later. Now, let's talk about something more important." The old man's gaze focused slightly as he looked at Yang Zhaoge. This old man heard Yang Di mention that you, Zhaoge, have set your sights on Infinite Boundless Mountain's Cloud Portent Mountain. Cloud Portent Mountain was located in the east of the mountain domain, rather far from Infinite Boundless Mountain. However, it had always been highly regarded by Infinite Boundless Mountain. Cloud Portent Mountain produced a precious mineral called Giant Spirit Magnetite. In the entire Eight Extremities world, only Infinite Boundless Mountain and Cloud Portent Mountain produced this item. Infinite Boundless Mountain's core inner chi cultivation technique was known as the Giant Spirit Profound Art, and was renowned alongside Broad Creed Mountain's Clear Chi Profound Art and the Sacred Sun Clan's Great Sun True Chi. The connection between the Giant Spirit Profound Art and the Giant Spirit Magnetite was not a simple coincidence. The gargantuan Profound Art's might was enormous, and its strength was ferocious and vigorous to the extreme, but the difficulty of cultivating it was also extremely high. In the past, the founder of Infinite Boundless Mountain had inadvertently discovered Giant Spirit Magnetite in Infinite Boundless Mountain, which was beneficial to his cultivation of the Giant Spirit Profound Art. Thus, he had occupied this mountain, later establishing his own sect there, establishing the earliest foundation of Infinite Boundless Mountain. However, as time passed, Infinite Boundless Mountain's Giant Spirit Magnetite reserves gradually dried up. Fortunately, there was also Cloud Portent Mountain in the mountain domain that produced this treasure. Now, however, Infinite Boundless Mountain's supply of Giant Spirit Magnetite had already been completely cut off, while Cloud Portent Mountain's ore reserves were also growing lesser and lesser, looking like they were about to be completely eaten up. Without the giant spirit profound stone, a martial artist could still cultivate the giant spirit profound art, but the difficulty of cultivation would be much greater, and the cultivation speed would also be slower. This matter became one of Infinite Boundless Mountain's greatest worries. All these years, while searching for new giant spirit magnetite veins, Infinite Boundless Mountain had also gathered their experts to improve the giant spirit profound art. He had gained nothing from the former, and although he had made some progress in the latter, it was limited. Therefore, hearing that Yang Zhaoge had set his sights on Cloud Portent Mountain, Yuan Zhengfeng and the others immediately became interested. Yang Zhaoge's expression turned serious. I still can't say for sure. I'll have to go to Cloud Portent Mountain to take a look first before I can come to a conclusion. However, that place is indeed an opportunity. Pausing for a moment, Yang Zhaoge looked first at Yuan Zhengfeng, then at the others, not able to squeeze the Sacred Sun clan out of this extreme yin bout. Regarding Yang Zhaoge's question, Yuan Zhengfeng and the others did not think much of it, as some praise even appeared within their gazes. Fang Zhun said, I originally wanted to join hands with the other sacred grounds, keeping the Sacred Sun clan's maiden of extreme yin out of this bout. However, neither Turbid Wave Pavilion nor Infinite Boundless Mountain have expressed their stance, so we can only drop the matter. The Sacred Sun clan's maiden of extreme yin will still be participating in the upcoming extreme yin bout. Yang Zhaoge nodded slightly. Within Infinite Boundless Mountain, there had actually always been a great divergence of opinion. The sacred ground of the mountain domain seemed to be waiting for a good price, enjoying the benefits of both the Heavenly Water Alliance of Broad Creed Mountain and Jade Sea City, as well as the Thunderfire Alliance of the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall. However, they themselves had never given up on developing and expanding, leading the way. To expand and develop, there had to be a focus and a direction. In terms of the geographical position of the mountain domain, north and west were all desolate. Therefore, they could either head east and clash with the Heavenly Thunder Hall, or head south and clash with Broad Creed Mountain. To them, an overly powerful Sacred Sun Clan or an overly powerful Broad Creed Mountain were both things that they would not be happy to see. As for whether they should be friendly with Broad Creed Mountain or the Sacred Sun Clan, Infinite Boundless Mountain had always been debating internally. Yang Zhaoge said solemnly, this disciple has researched ancient texts, and found that whether it is the giant spirit profound art or the giant spirit magnetite, they are both things that existed before the great calamity. In a while, this disciple will head to the mountain domain's Cloud Portent Mountain to investigate. Perhaps there will be some gains. In the third extreme yin bout, if the extreme yin crown fell into the hands of the Sacred Sun clan, to Broad Creed Mountain, being able to pull Infinite Boundless Mountain over to their side would be extremely important. As for whether they would raise a tiger to drive a wolf away, causing Infinite Boundless Mountain to grow to become a threat, Yang Zhaoge wasn't too worried, as he already had a plan in mind. To Yuan Zhengfeng's left, an old woman said slowly, after all, you killed Pan Buotai's grandson, and also played an important role in the War of the Eastern Tang this time. The Sacred Sun clan will very likely have their eyes on you. While the Sacred Sun clan suffered a huge loss this time, it is not hard for them to assassinate a martial scholar. It would still be fine in the heaven domain, but if you go to the mountain domain, it might not be safe. As for the matter of Cloud Portent Mountain's giant spirit magnetite, can't someone else go in your place? Yang Zhaoge smiled, saying, many thanks for Senior Apprentice Grandaunt's concern, but this will have to depend on the various seniors here. If the Sacred Sun clan is stupid enough to fall into a trap twice in a row, we'll just leave the people who have come this time completely behind. That old woman raised her brows. Set up another ambush? At such a young age, do you really think that you have an immortal body? Fang Zhun said, at the very least, before they obtain the extreme yin crown, the Sacred Sun clan will not act rashly. They will indeed have to worry about our clan setting up another ambush for them. Even if the Sacred Sun clan obtains the extreme yin crown, with Infinite Boundless Mountain's intentions unclear, they will also not act rashly in the mountain domain. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to pushing Infinite Boundless Mountain towards us. What is truly a threat is if Huang Guanglia improves a step further after emerging from seclusion this time. That will be when the Sacred Sun clan's true counterattack. Fang Zhun's voice was slightly heavy. At that time, I'm afraid that it will be an even more intense battle, perhaps even an all-out war. Therefore, it is even more necessary now to prepare for a rainy day, to increase our clan's chances of victory. Yuan Zhengfeng said, beating the Sacred Sun clan painfully this time is to make our subsequent actions more convenient, not to instead be even more overcautious and indecisive. Zhaoge, if you want to go to the mountain domain, that's fine. However, for safety reasons, you cannot go alone. Yang Zhaoge nodded. Grand Master, I understand. Yuan Zhengfeng smiled. All right, let's talk about some things that Zhaoge would like to hear. He looked at Shetai, who nodded. In the middle and late stages of the War of the Eastern Tang, Zhaoge, you first saw through the Sacred Sun clan's plans, even being willing to take a huge risk, drawing the enemy into a trap. Shetai swiveled his head to look at Yang Di. This time, when we attacked the fire domain, a portion of the spoils of war was yours. You can go ask junior apprentice brother Yang for it later. Yang Di laughed. We haven't even reached the fire domain yet, and this kid is already thinking about it. Yuan Zhengfeng and the others all laughed, while Yang Zhaoge chuckled, not speaking. Shetai continued, and before this, you successively saved the life of the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Zhao Shicheng, as well as helping him wrest back control over Jingyang City's formation, ensuring that the Eastern Tang did not fall. Thus, you are worthy of the clan's reward. Afterwards, you even trapped the ghost hatchet elder Han Sheng, making an important contribution in dealing with the decimating Abyss organization. These 3 merit points, the clan's original intention was actually to simply reward you with a spirit artifact. Shetai looked at Yang Zhaoge. However, you currently already have at least 2 spirit artifacts, and Yang Shu's assets are also up to you to handle. You do not lack spirit artifacts, instead having an excess of them. Martial scholars were unable to unleash the full power of spirit artifacts. Just controlling one was already very impressive, and even if they had more, they would only be used as backup, as it would be very difficult to control them all at once. It was like how back in the Spirit Wind Canyon, Yang Zhaoge had only used the Radiant Sun Wheel, with the Jade Dragon Sword actually acting as the core of the formation. Shetai said, therefore, the clan has decided to reward you with a Qilin Spring Baptism. Chapter 111. However, there weren't many whose external conditions could be satisfied, and Broad Creed Mountain's own Qilin Spring Baptism, in Yang Zhaoge's eyes, also had its merits. Broad Creed Mountain possessed the heavenly clear spirit spring, and martial practitioners who bathed within it would receive great benefits. This baptism was known as the Heavenly Spring Baptism. As Yang Zhaoge saw it, the Heavenly Spring Baptism could only be considered above average. But if he added in the Qilin stone and turned it into a Qilin Spring Baptism, then it would be a very high-quality baptism ceremony. It was just that the number of Qilin stones was extremely limited, one used meant one less. Up until now, Broad Creed Mountain only had 3 Qilin stones left. Each one was used with the utmost caution. From what Yang Zhaoge knew, after the investigation of Feng Yunsheng had concluded, if she could really regain her extreme yin physique, the clan had already decided to prepare a Qilin Spring Baptism for her. Therefore, Broad Creed Mountain actually only had 2 Qilin stones left. In other words, they only had 2 chances at the Qilin Spring Baptism. For him to be able to obtain the reward of the Qilin Spring Baptism, on one hand, was due to his merits in the Eastern Tang this time. On the other hand, it was because he had consecutively defeated Chao Yuanlong and Xiao Shun, displaying a greater potential and strength than before. The latter was probably the main reason. I will guard against arrogance and rashness, working even harder in my cultivation, Yang Zhaoge smiled as he answered. Shetai nodded. In a while, follow me to receive the Qilin stone. Your Qilin Spring Baptism will be presided over by junior apprentice brother Yang. As Yang Zhaoge left with Shetai, below Yuan Zhengfeng, that old man who had not spoken all along now said slowly, able to perform meritorious deeds, but also able to cause trouble. Too impetuous. Yuan Zhengfeng waved his hand. Unlike other youngsters, Zhaoge has his own ways to deal with the troubles he's caused. He doesn't need others to clean up after him. Even if we cause too much trouble like the Eastern Tang this time, we can still take advantage of the situation, turning disaster into a blessing. That is already very good. The old woman shook her head. It's impossible to be lucky every time. Yuan Zhengfeng smiled. You're lucky every time. That means you're not just relying on luck. Young people should always be more aggressive. Otherwise, at our age, wouldn't they be even more conservative than us? That would really be like stretching out your neck and gasping for air, waiting for your death. The two grand elders fell silent, while Fang Zhen smiled. Yang Di stood up, calmly bowing towards Yuan Zhengfeng. Master, two senior apprentice uncles, I will go prepare for the Qilin spring baptism. When Yang Zhaoge next saw his father, he was already by the side of the heavenly clear spirit spring. From the outside, the heavenly clear spirit spring was like a white jade mirror stone. There were no ripples on the surface, and the spring water was white, warm and clear. The spiritual qi within was contained but not leaked out, not appearing outwardly. However, just being by the side of the spirit spring, Yang Zhaoge felt relaxed and carefree. The Qilin stone was a fiery red spirit stone. It was translucent, and there was a faint light flickering within it. It looked like a mythological beast, a Qilin, but it also looked like a raging flame. Yang Zhaoge handed the Qilin stone to Yang Di. With a flick of his finger, that spirit stone flew into the air of the spring water, not descending downwards by Yang Di's fist intent. Yang Di gazed at the heavenly clear spirit spring which did not even have a single ripple on it. The originally solid surface of the spring water suddenly rippled as if it was boiling. Extreme silence suddenly turned into extreme movement at this moment. Streams of water shot into the skies, congregating with the Qilin stone as their center, forming the shape of an umbrella. Yang Zhaoge immediately strode forward, his figure rising into the air as he came above the heavenly clear spirit spring. He sat down in the meditative position, before his entire person slowly sunk into the spring water below. Gazing upwards, he saw that as his body descended, the Qilin stone that was surrounded by the streams of water above him also sunk downwards. When Yang Zhaoge's entire body had sunk into the water, the umbrella-like streams of water above him, along with the Qilin stone at the top of the umbrella, also sunk into the water. Looking over, Yang Zhaoge saw the Qilin stone rapidly disintegrate within the spring water, transforming into numerous red streams of light, merging with the pure white spring water as they revolved around him. Being within the heavenly clear spirit spring, the feeling it gave off was completely unlike that of being soaked in water. It was exactly the same feeling as when he was in the air of the outside world. However, his entire person seemed to have been frozen solid, unable to move at all, as if he was a small bug trapped in amber. Those red streams of light, rippling within the pure white spring water, actually gradually took form. The head of a dragon, the body of a deer, the tail of an ox, the hooves of a horse. Majestic, radiant, dignified. It was shockingly a Qilin. This red Qilin silhouette enveloped Yang Zhaoge's entire body, surrounding him within. As time passed, this Qilin silhouette gradually shrunk, seemingly merging within Yang Zhaoge's body. And within the pure white spring water, a large amount of spiritual energy was also drawn over, merging within Yang Zhaoge's body. Yang Zhaoge quietly closed his eyes, silently circulating his profound art, inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy as he paid close attention to the changes in his body. My qi has expanded further, the amount of aura qi that it can hold has increased. My tendons have strengthened further, able to withstand even more violent eruptions of power. My bone marrow and bloodline are also strengthening. Their ability to produce blood, their ability to regenerate, have all increased. Even my thoughts have become more nimble. It is not just a temporary effect, instead having long-term potential benefits for my future cultivation. The corners of Yang Zhaoge's mouth revealed a hint of a smile, feeling rather satisfied with the results. When the entire baptism ceremony had ended, Yang Zhaoge emerged from the heavenly clear spirit spring, standing silently by its side, not moving in the slightest. Yang Di did not rush him as he gathered by the side and waited. Yang Zhaoge could only feel the aura qi of his entire body surging unceasingly as he suddenly let out a long roar, the roar resembling the roar of a dragon from the 9 heavens, not ceasing for a long time. This long roar resounded in all directions, moving one's very soul. Only after a long time did Yang Zhaoge cease his long roar. Moving his body slightly, he felt that his foundation had become even more solid, the feeling of his accumulated strength about to erupt becoming even clearer. Yang Zhaoge turned his head, smiling. The Qilin spring baptism truly lives up to its reputation. Cultivate diligently. Yang Di smiled, Now that you've returned this time, I won't test your cultivation. Those little fellas of the Sacred Sun clan have already proven your improvement over the past few days. Having just finished the baptism, you should return to your residence to nourish your aura chi. The things that I brought back for you from the fire domain this time have already been placed in your residence. A hint of warmth surfaced within Yang Di's eyes. You are about to go to the mountain domain, return to your residence and properly prepare. Yang Zhaoge nodded. You can rest easy, I won't be careless. Returning to his residence, Yang Zhaoge indeed saw that a large amount of treasures had been placed there. Guarding the treasure mountain, Ahu was smiling so widely that only his teeth could be seen. Yang Zhaoge made an inventory. Quite a few of the things that he needed urgently were all there. Let me see, flowing cloud mirror. Underground fire pith. Fire patterned jade. Heaven ascending vine. Yang Zhaoge snapped his fingers. A great harvest are. All of these things, in the fire domain and in the Sacred Sun clan, were all supreme treasures that were in high demand, being incomparably rare. To the Sacred Sun clan itself, these treasures all had boundless, miraculous uses, and were in a state where they were in short supply. Usually, the Sacred Sun clan strictly restricted the outflow of these treasures. Wanting to trade for treasures produced in the heaven domain was already extremely difficult. Even if they were to trade, they would only be able to trade for some inferior goods. And this time, of the things that Yang Zhaoge wanted, he had obtained a considerable portion of them, and the quantity and quality were all extremely superior. Chapter 112. Still, with the two main materials already in place, it would be much easier for Yang Zhaoge to forge the Blood Devil plate. Other than the flowing cloud mirror, Yang Di had also brought back a large amount of fire-patterned jade from the fire domain, causing Yang Zhaoge to feel very happy. After combining the fire-patterned jade with the icy sky congealed fat produced in the heaven domain and forming a medicinal paste, Yang Zhaoge smeared it on his body. Yang Zhaoge, who resembled a statue, sat in the meditative position, circulating his qi as he breathed in and out. The medicinal paste on his body gradually turned transparent, numerous wisps of smoke clouds being absorbed by the unceasingly opening and closing acupoints of his entire body. Within his Dantian's qi si, the mass of primal qi concealed by the clear qi constantly fluctuated, gradually separating into two streams of extremely cold qi and extremely hot qi. In that extremely hot air current, a small spark flickered faintly. The spiritual energy in the ointment was divided and absorbed by the hot and cold air currents, and then gradually returned to chaos. Yang Zhaoge opened his eyes, his eyeballs moving. His senses towards the outside world were already much more acute than before. Not only had his stellar energy cultivation improved, but his spiritual perception had also improved. The Grandmaster realm was usually divided into three major realms: internal invulnerability, physical invulnerability, and innate. Above the innate realm was the heavenly connection realm, which was the realm where one was trying to become a great Grandmaster. The greatest difference between a late outer aura martial scholar and an early Xiantian martial scholar was whether or not they could cultivate their own astral energy to the point of spirituality. Astral energy had a spirit of its own, making it even more powerful. When a martial artist used it, they would be even more flexible. With the same amount of stellar energy, the one with spirituality could easily defeat the one without spirituality. If the latter wanted to even up the gap, they would need more stellar energy. This was one of the differences in strength between a Xiantian Grandmaster and a physical invulnerability Grandmaster. Compared to the difference between a physical invulnerability late-stage martial scholar and a physical invulnerability middle-stage martial scholar, the difference between physical invulnerability and innate stage was even greater. It was just like the difference between internal invulnerability and physical invulnerability. In addition to the qualitative change in the quality of their gang qi, the spiritual sense of a Xiantian martial scholar would also experience a significant increase. It would be easier for them to discover hidden opponents, and their reaction speed in battle would also become sharper. Comparatively speaking, to break through from the late stage of outer invulnerability to the early stage of Xiantian, comprehension was more important than the accumulation of gang qi. However, the thickness of a Xiantian Grandmaster's earth energy was usually much thicker than a physical invulnerability Grandmaster's. To Yang Zhaoge, it was actually not hard for him to see through the secrets of the spirituality of his aura qi. On the contrary, having only recently stepped into the late outer aura martial scholar realm in the Eastern Tang, he had been constantly battling in various places afterwards, not having had the time to cultivate in seclusion. As a result, his current accumulation was a little lacking. Now that he was using the ice dome congealed fat and the fire-patterned jade to undergo the two extremes body-forging baptism ceremony, it made up for his lack of accumulation to a large extent. In this way, he would be one step closer to becoming a Xiantian Grandmaster. You can take the underground fire pith with you first. There's no need to deal with it immediately. Yang Zhaoge stood up, stretching his neck a little. The heaven climbing vine is also obtained now. In concocting the heaven-returning divine pill for Grand Master, only the final main ingredient remains. I hope that the information I received is true, and that it can be found in the mountain domain. As Yang Zhaoge walked out of the door, Hu, unlike his usual self, did not wait outside. I wonder if Hu succeeded. Yang Zhaoge knew that Hu was currently also cultivating. He, who was already a late-stage Xiantian Grandmaster, was trying to break through to the connecting heaven state. Of the 10 levels of Zhongsha realm, the connecting heaven realm was the last level. The name of connecting heaven had already explained everything. Stepping into this realm, one would be able to attempt to break through into the martial Grandmaster realm. After succeeding, it would be a whole new heaven and earth. Because Hu was willing to be a servant, many people unconsciously looked down on him. Yang Zhaoge, however, clearly knew that this somewhat simple and honest, somewhat slippery big fellow actually possessed a rather shocking talent in the martial Dao. To put it bluntly, he was not inferior to the original owner of Yang Zhaoge's body in the slightest. Yang Di had also never mistreated him, treating him as a disciple, carefully guiding him from young. Therefore, Hu's strength was completely not inferior to Xiao Shun, Chao Yuanlong and the others at the same cultivation level. Oh, it's still the original bottleneck. Yang Zhaoge came to where Hu was in secluded cultivation. After entering, quietly observing from the side for a moment, he shook his head slightly, only that final piece of paper's distance, but I can't break through. The current Hu did not have his usual playful smile on his face. Instead, he was solemn and serious, fully focused. His entire aura surged, resembling a ferocious tiger choosing its prey to devour. His aura chi manifested an illusory heaven and earth. As light flickered, the all-encompassing black hurricanes shook and distorted. The hurricanes vaguely condensed into the shape of a ferocious tiger, the roar of the tiger and the howl of the wind mixed together, difficult to distinguish from one another. Yang Zhaoge hesitated slightly for a moment. It's fine if it's others, but Hu is currently just lacking that final step. In this kind of situation, it's not that I don't have a way. It's just that if I mention this technique, it might raise father's suspicions. Wait, I can push it to that dead man Yang Shu. With a flash of inspiration, Yang Zhaoge had an idea. Yang Zhaoge skimmed through the falling star blade saber martial art that he had obtained from Yang Shu, feeling more and more confident. After temporarily halting his cultivation, Hu was not surprised to see Yang Zhaoge. Instead, he grinned and said, "The heavenly connection stage is a little hard." Hearing Hu's grumbling, Yang Zhaoge threw a scroll over to him, Yang Shu's falling star blade. I don't know where he obtained this remnant martial art from, but it does have some unique aspects. You can take a look. Hu received the scroll rather curiously. "Young master, I don't train in the saber." Yang Zhaoge said, "Learning by analogy, I had a general look at it earlier. In your current situation, it might be of use. Stepping into the heavenly connection stage is not completely based on accumulation. What is more important is sudden enlightenment. Now that you have everything prepared, you only lack a flash of inspiration, seeing through the final dense fog. The feeling of heavenly connection, learning from the heavens and the earth, heaven and man as one." Towards Yang Zhaoge's guidance, whose cultivation base was still lower than his, Hu did not feel impatient, instead nodding, "Yes, that's right." Yang Zhaoge said, "You might as well try gazing at the stars at night, sensing the changes in the stars, especially at the instant when a meteor's radiance flickered. It might be effective. The martial principles of this falling star blade also originate from there. You can try to use it as a reference." As he said this, Yang Zhaoge's finger drew an arc in the air, resembling a shooting star descending from the horizon. Hu looked thoughtful as he also extended his finger, drawing a few lines in the air, before taking the scroll and walking out. Yang Zhaoge shrugged his shoulders. Speaking of martial manuals, I still have a chance to enter the martial repository. Broad Creed Mountain's martial repository contained all of Broad Creed Mountain's supreme martial arts, as well as other martial arts that Broad Creed Mountain's martial practitioners had inadvertently obtained while roaming the outside world over the years. In the martial repository, the higher the level, the higher the grade of the martial arts collected. The first floor contained Broad Creed Mountain's own basic martial arts, mainly targeted towards its disciples. The second floor contained the various advanced martial arts of Broad Creed Mountain. Other than that, most of the martial arts collected from the outside world were also gathered here. Some of the lower-grade martial arts were also placed here. Broad Creed Mountain did not forbid its disciples from dabbling in the martial arts of the outside world, but they had to first establish a good foundation. Therefore, external martial arts were not collected on the first floor, lest new disciples get greedy for novelty and instead delay their normal cultivation. And Chapter 113. Yang Zhaoge was actually more interested in the legendary fourth floor, because the supreme martial arts of Broad Creed Mountain's lineage were stored there. Other than the lower half of the Clear Chi Profound Art, there were also Broad Creed Mountain's 3 supreme martial arts that were renowned throughout the 8 extremities world. However, according to the rules, only the sect leader and the first seat elder of the tower could freely enter and exit the 4th floor of the Arsenal Scripture Tower. Everyone else, including Yang Zhaoge's father Yang Di, Fang Zhun, Shi Tai, and even the Grand Elders, were also not allowed to enter as they pleased. They could only do so with Yuan Zhongfeng's special permission or together with him. With the potential that Yang Zhaoge had currently displayed, it was only a matter of time before he was allowed to enter the 4th level. According to the usual practice, one had to reach the Great Grandmaster realm. Actually, I'm more interested in the 4th level. Yang Zhaoge smacked his lips. Let's see how far the peak martial arts of the 8 extremities world have developed. Although the books of the Divine Palace were all-encompassing and profound, however, Yang Zhaoge had always paid great attention to assimilating into his environment. This way, cultivating in and familiarizing himself with Broad Creed Mountain's direct lineage martial arts had become something that he could not do without. Having obtained permission to enter the 3rd level of the martial repository this time to select a martial art, Yang Zhaoge had long since had a plan in mind. It was one of the 8 extreme arts, the Windfire Calamities. The Wind Tribulation was a movement technique, while the Fire Tribulation was an explosive force exertion technique. When both of them were cultivated to a certain level, a martial artist's speed could reach an astonishing level. Basically, every Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioner would choose to cultivate in the Windfire Tribulations sooner or later in their cultivation. Generally speaking, the more powerful a martial artist was, the more ferocious his fighting style would be. His movement technique would not be too bad. If he couldn't beat his opponent, he could escape. If he could beat his opponent, he could chase after his opponent if he wanted to. In actual combat, many martial arts needed to be coordinated with one's movement technique in order to display their greatest might, and one wouldn't be toyed around like a wooden stake. Of course, some martial arts that used stillness to counteract and clumsiness to break technique were not within the scope of this discussion. Yang Zhaoge was proficient in many powerful force exertion techniques as well as movement techniques. Choosing the Wind and Fire Calamities seemed to overlap a little. But it wasn't a waste. It was precisely with the concealment of the Wind and Fire Tribulations that Yang Zhaoge could display so many techniques without any reservations. After all, to Yang Zhaoge, profound martial arts had never been lacking. Moreover, the Wind-Fire Calamities themselves were not bad either. Moreover, the density and flow of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth were different before and after the world's destruction. Cultivating in the scriptures of the Divine Palace of pre-Great Calamity times as well as the newly developed martial arts of post-Great Calamity times would instead be more beneficial to Yang Zhaoge's progress. The quality of the Wind and Fire Calamities is actually quite good. Yang Zhaoge nodded satisfactorily as he pondered. The Wind Tribulation can be coordinated with the Aura Wind Heaven Warping technique of the Divine Palace, while the fire tribulation can be coordinated with the mighty ape demonic fist of the 6 spirit demonic fists. The howling wind stance of the roaring tiger demonic fist art can also be combined with the wind tribulation movement. Let me think, the combination of these two martial arts seems to be able to produce a completely new transformation. After pondering for a moment, Yang Zhaoge calmed his mind, preparing to leave. Looking at the martial repository before him, Yang Zhaoge's gaze was slightly dazed. While it was incomparable to the Divine Palace's scripture repository, a similar structure would always make Yang Zhaoge recall the scene of him being in the Divine Palace's martial repository the first time he had come to this world. What exactly was that tribulation of the great calamity that year? Yang Zhaoge pondered. The scene of the heavens and the earth seemingly being destroyed was eternally engraved in Yang Zhaoge's heart. Even after his rebirth, it had always been affecting him, spurring him to unceasingly advance, striving to become stronger. Because he didn't know if that terrifying tribulation of the heavens and the earth would descend once more. The fluctuations within Yang Zhaoge's gaze gradually subsided, becoming tranquil once more. Forging iron requires one's own toughness, unceasingly increasing one's strength. At the same time, one also has to try and understand what exactly happened during that great tribulation that year. Yang Zhaoge muttered to himself, grasping with both hands have to be tougher, as compared to the people of this world. As someone who had personally experienced the great tribulation that year, Yang Zhaoge knew much more. In that tribulation of the great calamity that year, the possibility of it being a man-made disaster was more than a natural disaster. It was precisely because of this that the sense of urgency and desire to explore within Yang Zhaoge's heart was also stronger than that of others. Yang Zhaoge's fingers lightly tapped on the bookshelf as he involuntarily raised his head, gazing towards the 4th level of the martial repository up above. Broad Creed Mountain's legacy is extremely ancient, even being somewhat related to the Divine Palace of the past. Perhaps some clues have been left behind. Zhaoge. Suddenly hearing someone call out to him, Yang Zhaoge swiveled his head, seeing a handsome youth appear before him. The newcomer was around 25 or 26 years of age, his features somewhat similar to the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Zhao Shicheng. He was dressed in white with a blue robe on the outside, dressed in the attire of an elite disciple of Broad Creed Mountain. He did not have Zhao Shicheng's steadiness, instead appearing a little wild and flamboyant. It was Zhao Shicheng's 4th son, Zhao Ming, who had officially entered Broad Creed Mountain to learn martial arts. Of Zhao Shicheng's many sons, Yang Zhaoge was the most familiar with him. "Brother, you've performed a great meritorious deed." Seeing him, Yang Zhaoge smiled. Elite disciples like Zhao Ming could freely enter the 1st level of the martial repository, and those who had performed a rather large meritorious deed would be rewarded with a chance to enter the 2nd level of the martial repository. Generally speaking, it would be very difficult to get a chance to enter the 3rd level of the martial repository. Zhao Ming said, "Don't laugh at me, Zhaoge. I know very well that the reward this time was because of Royal Father." Zhao Shicheng had strongly supported Broad Creed Mountain in the Eastern Tang, even nearly dying himself. Broad Creed Mountain would naturally not treat the Eastern Tang badly, and making an exception to reward Zhao Ming was one of them. He said solemnly, "Speaking of this, I still have to thank you for saving Royal Father in the Eastern Tang." Yang Zhaoge smiled slightly. "With the relationship between our two families, is there still a need to say this?" Zhao Ming also smiled and nodded. Just like now, the two of them meeting in private, with no one else around, not addressing each other as senior and junior apprentice brother, instead addressing each other in accordance with their familial ties. While he was older, he had entered Broad Creed Mountain rather late, having only entered after becoming a martial scholar. According to the order of entry, he had to address Yang Zhaoge as senior apprentice brother. This time, thanks to the clan making an exception, I also have a chance to enter the 3rd level for the first time. Zhao Ming sighed as he came to Yang Zhaoge's side. Yang Zhaoge asked, "Have you chosen?" Zhao Ming nodded, "I chose the Big Dipper sword." Yang Zhaoge smiled, majestic and vast, "I guess that you also chose the Big Dipper sword." The sword intent of the Big Dipper sword is complex and profound, its variations boundless. You'll have to train in it. Before Zhao Ming could say anything, a voice resounded from the stairway leading from the 2nd to the 3rd level of the scripture tower. 8,000 profundities, 10,000 variations, Just remember that the Big Dipper worships the north, the northern star illuminating the heavens, the 7 stars converging. This is the foundation, from which all variations are born. Hearing his words, the corners of Yang Zhaoge's mouth arched slightly. A person ascended the stairs. Seeing his appearance, Zhao Ming couldn't help but frown. He also recognized the other party. It was Fang Zhen's direct disciple, a core, direct disciple of Broad Creed Mountain like Yang Zhaoge, a leading figure of the younger generation, Lu Wen. Zhao Ming suddenly recalled that of Broad Creed Mountain's younger generation disciples, Lu Wen was second to none in terms of attainments in the Big Dipper sword. In the past, while similarly cultivating in the Big Dipper sword, the person beside him, because he had always been unable to compare to Lu Wen in the Big Dipper sword, had turned to creating his own sword Dao, producing the Coiling Dragon Sword. Chapter 114. In the Eastern Tang, he was one of the top geniuses, possessing outstanding talent. Also wholeheartedly devoted to the martial Dao, his achievements in the martial Dao even surpassed those of his brothers. Being able to enter Broad Creed Mountain, even donning a blue robe and becoming an elite disciple, being heavily groomed by the clan, was in itself an affirmation of his abilities. However, the Lu Wen before him, while being of similar age as Zhao Ming, had a cultivation base that was not just a level higher. At his current age, Zhao Ming had already reached the mid-outer aura martial scholar realm, which was already rather rare. However, Lu Wen had long since reached the late outer aura martial scholar realm. The difference between the two was like wearing a blue robe, with Lu Wen's robe having an additional black border. And the Yang Zhaoge beside him was even more shockingly talented. Before leaving the mountain the last time, he had still been a late inner aura martial scholar. Having returned this time, he had actually already completely surpassed him, Zhao Ming, reaching the late outer aura martial scholar realm. This kind of cultivation speed could already no longer be described as shocking, but as horrifying. Towards this, Zhao Ming completely couldn't feel any jealousy, only envy. Looking at the Lu Wen who had just arrived, Zhao Ming said in an indifferent tone, "Thank you for your pointers, senior apprentice brother Lu." Zhao Ming was also clear about the competition between Fang Zhen and Yang Di. That was too high a level, not something he could intervene in. However, to Zhao Ming, which side he should walk closer to, this was completely not an issue of choice at all. Of Broad Creed Mountain's younger generation, Lu Wen and Yang Zhaoge had always been on bad terms. Zhao Ming was well aware of this. Don't cultivate in any other martial arts, focusing solely on the Big Dipper sword for 10 years. Perhaps you will be able to feed me moves. Glancing at Yang Zhaoge, Zhao Ming thought of that year's competition in the Big Dipper sword. After Lu Wen had won, he had left behind these words, ultimately provoking this old friend of his to forsake the Big Dipper sword, instead creating his own coiling dragon sleeve. Yang Zhaoge looked calmly at Lu Wen. This was a tall, handsome youth, a faint air of arrogance and self-confidence emanating from between his brows. As the heavens-favored son of Broad Creed Mountain's younger generation, Lu Wen had this confidence and qualification. Especially when Yang Zhaoge's gaze fell on the top of Lu Wen's head. "Oh, you've stepped into the Xiantian martial scholar realm. Congratulations, congratulations," Yang Zhaoge said nonchalantly, raising his brows. Hearing this, Zhao Ming was stunned. His expression became much more solemn. He carefully sensed with his heart instead of just looking with his eyes. Indeed, above Lu Wen's head, there seemed to be a faint ray of spiritual light rising up, piercing through the horizon, faintly discernible. He has really stepped into the inborn realm. Zhao Ming's eyes narrowed. That was the spiritual light of heaven and earth resonance. It meant that a martial artist's martial arts and stellar energy had been refined into wisps of spirituality to communicate with the outside world. When the spiritual light was completely condensed and visible to the naked eye, it meant that the martial artist had stepped into the heavenly connection realm and was one with nature. Xiantian martial scholars were able to control whether their spiritual light was visible or not. Lu Wen clearly wasn't controlling it at this moment, clearly displaying it in front of others. Yang Zhaoge chortled. Lu Wen had also been keeping an eye on the Qilin spring baptism. After all, the opportunity was limited. Now, there was still a chance left. Lu Wen could still try to fight for it. If not, he would probably be even more depressed. However, the fewer opportunities there were, the more cautious the elders of the sect would be in their decisions, and the harder it would be for Lu Wen to fight for it. As Lu Wen came up the stairs, his gaze similarly fell on Yang Zhaoge. The joy of having successfully stepped into the Xiantian stage had vanished without a trace not long after he had left seclusion. In less than a year's time, Yang Zhaoge had soared from the late inner aura martial scholar realm all the way to the late outer aura martial scholar realm. Such a speed left him wide-eyed and tongue-tied. If not for his breakthrough in seclusion this time, Yang Zhaoge's cultivation base might even have already caught up to his. What shocked him even more was that Chao Yuanlong and Xiao Shun had been consecutively defeated by Yang Zhaoge, with Xiao Shun even directly slain. Others might not understand how strong Xiao Shun was, but Lu Wen couldn't be clearer on it. At the same age as Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun Clan, he and Xiao Shun had been the brightest of talents, having started competing since their youth, and it had already been almost 10 years since then. He couldn't do anything to Xiao Shun, and Xiao Shun also couldn't do anything to him. This time, Lu Wen had successfully stepped into the Xiantian martial scholar realm first, finally being a step ahead of Xiao Shun. However, such an opponent had actually been slain by the even younger Yang Zhaoge in a one-on-one battle. How could Lu Wen not feel shocked to the core by this? The previous generations Yang Di and Fang Zhun were competing. How could there not be competition between their third generation as well? With regards to Yang Zhaoge, one news after another that left people dumbfounded and tongue-tied. If not for the fact that Lu Wen's willpower was strong enough, he might have directly sunk into chaos, losing all will to compete. Him emerging from seclusion, being a step ahead of Xiao Shun, should have originally caused quite a bit of a reaction within the clan, causing everyone to feel happy about it. But looking at it now, it seemed like a joke. Lu Wen even hoped that no one would care about it, no one would mention it. The Chilean spring baptism that he had originally been determined to obtain had now also become hard to predict. And also congratulations to you, junior apprentice brother Yang, for stepping into the late outer aura martial scholar realm. Looking at Yang Zhaoge, Lu Wen said slowly. Smiling, Yang Zhaoge suddenly said, "What is learned on paper is ultimately shallow, knowing that this matter must be done with practice." Lu Wen's gaze hardened as he looked at Yang Zhaoge. Yang Zhaoge smiled mildly. Empty words and talking on paper do not have much use. Some things, you can only know exactly what is going on after you have actually experienced it. Oh. You mean to say that I only know how to talk empty words? Lu Wen strode forward, coming before Yang Zhaoge. Other things don't matter. In the Tao of the Big Dipper Sword, I believe that within the martial scholar realm, I have some say in it. Yang Zhaoge's performance in the Eastern Tang had been too domineering. When the news had spread back to the clan, it had even caused everyone to feel a sense of disbelief. If not for Shi Tai's proof, there really would have been quite a few people who would have thought that Yang Zhaoge had been exaggerating. Although he felt it to be inconceivable, Lu Wen still chose to believe it. And it was precisely because of this that he felt an immense amount of pressure. On one hand, emotionally, the Yang Zhaoge who was far younger than him had suddenly advanced by leaps and bounds, looking like he was about to overtake him, caused Lu Wen to feel an urgent need to prove himself. On the other hand, rationally, unless it was absolutely necessary, Lu Wen actually wanted to wait and see, not first entering into a direct conflict with Yang Zhaoge. However, while he might not be able to do so in other areas, if they were to compete in the field of the Big Dipper Sword, Lu Wen had absolute confidence. Let alone those of the younger generation, even including all the Heavenly Connection and late Xiantian martial scholars, of Broad Creed Mountain's martial scholars, he, Lu Wen, was the number one in the Big Dipper Sword. It was even to the extent that some martial grandmaster experts, even if their Big Dipper Sword were stronger, it was still due to their cultivation bases suppressing others. In terms of attainments in the Big Dipper Sword alone, they were also inferior to him, Lu Wen. That year, it was precisely him who had suppressed the youth before him to the point that, in a fit of anger, he had abandoned the Big Dipper Sword, switching to creating his own sword arts. In this domain, he had the confidence to suppress the sharpness of Yang Zhaoge who was currently in the limelight. Since you say so, actions speak louder than words. It just so happens that the two of us both cultivate in the Big Dipper Sword. I'll demonstrate it for junior apprentice brother Zhao. Yang Zhaoge smiled, not saying anything more as he directly raised his hand, his index and middle fingers forming a sword, piercing towards Lu Wen's face. Lu Wen raised his brows slightly. Good move. Immediately substituting a sword with his fingers, similarly forming a Big Dipper sword, he met Yang Zhaoge's fingers. The two did not utilize their aura qi, competing purely with the variations of their sword arts. Even so, Zhao Ming by the side could only feel that on the third floor of the martial repository before him, flowing light shone, the 7 stars converging. 7 stars worshipping the north is indeed the foundation of the Big Dipper sword, with its myriad variations never departing from its core, Yang Zhaoge said casually to Zhao Ming, occupying the position of the North Star is the main point of the Big Dipper sword. However, how to occupy it? Enemies are not puppets, sitting and watching you execute it, especially opponents who are familiar with our clan's Big Dipper sword. They will even try to snatch the position of the North Star from you, or force you to deviate from it. As Yang Zhaoge spoke, he strode forward, his sword shadows intersecting, directly forcing Lu Wen back a step. Zhao Ming's eyes lit up, knowing that this was precisely because Yang Zhaoge had seized the position of the North Star, thus gaining the upper hand. Lu Wen gave a low snort, similarly changing his sword arts, his figure moving as he forced Yang Zhaoge back once more. Chapter 115. The changes of the Big Dipper sword are mysterious and complicated. It is a path of the sword Dao from complexity to simplicity. Yang Zhaoge said as he clashed with Lu Wen. In the blink of an eye, the battle for the position of the North Star had changed hands several times. The one who occupied the position of the North Star would be able to force his opponent to retreat. If the position of the North Star was seized by his opponent, he would lose the initiative. There's nothing wrong with highlighting the main points, but if you really want to do this and turn the main points in the book into something that you can actually do, you can't do this without accumulation. As Yang Zhaoge said this, his figure spun, substituting swords with his fingers as sword shadows flew. With a point of his finger, 7 sword shadows flashed in the void like the Big Dipper. The accumulation of live combat experience and the accumulation of your understanding of the sword Dao will allow you to be at your fingertips at any time. Yang Zhaoge smiled at Zhao Ming, 7 stars converging, the North Star hanging high in the sky. It's easy to say, but how do you achieve it? That's why I said before that you have a lot of training to do. Saying thus, Yang Zhaoge strode out, occupying the North Star position, then 7 sword shadows flickered simultaneously, pointing towards Lu Wen. Lu Wen's expression was calm. At this moment, his actions were exactly the same, similarly stepping out, his 7 swords flying out simultaneously. The tips of their right feet directly touched each other. In the air, the shadows of the swords flashed, as if the swords were really clashing, and the faint sound of metal colliding could be heard. The two of them retreated as soon as they came into contact. After a single clash, they retreated at the same time, and then immediately charged forward again. They only fought with the changes in moves and did not really exert their strength. The library of martial repository seemed to be calm. However, as the swords clashed, the two great heroes of Broad Creed Mountain's younger generation had already displayed the profundities of the Big Dipper sword to the maximum. A sword momentum that was dense and profound seemed to shine eternally in the night sky. The sword momentum was wide and open, as if it contained the secrets of the movement of the stars. After exchanging blows for a moment, Yang Zhaoge's gaze flickered slightly as he grew more and more confident in Lu Wen's sword arts. As for Lu Wen, his gaze flickered, as he too had a feeling of confidence. The two of them moved, once again competing for the position of the North Star. At this point in the battle, the two of them had already pushed their sword intense to the extreme. The battle had reached a decisive moment. At this time, whoever seized the position of the North Star would find it difficult to take it back, and they would be at an absolute disadvantage. The side that grasped the position of the North Star was sure to win. Substituting his sword with his finger, Yang Zhaoge let out a roar, the momentum of his sword rising high as he was in high spirits, as though he had finally released the stifling air that had always been suppressed by Lu when in the Tao of the Big Dipper sword all these years. Like a meteor shower, 7 sword shadows flickered in the air, toppling the mountains and overturning the seas as they shot towards Lu Wen. 7 stars worship the north. The strongest move of the 7-star sword. Looks like you've never really let go of the 7-star sword all these years, that's why you can have such attainments. Lu Wen said indifferently, to be able to fight me to a draw for so long, you have already surpassed others in the Big Dipper sword. If you had this level of skill back then, you wouldn't have needed to ponder over some azure dragon sleeve. Amidst his words, Lu Wen similarly struck out with his 7 swords, also using the 7 stars worshipping the north, clashing head-on with Yang Zhaoge. The sword stances of the two dissipated once more. Seeing that Yang Zhaoge's sword stance had already been exhausted, Lu Wen's sword stance suddenly changed, his body turning. But you've improved. I've improved even more. Substituting his sword with his finger, Lu Wen's sword stance wavered, suddenly changing from 7 swords to 6. However, it was no longer the Big Dipper sword in the usual sense, but a change in Lu Wen's own understanding of the Tao of the sword. The 7 stars of the Big Dipper and the 6 stars of the Southern Dipper, at this moment, simultaneously shone. The Big Dipper governed death, the Southern Dipper governed life. Lu Wen's Big Dipper sword, which had originally already reached the limits of its variations, underwent a new chain. The old force that had already been depleted completely didn't need to be recovered at all, as it actually suddenly birthed new force. Lu Wen's sword stance surged, striding out, directly seizing the position of the North Star. Watching from the side, Zhao Ming was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied, completely not having thought that such a change would actually occur in the battle situation. As one of the 8 extreme arts, the Big Dipper sword had been unceasingly polished and researched by generations of Broad Creed Mountain experts, removing the impurities and retaining the essence. Wanting to improve even further, how difficult would it be? And now, Lu Wen had actually stimulated some new changes within it. While it was still very immature, while it was still just an embryonic form, at this moment, Zhao Ming seemed to vaguely see the shadow of Shatai. That Shatai who had cultivated the Vajra body to an unprecedented level, also unceasingly improving it. If Lu Wen was allowed to continue down this path, reaching Shatai's current cultivation realm, would he be able to bring the Big Dipper sword to the next level as well? While he belonged to a different camp from Lu Wen, towards Lu Wen now, Zhao Ming had no choice but to say the word admiration. He looked worriedly at Yang Zhaoge, only to see a smile shockingly appear on Yang Zhaoge's face. On the 4th floor of the martial repository, an old man who had always been pretending to be asleep suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze seemingly able to penetrate the floor as he looked towards the 3rd floor below. The old man's gaze, however, was not on Lu Wen, but on Yang Zhaoge. Yang Zhaoge's sword stance having already reached its limits, he saw a new change appearing in Lu Wen's sword arts, seizing the initiative. His sword arts actually also underwent a change. Amidst the layers of sword shadows, Yang Zhaoge did not advance, instead retreating. The Lu Wen who was in the midst of striking out with his sword suddenly felt an extremely uncomfortable feeling. He felt that under the influence of his aura, his own sword arts had actually also been guided along by Yang Zhaoge. At this moment, the two sword arts actually vaguely formed a strange resonance. It was as though they were not fighting to the death, but rather the two of them working side by side, attacking other enemies. Under the interaction of their auras, the two Big Dipper swords actually merged into one. However, accompanied by Yang Zhaoge's retreat, the position of the North Star shockingly underwent a change. This forced Lu Wen to continue taking a step forward, otherwise he could only watch as the position of the North Star fell into Yang Zhaoge's grasp. Although he knew that things were not good, Lu Wen could only grit his teeth and take a step forward, fighting to regain the initiative. However, just as his body moved, the Yang Zhaoge who had originally taken half a step back abruptly took another step forward. His speed was even faster than when he had been retreating, as though Yang Zhaoge had never intended to retreat from the very beginning, having originally been prepared to advance. The rapid retreat and rapid advance switched in an instant, without any buffer in the slightest. However, it seemed to be lifting something heavy as though it were light, not having the slightest feeling of dryness at all. As he advanced, another Big Dipper sword was executed. Lu Wen stared wide-eyed. At this moment, it was as though his entire person had voluntarily delivered itself to the tip of Yang Zhaoge's sword. That's it. Yang Zhaoge retracted his sword, not looking at Lu Wen, instead swiveling his head to smile at Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming opened his mouth wide, yet was unable to utter a sound. It was only after a long time that he finally laughed bitterly. One is a genius, the other is a genius who can defeat geniuses. It was just that he had not thought that Yang Zhaoge, who had always been unable to defeat Lu Wen in the Big Dipper sword that year, although he had seemingly switched to cultivating in another sword Dao, had at the end of the day still endured hardships, standing back up from where he had fallen. Staring fixedly at Yang Zhaoge, Lu Wen said in a dry, hoarse voice, "You predicted that final change of mine from death to life, from nothing to something?" Glancing at him, Yang Zhaoge casually waved his hand, substituting a sword with his finger, executing another Big Dipper worshipping the north towards the air. As the sword momentum reached its end, it suddenly transformed into the Southern Dipper sword, the old force having reached its limits, a new force born out of thin air. While he looked like he was going all out, he was actually doing it with ease. "Because I also know it are." Yang Zhaoge spread his hands apart. Lu Wen closed his eyes. Chapter 116. Looking at the silent Lu Wen, Yang Zhaoge shrugged. The original owner of her body was young and impetuous, and was forced by Lu Wen to give up on the 7-star swordplay. In order to prove himself, he didn't even cultivate in Broad Creed Mountain's other supreme sword art of the 8 extreme arts, instead attempting to create his own sword art. He did have some accomplishments. In fact, the original owner of this body was not weak in the sword Dao. He also had extremely high attainments in the 7-star sword Dao. However, there were indeed some people who were born with a certain type of martial arts and could practice it with ease. For example, the Golden Sun Needle Qigong to Chao Yuan Long, and the 7-star sword to Lu Wen. However, it was still unknown whether he could reach Shi Tai's level in the future. If Shi Tai did not practice the diamond body, he could casually choose another of the 8 extreme arts, including the 7-star sword, and he would still be the Iron Lion King. If Lu Wen didn't train in the 7-star sword, that would be a different matter altogether. However, for him to be able to reign supreme over all of Broad Creed Mountain's martial scholars at the age of 25 or 26 in the Big Dipper sword was not due to luck, but due to his genuine ability. As compared to the original owner of this body, Yang Zhaoge had a different understanding of the Big Dipper sword. As Yang Zhaoge saw it, this sword Dao had its merits. At the same time, it also had potential that could be excavated. Other than that, to Yang Zhaoge, abandoning the Big Dipper sword and not using it was really not a glorious thing at all. Leaving behind such an old scar made him feel very unhappy. Yang Zhaoge had diligently researched all of the martial arts that the original owner of his body had cultivated. Among them, the one that he had spent the most effort on wasn't his signature self-created coiling dragon sleeve, nor was it the Tushatop arm. It was precisely the 7-star sword that had been abandoned in the eyes of others. Combined with the foundation left behind by his body's original owner, Yang Zhaoge with a higher comprehension ability very quickly gained a deeper understanding of this Big Dipper sword. In fact, if he wanted to dispel the stereotypical impression in the eyes of others, he didn't necessarily have to use Lu Wen as an example. Although, using Lu Wen as an opponent would be the most effective. However, since Lu Wen had taken the initiative to deliver himself to him, Yang Zhaoge would naturally kindly accept it. On the 4th level of the martial repository, that old man looked at Yang Zhaoge, his gaze deep and distant as not a single emotion could be seen within. What high comprehension ability. Yang Zhaoge smiled towards Lu Wen, cupping his hands, "Thanks for letting me win." After saying that, he walked past Lu Wen and headed downstairs. Snapping back to his senses, Zhao Ming's gaze towards Lu Wen did not contain any contempt or contempt. In fact, there were even traces of admiration within it. Lu Wen was already sufficiently strong. Being able to distinguish himself in a sacred ground like Broad Creed Mountain where geniuses abounded, becoming an elite of the younger generation, Lu Wen was undoubtedly a genius amongst geniuses. Sadly, he had encountered the even stronger Yang Zhaoge. In the entire Broad Creed Mountain, of those of the same age and of the same cultivation level, who would dare say that they had absolute confidence in defeating Lu Wen? Not to mention, defeating Lu Wen in the domain that he excelled in. Before today, amongst those beneath the martial Grandmaster realm, Lu Wen was Broad Creed Mountain's #1 in the Big Dipper sword. Even after today, Lu Wen's Big Dipper sword would still be able to show disdain for all of Broad Creed Mountain's martial scholars, but above him, an even stronger expert had appeared. The young man who had been forced by him to abandon the Big Dipper sword in the past, had defeated him with the Big Dipper sword. Looking at Lu Wen, Zhao Ming sighed, following Yang Zhaoge downstairs. Those who surpass geniuses are geniuses amongst geniuses. Being able to surpass geniuses amongst geniuses, what kind of people are they? Turning back, Yang Zhaoge saw Zhao Ming following behind him with a thoughtful expression on his face. He couldn't help but smile. A martial art like the Big Dipper sword is not something that can be mastered in a single go. Go back and slowly work on it. Zhao Ming came to his senses, nodding. I naturally understand this principle. However, entering secluded cultivation is definitely not possible. A little later, I will be heading to the North Heaven region's Scarlet Rainbow sect. Yang Zhaoge chuckled, son-in-law coming to visit. The Scarlet Rainbow sect was a major sect in the North Heaven region, a power similar to the Eastern Tang Kingdom, occupying a region, with Broad Creed Mountain as its master. While the Eastern Tang Kingdom and the Scarlet Rainbow sect were in the North Heaven region, one in the East Heaven region, the other in the North Heaven region, they would often have dealings with each other. Within the territory governed by the Scarlet Rainbow sect, a large amount of spirit flowers and spirit grasses were cultivated. A considerable portion of the raw materials for the Eastern Tang Kingdom's pill concoction originated from the Scarlet Rainbow sect. As a clan, the Scarlet Rainbow sect naturally thirsted for the geniuses within its territory. However, as a power of the Heaven Domain, it would definitely be affected by Broad Creed Mountain. The most elite young geniuses would naturally wish to enter Broad Creed Mountain. Since ancient times, the Scarlet Rainbow sect had long since gotten over this. In order to strengthen their relationship with Broad Creed Mountain, the Scarlet Rainbow sect would also send some outstanding geniuses to enter Broad Creed Mountain. The daughter of the current chief of the Scarlet Rainbow sect had entered Broad Creed Mountain. Due to their long time together, and also some desire for marriage, Zhao Ming and the other party gradually came to be together. Towards Yang Zhaoge's teasing, Zhao Ming was very calm. I still haven't paid a visit to the Scarlet Rainbow sect's old chief, so I'll be making a trip there this time. Yang Zhaoge nodded. I wish you success. If our times coincide, we might even be traveling together. While Zhao Ming was curious as to why Yang Zhaoge would be heading to the North Heaven region, he didn't ask about it, just directly nodding. That couldn't be better. On the way there, I can also ask you for guidance on the Big Dipper sword. At this point, Zhao Ming couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Just over half a year ago, due to his age, his cultivation base had still been higher than Yang Zhaoge's. Now, the other party had already surpassed him. They really couldn't be compared. After bidding farewell to Zhao Ming, Yang Zhaoge returned to his lodgings. Having roughly packed up, Yang Zhaoge called Feng Yunsheng to prepare to set off for the mountain domain together. This time, it was not just the matter of the mountain domain's cloud-portent mountain, there was also the problem of Feng Yunsheng's extreme yin physique that had to be resolved. And Hu, after this period of analysis, had successfully broken through that final bottleneck, stepping into the 10th level of the martial scholar realm, the heavenly connection stay. While he looked like a big simpleton, his comprehension ability in the martial Tao was actually rather good. With just a few reminders from Yang Zhaoge, just that final step away, he had found the knack to it, successfully breaking through. Luckily, I made it in time. Luckily, Hu grinned in a silly manner. Yang Zhaoge patted his shoulder. Come, follow me to the clan's assignment hall. Arriving at the assignment hall, Yang Zhaoge saw his second apprentice uncle once more, the first seat of the assignment hall, Fang Zhun. Fang Zhun first said, regarding the legacy of the glacial dragon martial saint, because it involves the changes in hell, the clan will first investigate and deal with it. However, anything unrelated to hell will still belong to you. Yang Zhaoge smiled. It can also be counted as a legacy that the clan and I have jointly excavated. What should be yours? The clan will definitely not take advantage of you, Fang Zhun said. As for the specifics, we can talk about it after eldest apprentice brother returns. Yang Zhaoge nodded, knowing that this matter was of great importance. Shatai set out once more, taking the small metal plate and heading far away to the North Sea. Fang Zhun continued, as for that ring of Yi Jing's, after investigation, it can be confirmed that it is related to the Flame Devil Emperor of before the Great Calamity. However, it is only a weak remnant aura, and should be a simple ancient artifact, not having much relation to the current Flame Devil world. Yang Zhaoge's expression was calm. This is actually good news. That's right, it is indeed good news. Fang Zhen's gaze shifted between Yang Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng. Right, in around half a year's time, it will be the next Heavenly Connection meet. If you are to participate, Zhaoge, make your preparations. The Heavenly Connection meet was not a meeting of Heavenly Connection martial practitioners, but a meeting of the peak martial practitioners of the Eight Extremities world's younger generation. Held once every 3 years, the main thing was to look at one's potential, and not the level of one's current cultivation base. This was where the meaning of Heavenly Connection lay. The name of the current era's 4 young masters had been spread after the previous meet. Other than that, there were also other heaven's favored sons of the younger generation whose names had spread far and wide in this meet. There were also some clans or individuals who chose to conceal their abilities, developing in secret. However, the clashes and interactions between geniuses could often produce shocking sparks, allowing the participants to benefit greatly, gaining unexpected rewards. The cultivation of martial practitioners had never been purely about sitting around and working hard, working behind closed doors to build a cart. Therefore, whether to participate or conceal was a matter of opinion. Yang Zhaoge nodded, I understand. Fang Zhen continued, as for your trip to the mountain domain this time, the clan will have experts accompanying you. Although Yang Zhaoge had the ability to manipulate the universe, heading to the mountain domain was actually an official exchange with Infinite Boundless Mountain, requiring a bigwig of the clan of sufficient weight to lead the group. Yang Zhaoge had long since been prepared for this. Second apprentice uncle, I wonder which elder will be leading the group. Fang Zhen said, it's junior apprentice sister Fu. Chapter 117. The corners of Yang Zhaoge's mouth twitched slightly. Senior apprentice Aunt Fu left seclusion? Fang Zhen nodded, just recently. I just came out of seclusion. She's at the Cloud Pavilion Lake in the North Heaven continent. You can go there on the way, and then she'll take you to the mountain domain. Yang Zhaoge opened his mouth. It's really on the way. Honestly speaking, Yang Zhaoge felt from the bottom of his heart that even if Fang Zhen had led the team, this result would still have been better. The junior apprentice sister Fu that Fang Zhen spoke of was one of Broad Creed Mountain's peak female martial grandmaster experts, the soaring cloud lord Fu in Shu. Like Shi Tai, Fang Zhen, and Yang Di, they were all direct disciples of Broad Creed Mountain's current chief, Yuan Zhengfeng. Amongst the current female experts of the Eight Extremities world, she could be considered one of the top figures. Other than that, she had the title of Broad Creed Mountain's #1 beauty back then. Compared to the lifespan of her cultivation, she was still in her prime. It was only because her cultivation and status were gradually rising that the gossipy people consciously stopped talking about it. However, Yang Zhaoge really did not want to have anything to do with this uncle. This was because this senior apprentice Aunt Fu had been rather in love with her own junior apprentice brother, who was also Yang Zhaoge's father, Yang Di. Unfortunately, it was a one-sided love. The falling flowers yearn for love, but the heartless water flows. Fu in Shu had a strong personality and was also a little narrow-minded. In the end, it seemed that her love had turned into hatred. As a result, the relationship between the two was currently extremely awkward. Even Yang Zhaoge, as a junior, had to avoid this senior apprentice Aunt Fu as much as he could. She's out of seclusion. Yang Zhaoge patted his head and turned to look at Feng Yunsheng. Feng Yunsheng was a little baffled. She had naturally heard of Ling Yunjun's famous name, but she was completely unaware of the specific situation. Yang Zhaoge cupped his hands towards Fang Zhen, that is to say, junior apprentice sister Feng is also going to enter senior apprentice Aunt Fu's tutelage? Fang Zhen nodded, precisely so. When Broad Creed Mountain's core, direct disciples like Yang Zhaoge, Lu Wen and Xu Fei were promoted from elite disciples, they would all be apprenticed to their masters. Yang Zhaoge was directly his father, Yang Di. Lu Wen was Fang Zhen's personal disciple, while the older Xu Fei was Shi Tai's personal disciple. Although it was not unheard of for male teachers to take in female disciples and female teachers to take in male disciples, under normal circumstances, when female elite disciples were promoted to core and direct disciples, they would usually learn from female senior experts. As a maiden of extreme yin, Feng Yunsheng's extreme yin energy had to be nurtured on her own, and her martial cultivation couldn't be delayed either. It was just that Fu Henshu had been in secluded cultivation all this while. Who knew when she would emerge from seclusion? Yang Zhaoge had not counted her in. Who knew that coincidentally, Fu Henshu would come out of seclusion at this time? As the representative figure of Broad Creed Mountain's middle-generation female experts, it was only natural that Feng Yunsheng would enter Fu Henshu's tutelage. Yang Zhaoge gnashed his teeth, but this way, he, who was responsible for helping Feng Yunsheng recover her extreme yin physique, would inevitably have to deal with Fu Henshu. This trip to the mountain region was just the beginning. Fang Zhen said, with regards to the extreme yin physique, the person of our clan who has previously been researching and preparing it has always been junior apprentice Sister Fu. If Zhaoge has any thoughts, there is no harm in communicating with her. Even though Broad Creed Mountain had never had a maiden of extreme yin before Yang Zhaoge had brought Feng Yunsheng back. However, the relevant preparations had always been in progress, only waiting for the person to be selected. Therefore, the current Broad Creed Mountain had already made sufficient preparations to groom a maiden of extreme yin. The key was only for Yang Zhaoge to help Feng Yunsheng recover. Hearing Fang Zhen's words, Yang Zhaoge narrowed his eyes slightly. Fang Zhen's words were very polite. On the matter of maidens of extreme yin, he completely didn't treat Yang Zhaoge as an ordinary member of the younger generation, instead conversing with him on equal grounds. However, whether Fu Henshu, who didn't like him and his father, would be so easy to talk to, was hard to say. After taking his leave of Fang Zhen and leaving the assignment hall together with Feng Yunsheng, Yang Zhaoge rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache coming on. According to the memories of his body's original owner, that senior apprentice Aunt Fu of his was, on the bright side, passionate and straightforward, not minding the gazes of others. On the dark side, she was willful, doing as she pleased, liking to do as she pleased. The important matter is more important. Yang Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. With the important matter at hand, there shouldn't be a problem, right? As Ah Hu and Feng Yunsheng followed beside Yang Zhaoge, Ah Hu suddenly said in a low voice, "Young master." Hearing his words, Yang Zhaoge raised his head, seeing a girl appear on the mountain path up ahead. Dressed in a white robe with a blue outer layer, her features cold and beautiful, it was precisely the Sikong Qing that he hadn't seen for a long time. Seeing Yang Zhaoge, Sikong Qing bowed politely, "Senior apprentice brother Yang. Long time no see." Yang Zhaoge nodded, just about to return the greeting, when his heart suddenly jolted. "Oh? Your breathing doesn't carry any impurities in the slightest. You've already reached the mid-inner aura martial scholar realm?" When martial practitioners breathed in and out, the circulation of their qi and blood naturally far surpassed that of ordinary people. However, their breathing didn't carry any impurities in the slightest. This meant that martial practitioners had cultivated themselves, cleansing their lungs with their aura qi. Cleansing one's internal organs with aura qi was something that only mid-inner aura martial scholars could do, and it was also one of their important characteristics. Sikong Qing nodded. "I broke through earlier, my 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Now, only my heart and my sanjiao are left uncleansed." Having been at Broad Creed Mountain for half a year, while Feng Yunsheng knew Sikong Qing, she didn't understand much about her past, and didn't feel too much upon hearing her words. Ah Hu, however, stared wide-eyed, appraising Sikong Qing all over. Half a year ago, in the Eastern Tang, Sikong Qing had only just stepped into the early inner aura martial scholar realm. Now, after half a year, she had actually already reached the mid-inner aura martial scholar realm. Also, she hadn't just broken through. Of her 5 viscera and 6 bowels, only her heart and sanjiao were left uncleansed with her aura qi. When her 5 viscera and 6 bowels had all been cleansed and her foundation had solidified, she could begin preparing to break through into the late inner aura martial scholar realm. Such a speed was simply unheard of. Ah Hu's talent in the martial Dao was actually extremely high, but even when he had been in the inner aura martial scholar realm that year, he hadn't been able to raise his cultivation so quickly. It wasn't just him. As far as Ah Hu knew, even when his young master had broken through from the early inner aura martial scholar realm to the mid and late inner aura martial scholar realm, he hadn't been able to do it so quickly. Lu Wen and the others similarly weren't able to do it. Such a rate of improvement made Ah Hu vaguely feel as though he could see his young master advancing by leaps and bounds after stepping into the outer aura martial scholar realm. "I've seen a ghost." Hu momentarily felt as though his brain wasn't enough to process it all. While she is also a rare genius in the body refinement realm, how could she be this fierce? Yang Zhaoge's gaze flickered for a moment before he regained his calm. Thinking for a bit, he already understood. You've completed your tempering mission. As long as you pass the final test of your master, you can become a core, direct disciple. Sikong Qing nodded. That's right. Yang Zhaoge curled his lips without a trace. You want to enter the tutelage of the soaring Cloud Lord, Senior Apprentice Uncle Fu? Sikong Qing nodded once more. Yes, the clan's elder wants me to accompany Senior Apprentice Brother Yang to the North Heaven region's Cloud Pavilion Lake to meet Elder Fu. Chapter 118. Looking first at Feng Yunxing and then at Sikong Qing, Yang Zhaoge could not help but laugh as he shook his head. Since Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu has left seclusion, this can also be considered as something to be expected. Come, let's head to the North Heaven region. Yang Zhaoge clapped his hands, taking the lead as he strode off. Zhao Ming also just happened to be preparing to head to the North Heaven region's Scarlet Rainbow sect soon. Therefore, they just happened to be traveling together. After first meeting the North Heaven region's first seat elder, Yang Zhaoge and the others took their leave of Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming headed for the territory of the Scarlet Rainbow sect, while Yang Zhaoge's group continued towards the Cloud Pavilion Lake. Cloud Pavilion Lake was located within the borders of a small country in the east of the North Heaven region. While it was not large, its scenery was beautiful and unique. Beneath the rippling light of the lake's water, standing by the side of the lake and gazing into the distance, one could vaguely see that above the lake's center, there were white clouds that did not disperse all year round. Unique spiritual chi fluctuations surged all around the Cloud Pavilion Lake, forming a unique existence at its center. The water vapor in the air condensed into clouds, yet there was no wind or rain. It was like spring here all year round, with even the temperature not changing much, such that those white clouds did not disperse at all, instead resembling a massive pavilion erected at the center of the lake. A structure formed of cloud chi that had always existed there. Yang Zhaoge and the others were already martial scholars as they directly walked on the water, heading towards the center of the lake. Before they had even neared the cloud pavilion, numerous screens of water suddenly rose from the lake's surface, resembling a barrier. As Yang Zhaoge looked over, he instantly rolled his eyes. On the screen of water, some words shockingly appeared. The Yang family members wait outside, the rest come in. Seeing this, Ahu's large face also turned bitter. Young Master, Feng Yunxing and Sikong Qing exchanged looks. Even if they did not understand the situation, they now knew that the legendary elder Fu really did not like Yang Zhaoge and his father. Ahu rubbed his hands, secretly sending a sound transmission to Yang Zhaoge. Young Master, we have no way of forcibly barging into this place. While the screen of water before them seemed thin, if one really thought that it was weak, there would really be a hole in one's head. This was formed by the veteran martial grandmaster expert Fu Inshu, using her fist intent to control the flow of water. It was just like how Shatai had used his fist intent to confine heaven and earth, leaving Yang Shu unable to advance or retreat. To those who were at the same cultivation level as Fu Inshu or had a higher cultivation base than her, this water screen naturally did not count for much. However, to Yang Zhaoge and Ahu, this thin layer of water screen was even more indestructible than an iron rampart. Looking at the screen of water before him, Yang Zhaoge could not help but laugh as he shook his head. It's fine. Swiveling his head to look at Feng Yunxing and Sikong Qing, Yang Zhaoge smiled. Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu has ordered that the two of you enter first. As Feng Yunxing and Sikong Qing gazed over, they saw Yang Zhaoge's calm expression. After such a long time, they had also more or less come to know that Yang Zhaoge was indeed a person who only took advantage of others and never suffered any losses. Even when facing the seniors of the clan, it was the same. Looking at them, Yang Zhaoge smiled slightly. Since you can enter, I can naturally enter as well. The corners of Feng Yunxing's mouth twitched, looking like she was smiling whilst also not, as she secretly gave Yang Zhaoge a big thumbs up, no longer hesitating as she immediately walked towards that screen of water. Glancing quietly at Yang Zhaoge, Sikong Qing also nodded slightly before turning and walking towards the screen of water. As they passed through, that screen of water automatically opened, letting the two girls in. Young Master, what's that old saying again? Watching them enter, Who somewhat painfully sent over a sound transmission, rather offend a gentleman than a villain, rather offend a villain than a woman? Who offended her? She's just petty. Yang Zhaoge curled his lips. Relax, just wait for a moment. Very soon, she will take the initiative to let us in. Who was secretly speechless. His young master had always been arrogant to the heavens, this was something he had always known. However, the other party now was not someone ordinary people could compare to. In terms of status, Fu Inshu was an existence on the same level as Fang Zhen and Shatai. Even if her strength and status were slightly inferior, she was still not someone whom disciples of the younger generation could contend with. Especially when this woman was not very reasonable. If she really wanted to beat up a disciple of the younger generation, beating you half to death, you wouldn't even have a place to complain about it. This was Yang Di and Shatai's generation of Broad Creed Mountain disciples, the one who had been the greatest devil incarnate in their youth. Of the old chief of Broad Creed Mountain, Yuan Zhongfeng's personal disciples, Yang Di was the youngest, having entered the clan the latest. When he had entered the clan, the others had mostly already finished their apprenticeship. Before Yang Di had entered the clan, amongst his senior apprentice brothers and sisters, when they were young, the one whom Yuan Zhongfeng trusted the most was Shatai, the one whom Yuan Zhongfeng admired the most was Fang Zhen, but the one whom Yuan Zhongfeng liked the most was Fu Inshu. Fu Inshu's parents were not just fellow disciples of the same clan as Yuan Zhongfeng, they were also friends who had gone through life and death together. Sadly, they had both died young, and Fu Inshu had virtually been raised by Yuan Zhongfeng, the two like father and daughter. From a certain perspective, Yuan Zhongfeng had doted on Fu Inshu too much since young. Yang Zhaoge felt from the bottom of his heart that many people had to thank Shatai. If not for him, this strict and serious eldest apprentice brother, holding down the fort from above, not even giving face to Yuan Zhongfeng most of the time, Fu Inshu's destructive power as a hegemon of Broad Creed Mountain would have been even greater. Looking at Yang Zhaoge, who smacked his lips, "Young master, even facing Elder Fang, I am even more confident than you are. After all, Elder Fang is very rational. However, if it's Elder Fu, most of the time, she does things based on her mood." Yang Zhaoge shrugged, raising 3 fingers. Firstly, while senior apprentice Aunt Fu is more of a carefree person, doing as she pleases, always doing things according to her own likes and dislikes, at the end of the day, she is still extremely passionate towards our clan. She was born here, grew up here, and Grand Master treats her like a daughter, doting on her very much. How could she not also respect and love Grand Master as a father? Saying thus, Yang Zhaoge retracted a finger. Before major matters that are truly beneficial to Broad Creed Mountain, she can suppress her emotions, prioritizing the clan's interests. Secondly, while it might not be too good to silently criticize a senior behind his back like this, senior apprentice Aunt Fu is someone who does not have much patience for most things. Even if she is interested in something, it would also be 3 days fishing, 2 days drying the net. Yang Zhaoge retracted another finger. However, senior apprentice Aunt Fu is extremely passionate towards the cultivation of the martial Dao, many years like a day. Don't just look at how she had the personality of a devil incarnate when she was young, her diligence in cultivation is something that even eldest apprentice Aunt has always praised greatly. Towards the unknown secrets of the martial Dao, senior apprentice Aunt Fu has an extremely strong desire to investigate them. If there are some things that she does not understand, it will cause her to be unable to eat or sleep in peace, always wanting to fully understand the profundities within before giving up. Saying thus, Yang Zhaoge also sighed a little in admiration, being able to walk to her current cultivation realm without going crazy. Senior apprentice Aunt Fu naturally did not rely on luck. Senior apprentice Aunt Fu is very headstrong and loves face, liking to fight with others. However, as compared to face, the difficult problems in the martial Dao that she cannot solve make her even more worried. At this point, Yang Zhaoge smiled as he retracted his final finger. This third, hehe, in the entire Broad Creed Mountain, senior apprentice Aunt Fu is one of the few people with an impatient personality, not having much patience. Chapter 119. The words on the water screen disappeared, also not saying anything about letting Yang Zhaoge in. However, looking at the hole in the water screen, Ahu could not help but stare wide-eyed and tongue-tied. Yang Zhaoge's expression was calm as he bowed towards the water screen. "Thank you, Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu. Then, Yang Zhaoge walked towards the hole in the water screen. Still a little dazed, Hu followed behind Yang Zhaoge completely on reflex. After a long time, Hu finally regained his wits. Young master, how exactly did you do it? Yang Zhaoge snapped his fingers. Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu saw Junior Apprentice Sister Feng. Unable to unravel the profundities behind Junior Apprentice Sister Feng's heavenly yin physique's gradual recovery, she let us in. Hu was dazed. Just that simple. Yang Zhaoge shrugged. Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu is just like this. Compared to face, she cares more about these things. Moreover, I'm only being vented out on. After all, I'm not father himself. His hands behind his back, Yang Zhaoge walked neither hurriedly nor slowly. Of course, Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu is also someone who changes her face faster than flipping the page of a book. When the riddle is solved, she might personally throw me out again. Hu shrunk his head. Young master, you must remember to hold back. If you are thrown out, it will definitely be hard for me to escape. As the two spoke, they walked on the water, already arriving at the center of the lake. Beneath the massive pavilion formed of white clouds was a small island at the center of the lake, the entire island enveloped by the white clouds above. On the peak of a mountain on the small island, Feng Yunxing and Sikong Qing were currently standing by the side. In front of them, a green-clothed girl was currently silently looking down from the mountain. This girl's age was somewhat hard to determine. She seemed to be in her early 20s, yet also seemed to be in her 30s. Her features were extremely beautiful, not inferior to Sikong Qing and Feng Yunxing in the slightest. Because of her age and temperament, at this moment, she seemed even more beautiful than the two girls. Walking up the mountain, seeing this girl, Yang Zhaoge immediately went forward to greet her, Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu. This girl was naturally Fu Inshu. Her expression was as per usual, completely unable to tell that it had been her who had left Yang Zhaoge outside the door earlier. I am very satisfied with the two of them. I have accepted both of them as disciples. The clan has recorded them over there, and can list them as core, direct disciples. Fu Inshu's first sentence when they met was to express her satisfaction towards Feng Yunxing and Sikong Qing. As Yang Zhaoge looked at Feng Yunxing, the other party's gaze contained some emotion, but more of it was firm determination. For Feng Yunxing, who had gone through so many hardships before, grasping the opportunity in front of her was the most important thing. Speaking of which, while she had entered Broad Creed Mountain, her identity had been kept a secret, with most people not knowing of her true origins, only thinking that she was a talent that the clan had inadvertently found. Right now, the news of her being promoted to a direct core disciple had yet to spread. Once it did, it would definitely set off quite a big wave. After all, she had only been in the sect for half a year, and she had already reached the heavens in a single bound. To the side, Sikong Qing had also entered the sect for many years, and had gone through many trials to reach where she was today. Looking at Sikong Qing, Yang Zhaoge saw that her gaze was clear as some joy and yearning could still be seen within. Sikong Qing did not have the slightest dissatisfaction towards Feng Yunxing. She was one of the few people who knew the secret of Feng Yunxing's extreme yin physique, but she did not care much about it. To Sikong Qing, what she valued more was the outstanding talent that the other party had displayed in the martial Dao. As Fu Inshu said this, she swiveled her head to glance at Feng Yunxing. According to what she said, having suffered a tribulation earlier, the extreme yin power within her body was completely depleted. But now, it has already recovered somewhat. Fu Inshu's words were like pearls in rapid succession. How did you do it? Yunxing said that you used a golden needle acupoint piercing technique to stimulate her already depleted extreme yin meridians. I could feel that you smeared the oil of the concealed willow grass on your golden needles. However, piercing acupoints with golden needles should have a unique technique. Yang Zhaoge smiled slightly, similarly acting like the earlier matter had not happened at all as he said, it is precisely so. Let me demonstrate, Senior Apprentice Aunt, please correct me. Saying thus, he came in front of Feng Yunxing, demonstrating. Fu Inshu only saw the first needle by the side, before she nodded slowly, so that's how it is. Yang Zhaoge smiled as he kept the needles, secretly sending a sound transmission to Feng Yunxing. How is it? Do you feel that you've finally met someone who can speak faster than you? Although it was right in front of Fu Inshu, Feng Yunsheng blinked, replying, "Master can say 10 sentences, I can say 8. There is a gap, but it is not that I cannot catch up." Yang Zhaoge grinned. "Good, ambitious." Fu Inshu now looked over, staring at Yang Zhaoge as she directly asked, "I heard from the clan that you want to be responsible for the grooming of Yunsheng's extreme yin power? Cultivating martial arts, naturally together with you, senior apprentice aunt." Yang Zhaoge calmly met Fu Inshu's gaze. "However, as a maiden of extreme yin, I indeed have some thoughts about competing for the extreme yin crown." Fu Inshu said, "Looking at your needles, I can tell that you indeed have some outstanding attainments and research in this area. Therefore, tell me your thoughts." Of the higher echelon experts of Broad Creed Mountain, it had always been Fu Inshu who had been preparing for the grooming of maidens of extreme yin. She had the greatest say in this area. It was fine if Fu Inshu had not left seclusion before, but now that she had, she naturally had to weigh in on exactly how much true ability and knowledge Yang Zhaoge had in this area. After all, the matter of maidens of extreme yin was of great importance, and could not be taken lightly in the slightest. Yang Zhaoge said neither hurriedly nor slowly, "First is to help junior apprentice Sister Feng recover her extreme yin physique. Other than piercing her acupoints with golden needles, I plan to find a treasured land of solitary yin that contains solitary yang. Keeping an eye on the mountain domain's cloud portent mountain, on one hand, is to manage our clan's relationship with infinite boundless mountain, and on the other is also for junior apprentice Sister Feng's recovery. Other than that, I have thought of a type of medicinal bath, which will also be used when the time comes, helping junior apprentice Sister Feng to recover from her injuries." At this point, Yang Zhaoge paused for a moment. "As for junior apprentice Sister Feng's recovery, returning to the right path of cultivation, I naturally have some ideas as well. I believe that senior apprentice Aunt Fu should also have them. However, the problem that we have to face is that junior apprentice Sister Feng, having been delayed for a few years, has only just begun her recovery, while people like Meng Wn and the others have long since been far ahead of her. The other side will not remain where they are, stopping to wait for us. On the contrary, the one who wins the extreme yin crown will only improve even faster. Under such circumstances, how can junior apprentice Sister Feng catch up to her opponent?" Yang Zhaoge spread his palms apart. "At the end of the day, having a maiden of extreme yin doesn't mean that all is well. Our clan finally having a maiden of extreme yin, it is just that she has the qualifications to participate in the extreme yin bout, no longer having to watch from the sidelines like in previous years. However, if she accompanies the crown prince in his studies year after year, acting as a foil for others, then having this maiden of extreme yin would be as good as not having one at all. Grooming a maiden of extreme yin, participating in the extreme yin bout, it is all for the sake of winning the extreme yin crown." Feng Yunsheng nodded lightly by the side. This was actually the truly crucial matter. Her recovery of the extreme yin physique was only just the beginning. Fu Inshu looked at Yang Zhaoge. As compared to Feng Yunsheng's recovery of the extreme yin physique, this was actually the problem that was truly giving her a headache. Without Feng Yunsheng, if Broad Creed Mountain was lucky and could find another maiden of extreme yin, they would also be able to groom one from the very beginning. However, having fallen behind the other sacred grounds in the past few years, how would they make up for the gap, competing with them? In recent years, Fu Inshu had researched on the cultivation of extreme yin power. She was confident that if they all started at the same time, giving her a maiden of extreme yin, the result would not be inferior to those of the other sacred grounds. However, to catch up to those in the lead, the difficulty was just too great. Chapter 120. Firstly, when I was adventuring outside, I secretly obtained a martial secret manual from before the Great Calamity, the Extreme Yin scripture, which is specially suited for the cultivation of maidens of extreme yin. Fu Inshu's gaze flickered as she stared fixedly at Yang Zhaoge. Feng Yunsheng, who was at the side, was slightly startled. "Lunar scripture?" Yang Zhaoge nodded. "That's right, looks like you've also heard of it." Feng Yunsheng murmured, "I have indeed heard, the elders of the past mention it. Maidens of extreme yin like us do not have any special advantages in cultivating other martial arts. We are no different from ordinary people. It all depends on our own talent in the martial arts. However, it is rumored that before the Great Calamity, There was a martial art known as the extreme yin scripture, a treasured scripture specially suited for maidens of extreme yin to cultivate in. Maidens of extreme yin would be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort if they were to use this to cultivate. Not only would their martial cultivation realm increase rapidly, it would also be able to nourish their extreme yin physique, causing their extreme yin energy to become even stronger. Feng Yunsheng looked at Yang Zhaoge. However, ever since the Great Calamity, this martial scripture has been lost, not even a single word left behind. Only its legend remains. Yang Zhaoge smiled as he listened to her finish, then said, "That's right. The method to help you recover your extreme yin body was something that I came up with myself. However, the inspiration for it also came from the extreme yin scripture." As Yang Zhaoge said this, he looked at Fu Inshu. "Currently, in our entire clan, only Grand Master and my father know of this matter. You are the third higher echelon to know of it. After I found the lunar true scripture, you were in seclusion. That's why I didn't have the time to tell you today." Fu Inshu nodded and said lightly, "You have made a great contribution in this matter, but since you have the lunar scripture, you can give it to me and I can teach it to Yunsheng." Feng Yunsheng and Sai Kongqing opened their mouths but didn't say anything. Hu lowered his head to look at the ground. Elder Fu was the only one who could say such words so naturally. Fu Inshu said faintly, "I don't have the intention to take your credit. You should be rewarded. The sect will definitely not shortchange you. I have to teach Yunsheng martial arts cultivation on a daily basis, and this can coincide with this. Why bother two people for the same thing? Your cultivation can't be delayed, Zhaoge." Fu Inshu glanced at Yang Zhaoge. "Unless you have some other thoughts, therefore seeking to accompany me day and night." Ahem. Hu almost choked on his own saliva. The usually cold Si Kongqing also looked curiously at Yang Zhaoge. Feng Yunsheng blinked, not revealing the look of a shy girl as her big eyes instead contained a hint of a smile as she looked towards Yang Zhaoge openly. Receiving everyone's gazes, Yang Zhaoge's expression was as per usual, not seeming distressed in the least. Fu Inshu said lightly, "You are in charge of the nurturing of Yunsheng's power of extreme yin, so you often have to interact with me. Because of the problem of the previous generation, you actually feel a little awkward facing me, right? Why bother?" His words were even more direct than before. Yang Zhaoge now had the urge to smile bitterly. This martial uncle of his really only cared about his own happiness and did not care about the feelings of others. However, Yang Zhaoge actually did not feel any dissatisfaction, because while Fu Inshu's words were not all that polite, her thinking was actually not without reason. If it was possible, Yang Zhaoge would also be happy to hand everything over to Fu Inshu, while he himself would just be a carefree shopkeeper. Just like Fu Inshu had said, the credit was firmly his anyway, with no one able to take it away from him. However, Yang Zhaoge still decided to take matters into his own hands. He had his own reasons, just that there were many things that outsiders could not understand. However, whether it was for public or private reasons, Yang Zhaoge had to personally go into action this time. "I do not deny that I admire junior apprentice sister Feng very much. However, just from the current situation, there are no romantic feelings between us." Faced with Fu Inshu's question, Yang Zhaoge answered calmly, "I suggested that I be in charge of raising junior apprentice sister Feng's extreme yin power because I have some ideas that require me to monitor her in real time, unceasingly observing her changes." Yang Zhaoge laughed, "Just based on the extreme yin scripture alone, whether junior apprentice sister Feng can definitely close the gap between her and the other maidens of extreme yin is still hard to guarantee. After all, in the process of junior apprentice sister Feng's pursuit, with the help of the extreme yin crown, the other party's cultivation speed will also be faster." Fu Inshu's expression turned somewhat serious. "You said just now that there are two methods, working on both sides simultaneously?" Yang Zhaoge said, "That's right. The first is the extreme yin scripture, while the second is an idea of mine." As he said this, Yang Zhaoge extended his hands, bringing them together before him. "It is said that yin and yang coexisting is a great Tao, but isn't the Tao of extreme yin also another great Tao? The extreme yin crown, the pinnacle of the power of extreme yin under the heavens, is also the foundation of its might. Therefore, no one has ever tried to destroy this. It is just that a path that is too extreme may similarly have a great future, a similarly high peak, but the path itself is destined to be harder the further one goes. Even if the end point is right before them, the path will only get narrower and narrower. If more variations can be integrated into it under the prerequisite of ensuring extreme yin, there will be greater room for development, the path will be widened. Yang Zhaoge said, this way, the path will also be much faster. This time, Fu Hongxue was not in a hurry to question whether Yang Zhaoge was taking things for granted, instead falling into deep thought. After a while, she opened her mouth to ask, you wanting to find a treasured land of solitary yin that contains solitary yang to help Yunsheng recover her original extreme yin power is the same idea as this. And these two are both the results of your own analysis of the extreme yin power. The two are equivalent to corroborating each other. Is this idea really feasible? Yang Zhaoge nodded, that's right. After researching different sources and making different considerations, I came to the same conclusion. While it still needs to be verified, I think that this method is feasible. Fu Hongxue hurriedly followed up, you also said that this is under the prerequisite of ensuring extreme yin. Otherwise, yin and yang will only mix, harming the power of extreme yin, the gains not making up for the losses. This requires a truly feasible method. Otherwise, it can only remain on paper, like a castle in the air. Yang Zhaoge nodded, senior apprentice Aunt Fu's words make sense, I completely agree. I have always believed that actions trump words. Saying thus, Yang Zhaoge extended his finger, rapidly writing in mid-air, as though he was deriving something. Traces of his aura qi remained, not dissipating for a long time. A bright light abruptly flickered within Fu Hongxue's eyes, only calming down after a long time. While it is only an embryonic form, it is already sufficient for the martial scholar realm. She glanced at Yang Zhaoge, saying straightforwardly, no wonder you dare to take on everything. Your attainments in this area are even deeper than mine. If I insist on not allowing it, it would instead delay Yunsheng, and also hinder the clan's major matters. Chapter 121. Having successfully convinced Fu Hongxue, Yang Zhaoge's mood was also not bad. After all, this was not an easy task. This was because martial Aunt Fu often did things based on her personal preferences and mood. Money couldn't buy a person's happiness. Sometimes, there was no such thing as reason. If it wasn't necessary, Yang Zhaoge wouldn't be in the mood to waste time with her. However, the situation this time was rather complicated. From the first moment that Yang Zhaoge had met Feng Yunsheng, he had already been planning for this matter. If it weren't for Fu Hongxue suddenly coming out of seclusion, there wouldn't have been so many twists and turns. Because the great calamity had caused legacies to be broken off, many things had to be developed from scratch. In the current world, Yang Zhaoge's understanding of the maiden of extreme yin's extreme yin physique was still limited. Even though they knew of the rumors that the extreme yin sutra was beneficial to the cultivation of maidens of extreme yin, there were still many things that the people of today did not know. Yang Zhaoge had browsed through the scripture vault of the divine palace. Other than the extreme yin scripture, there were also other scriptures related to maidens of extreme yin. Some of these things were not limited to maidens of extreme yin. They were similarly useful to other cultivators. Yang Zhaoge was very interested in this. Through his interaction with Feng Yunsheng, the real-time feedback he received as a reference greatly assisted Yang Zhaoge in comprehending the supreme principles of the martial Tao that he wanted to understand. However, there was no need for outsiders to know about this. Furthermore, there were many ways to help Feng Yunsheng improve her strength. It was not something that could be fully explained by the lunar scripture. He had too many secrets, so he had to either hide them, or he had to handle them himself to make it easier for him to conceal them. If they held back, how could they ensure that Feng Yunsheng could make up for it and catch up to Meng Wan and the others who were in the lead? If they couldn't win the extreme yin bout, what was the point of working so hard for half a day? It was true that Feng Yunsheng was a martial arts genius. Even if she did not involve the extreme yin body, she would still be able to achieve great things in the future if she cultivated step by step. But in a short period of time, her potential could not be transformed into real strength, and she could not play a strategic role in determining the world's situation. As Yang Zhaoge resided in Broadcreed Mountain, whether it was himself or his father, they were all closely linked to Broadcreed Mountain, sharing their glory and their loss. Whether it was for public or private reasons, Yang Zhaoge had to ensure that the development of the situation was within his grasp this time. Fortunately, just as he had expected, while Fu Hongxu's personality was unbridled and unrestrained, when it came to the major matters of Broad Creed Mountain, she was still able to distinguish between what was important and what was not. Although she was competitive and prideful, and it was said that there were times when she would even act shamelessly and refuse to admit to her debts, she still admitted that her skills were inferior when it came to the matter of the Maiden of Extreme Yin. I've also heard about what happened at Cloud Portent Mountain. Fu Hongxu regained her senses and asked, "How confident are you in this matter?" Yang Zhaoge answered solemnly, "At least 80%. If you want to say more, you will have to arrive at Cloud Portent Mountain and investigate it on the spot. Only then will you be able to say for sure." Fu Hongxu raised an eyebrow. "If you weren't bragging, 80% chance is already very high. Since that's the case, let's go now." As Fu Hongxu said this, her surroundings began to move despite there being no wind, streams of qi directly sweeping Yang Zhaoge, Ahu, Feng Yunsheng and Xikongqing within. Yunsheng will naturally be going to the Cloud Portent Mountain as well. "Xikong, why don't you come with us as well? You can use this opportunity to gain experience. I can also teach you martial arts along the way so that it won't affect your cultivation." That barrier of water surrounding the small island at the center of the Cloud Pavilion Lake leisurely descended, while Fu Hongxu directly swept along Yang Zhaoge and the others, speeding off into the distance. Ahu stuck out his tongue, sending a sound transmission to Yang Zhaoge, "Young master, isn't Elder Fu's swift and decisive actions a little too much? Acting as she pleases, leaving as she pleases." Yang Zhaoge rubbed the space between his brows. "I rarely hear this now. I only heard someone mention it by chance before. In my father's generation, when they were young, there was actually a saying. Fu Hongxu's thoughts, the skies of June, changing as she pleases. From the looks of it now, while she has grown in age, this senior apprentice Aunt Fu is still the same, acting as she pleases. Just get used to it, just get used to it, just get used to it." Yang Zhaoge grinned. "We can also be considered to have come on a trip where she pleases." Feng Yunsheng and Xikongqing were also slightly taken aback, but they quickly regained their composure. While the former's thoughts were not as jumpy as Fu Hongxu's, she also had a straightforward personality. Meanwhile, other than cultivating in the martial Dao, she didn't really care about anything else. The group was led by Fu Hongxu, passing through the lofty mountains and precipitous ridges, rushing towards the mountain region. Their first destination was the vast expanse ridge in the middle of the mountain range, and then the Cloud Portent Ridge in the east. Unlike the Heaven Domain, which was divided into 5 continents, the mountain domain was divided into territories. And because there were many mountain ranges and hills in the mountain region, the various territories were mostly divided and named according to the different mountain ranges in the mountain region. For example, the territory of the mountain domain's sacred ground, Infinite Boundless Mountain, was known as the Infinite Boundless Territory. The Cloud Portent Territory was the region where the Cloud Portent mountain range was located. The main peak that shared the same name as the mountain range was the Cloud Portent Mountain. The Cloud Omen Territory was located at the eastern end of the mountain region, and it was directly connected to the Thunder region to the east. The Earth region was located to the southeast, while the East Heaven region was located to the south, and the North Heaven region was located to the southwest. The Sealing Dragon Abyss originated from the Earth domain, passed through the Heaven domain's East Heaven continent, and then extended into the Mountain domain's Cloud Portent territory. The Dark Blue River, which also originated from the Earth domain, entered the Cloud Omen territory first, and then the North Heaven continent of the Heaven domain. Because of Cloud Portent Mountain and the giant spirit magnetite, while this place was located by the borders of the mountain domain, it was the area that Infinite Boundless Mountain valued the most, strictly guarding against the infiltration of the Thunder domain's Heavenly Thunder Hall and the Heaven domain's Broad Creed Mountain. After receiving news of Yang Zhaoge, Fu Hongxu, and the others' arrival, Infinite Boundless Mountain did not tarry. Broad Creed Mountain had vaguely revealed that the matter concerned the giant spirit magnetite, and Infinite Boundless Mountain would naturally place great importance on it. However, whether it was Yang Zhaoge or Fu Hongxu, they both acutely felt that Infinite Boundless Mountain's attitude seemed to be a little ambiguous. After the previous war of the Eastern Tang, The current situation of the world was indeed rather subtle. However, Yang Zhaoge could still more or less feel some abnormal signs. "There's something strange," Yang Zhaoge muttered within his heart, but did not reveal anything on his face. Accompanied by infinite boundless mountain experts, he headed to Cloud Portent Mountain together with Fu and Shu. And just as they were on their way to the mountain domain, Yang Zhaoge and the others received a piece of news that could definitely be considered grievous news for Broadcreed Mountain. In the third extreme yin bout, the Sacred Sun Clan disciple Meng Wn had undergone nirvanic rebirth like a fire phoenix amidst the darkness, domineeringly returning as a king, dominating all females as she had obtained the extreme yin crown, as though confirming Feng Yunsheng's previous judgment. As long as nothing happened to her, Meng Wan was currently the strongest maiden of extreme yin. The sacred artifact, the extreme yin crown, had returned to the hands of the Sacred Sun Clan. The situation of the world instantly changed as a result. While the east-coming Marshal Saint Huang Guanglia had still yet to leave seclusion, the Sacred Sun Clan's previous predicament already no longer existed. Hearing this news, Yang Zhaoge glanced at Feng Yunsheng. Feng Yunsheng's expression was calm, not the slightest change in it. She also looked at Yang Zhaoge. Chapter 122. Although the other party did not say anything, Yang Zhaoge instead felt that Infinite Boundless Mountain had become even more passionate towards them. With the Sacred Sun Clan becoming more domineering, while Infinite Boundless Mountain would not directly face their might, they would also be increasingly on guard. Before he himself had sufficient confidence, with Broadcreed Mountain's help in blocking the Sacred Sun Clan, it was clearly a good thing for Infinite Boundless Mountain. However, Yang Zhaoge could still feel that on the matter of Cloud Portent Mountain's giant spirit magnetite vein, Infinite Boundless Mountain's attitude was rather ambiguous. In their interactions with Broadcreed Mountain, Infinite Boundless Mountain, whether intentionally or not, seemed to be more inclined towards seeking cooperation in other areas. This caused Yang Zhaoge to pay more attention to it. While Infinite Boundless Mountain's attitude was rather ambiguous, under their guidance, Yang Zhaoge, Fu and Shu and the others still entered the Cloud Portent territory. "Young Master, it is also a coincidence that Zhao Ming and his wife have also come to Cloud Portent territory." On the way, Ahu sorted out the information sent over by his subordinates, summarizing it before reporting it to Yang Zhaoge. Yang Zhaoge raised his head and thought for a moment, "Oh, the Scarlet Rainbow Sect and the Mountain Domain's Cloud Portent territory do indeed have business dealings." Ahu nodded. "That's right, a place of solitary yin and solitary yang is extremely rare. The Crimson Rainbow Sect has a few types of spirit herbs that can obtain the best quality in a place of solitary yin and solitary yang. So they rented a piece of land in Cloud Portent Mountain and opened it up as a medicinal field." Yang Zhaoge nodded. Broadcreed Mountain was aware of this matter, also not forbidding it. Although there was some competition between Broadcreed Mountain and Infinite Boundless Mountain, it was far from as tense as it was with the Sacred Sun Clan. Interactions between the various powers of the Heaven Domain under Broadcreed Mountain and those of the Mountain Domain under Infinite Boundless Mountain were not rare. Cloud Portent Mountain was an important area of Infinite Boundless Mountain, but as long as it was not near the giant spirit magnetite vein, it was not forbidden for outsiders to come here. Of course, if it was a power of the same level as Broadcreed Mountain approaching, it would definitely draw the attention of Infinite Boundless Mountain, but a power like the Scarlet Rainbow Sect would be fine. Ahu continued, "I heard that there was something wrong with the medicine field this time, so Zhao Ming and Jing Yunji came to have a look." Jing Yunji was the daughter of the chief of the Scarlet Rainbow Sect. She had not entered the Scarlet Rainbow Sect, instead having entered Broadcreed Mountain, becoming a disciple of Broadcreed Mountain like Yang Zhaoge and Zhao Ming. Yang Zhaoge said, "After we have arrived at Cloud Portent Mountain, we can inform them to gather when we have the time. According to etiquette, they will also have to come pay a visit to senior apprentice Aunt Fu." Ahu gave a silly smile. "Yes, young master." Stepping into the Cloud Portent territory, traversing the numerous mountain ranges of the Cloud Portent mountain range, Yang Zhaoge and the others headed east. The main peak of the Cloud Portent mountain range, the Cloud Portent Mountain, gradually appeared before everyone's eyes. The entire Cloud Portent mountain range was like a crouching dragon, and the Cloud Portent Mountain was like the dragon's head. The foot of the cloud-portent mountain was connected to the other mountain peaks, forming a small basin. That was where the giant spirit magnetite vein was located. Halfway up the peak of cloud-portent mountain, there was a spiritual spring known as the yin-yang cloud. This yin-yang cloud spirit spring was one of the few places in the world that contained solitary yin and solitary yang. Because of the giant spirit magnetite vein, Infinite Boundless Mountains faction, other than the first seat elder who was in charge of the affairs of the entire cloud-portent territory, also had another long-established Grand Master Elder who sat over cloud-portent mountain, known as the Magnetite Elder. Adding on the Infinite Boundless Mountain Elder who had accompanied them over, at this moment, Infinite Boundless Mountain's 3 long-established martial grandmasters were gathered at Cloud-Portent Mountain. The Infinite Boundless Mountain's Cloud-Portent Mountain's first seat elder who was in charge of the affairs of the Cloud-Portent territory was surnamed Zwe, a middle-aged man with a dignified expression on his face. Looking at this elder Zwe, Yang Zhaoge's gaze hardened slightly. The principal elder of Infinite Boundless Mountain stationed in the Eastern Tang Kingdom of the Heaven Domain's East Heaven region was precisely a subordinate of this elder Zwe. In the previous chaos of the Eastern Tang, the actions of Infinite Boundless Mountains faction could not have been without the shadow of this person behind them. To our clan, the giant spirit magnetite vein is naturally of utmost importance. Your clan suddenly paying us a visit is still something that was somewhat out of our expectations, elders were said neither hurriedly nor slowly. Yang Zhaoge sat quietly, not speaking, with Fu Inshu naturally dealing with the other side. It is precisely because this matter is of utmost importance that if we did not have sufficient confidence, how would our clan have brought it up so rashly? In recent years, because the giant spirit magnetite vein had gradually dried up, they were in danger of being eaten up completely. On the one hand, Infinite Boundless Mountain had been seeking a solution, on the other hand, they had also begun to limit their internal mining. This way, it had naturally unknowingly slowed down their own development. If this problem could be resolved, and giant spirit magnetite could be mined in large amounts once more, Infinite Boundless Mountain would definitely enter a period of rapid development once more. Fu Inshu said mildly, "Our clan is extremely sincere, your clan has no need to be so nervous." Elders were also had some understanding of Fu Inshu's personality. Hearing her words, he smiled slightly. If Broad Creed Mountain came here to cause trouble, that would be equivalent to completely pushing Infinite Boundless Mountain towards the Sacred Sun Clan's side. However, he also had his own thoughts on this. Broad Creed Mountain definitely wouldn't come to help Infinite Boundless Mountain for no reason at all. Since it was a collaboration, both sides would each take what they needed. How much they took or how little they took would be a problem. Your clan says that you want to do an on-site investigation? Then, after you've settled down a little, follow me, elders were said. Fu Inshu directly swiveled her head to look at Yang Zhaoge. Do you need to rest? Yang Zhaoge resisted the urge to roll his eyes, once more having a direct understanding of this senior apprentice aunt of his. I can do so anytime. Fu Inshu nodded, swiveling her head to look at Elder Zwe. It's still early now, let's go now. Elder Zwe and the other 2 Infinite Boundless Mountain Grand Elders exchanged glances, then all nodded. The Magnetite Elder who sat over Cloud-Portent Mountain said, "Follow this old man." Arriving in the valley, the group directly descended into the vein. Feeling the flow of spiritual chi within, having specially entered the pith region, Yang Zhaoge grew more and more certain. The mining method is too barbaric. Infinite Boundless Mountain's founder only obtained the giant spirit profound art, but didn't have a matching technique to specifically mine giant spirit magnetite. The mining method developed afterwards is simple and crude, unceasingly harming the pith of the vein. Yang Zhaoge had a plan, but a shadow also gradually surfaced in his heart. Other than us, there also seems to be someone else who is pondering on the problem of the recovery of the giant spirit magnetite vein. It doesn't seem like Infinite Boundless Mountain's own research, but rather has some of the flair of an ancient technique from before the Great Calamity. Haha, no wonder their attitude is so ambiguous. They indeed have other hopes, and therefore aren't too keen on my side. However, that side should also still be in the testing phase. Therefore, when we came over, they also didn't directly reject us. Yang Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, pondering. However, on the surface, Yang Zhaoge still looked as though nothing had happened. Exiting the vein, Yang Zhaoge roamed the basin of the valley, feeling the spiritual qi flow there a step further. Why does it feel like there's a yang reversing qi that directly penetrates underground from the mountain? Frowning, Yang Zhaoge exited the valley, raising his head to gaze at Cloud Portent Mountain before him. Halfway up Cloud Portent Mountain, the light of fire shockingly flickered. Yang Zhaoge blinked. What the hell is this? Infinite boundless mountain burning their own mountain? Just as he was thinking, Ahu sped over, bringing back an unconscious person. Yang Zhaoge recognized him as Zhao Ming's retainer. After waking him up, seeing Yang Zhaoge, the other party was instantly overjoyed. Chapter 123. That was the location of the source of the yin-yang cloud spring, a place of solitary yin and solitary yang. The spirit field that the Scarlet Rainbow sect rented to cultivate spirit herbs was right there. That retainer hurriedly said, Fourth Prince and Miss Jing are both on the mountain. Infinite Boundless Mountain's people burned the Scarlet Rainbow sect spirit fields, and Fourth Prince couldn't restrain himself any longer, and made a move against them. Yang Zhaoge held his forehead. Unlike Zhao Yuan, Zhao Sheng and the others, Zhao Ming's temper was more of the violent and impulsive type. The other party having burnt down Jing Yunji's family's spirit field, Zhao Ming was naturally unable to restrain his rage, no longer caring that he was actually currently in Infinite Boundless Mountain's territory. Why would the people of Infinite Boundless Mountain burn the spirit fields of the Scarlet Rainbow sect? Yang Zhaoge asked straightforwardly. The retainer hesitated for a moment before replying truthfully. The Iron Yuan sect, a small and medium-sized force under the jurisdiction of Cloud Portent territory, has invaded the land of a manor nearby. The owner of the manor didn't comply, and the two parties had a conflict. During the conflict, the son of the owner of the manor injured the people of the Iron Yuan sect. The other party broke into the manor and wanted to kill to vent their anger. Miss Jing passed by the manor and was once a guest there. She was an old acquaintance of the owner's family, so when she found out about the incident, she hurried over to save him. In the end, that Iron Yuan sect's chief was acquainted with a disciple of Infinite Boundless Mountain here, and called for reinforcements, demanding that the Scarlet Rainbow sect hand over the person. Since the Fourth Prince and Miss Jing were unwilling to hand her over, it was convenient for them to burn down the spiritual fields. Yang Zhaoge raised his head slightly, on purpose, right? That retainer was greatly shocked. Young Master Yang, the Fourth Prince does not intend to become enemies with Infinite Boundless Mountain, it's just that, I'm not talking about Zhao Ming and the others. Yang Zhaoge waved his hands, swiveling his head to look at Ahu. Go tell Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu. Ahu scratched his head. Young Master, Infinite Boundless Mountain has 3 higher echelon bigwigs here, as well as quite a few martial grandmaster experts. Yang Zhaoge shook his head. This kind of small matter is still not enough to disturb people at the level of Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu and the others. Infinite Boundless Mountain will definitely have their subordinates deal with it first. I asked you to inform Uncle Master Fu so that he can understand the situation and be prepared. We're not afraid of alarming a big shot like them to deal with it. I'm rushing over now to prevent Zhao Ming from suffering a loss if the other party has an expert. Saying thus, Yang Zhaoge strode forward, leading the way up the mountain. Standing at the entrance of the valley, Feng Yunxing and Sikong Qing were currently discussing the martial arts that Fu and Shu had just imparted to them. Seeing Yang Zhaoge, they could not help but ask curiously, "Where are we going?" Yang Zhaoge pointed at the black smoke halfway up the mountain. There are some people of the same clan clashing with people of Infinite Boundless Mountain on the mountain. Let's go take a look. Exchanging glances, Feng Yunxing and Sikong Qing both nodded, following behind Yang Zhaoge. On the mountain path, an Infinite Boundless Mountain martial practitioner also appeared to obstruct them. There's been a change on the mountain. Halt. Yang Zhaoge said mildly, if I stop, your family's giant spirit magnetite vein will suffer a calamity. The other party was taken aback. The ore vein is at the foot of the mountain. Yang Zhaoge's footsteps did not halt as he instantly passed the other party. You cannot bear the responsibility. That Infinite Boundless Mountain martial practitioner wanted to stop him, but felt a strong gust of wind assaulting him, directly suppressing the words he wanted to say back into his chest. He was completely unable to open his mouth at all, his figure also continuously retreating backwards. Not saying a word, Feng Yunsheng and Sikong Qing followed closely behind Yang Zhaoge, rushing up the mountain. Having arrived in the vicinity of the fire halfway up the mountain, Yang Zhaoge's gaze swept the area, seeing that amidst the thick smoke, there were currently people clashing. One of them was precisely Zhao Ming. His opponent was a middle-aged man with the cultivation of a mid-outer aura martial scholar, but not of infinite boundless mountains lineage. It could be assumed that he was the chief of the Iron Yuan sect. This middle-aged man was being suppressed by Zhao Ming, but there were quite a few people helping him to surround and attack Zhao Ming from the side. Zhao Ming's broad creed mountain martial arts were far more profound than his opponent's. Even being surrounded and attacked from all sides, he was still able to handle it with ease, even being able to protect a small boy. It was just that Zhao Ming was entangled to the point where he was hard-pressed to extricate himself. His expression was a little anxious as he looked to the side. There, a girl was currently clashing with an infinite boundless mountain disciple. That girl was precisely a fellow disciple of Yang Zhaoge, Sikong Qing, and the others, Zhao Ming's lover, Jing Yunji. The two were both in the mid-inner aura martial scholar realm. One executed broad creed mountains martial arts, the other infinite boundless mountains martial arts, but in the end, it was Jing Yunji who was being suppressed. From the looks of it, there actually seemed to be a feeling of danger all around. Yang Zhaoge carefully analyzed for a moment, remembering the intelligence reports he had once seen in the clan, recognizing that the other party seemed to be called Hu Xiong, a genius of infinite boundless mountain who had recently risen to prominence. In the vicinity of the fire where they were clashing, there were already a few corpses lying on the ground. From their clothes, they were all on Zhao Ming's and Jing Yunji's side. Glancing at them, Yang Zhaoge directly said, "Junior apprentice sister Sikong help junior apprentice sister Jing, junior apprentice sister Feng help junior apprentice brother Zhao." Feng Yunsheng stroked the hilt of her saber, not waiting for her to ask. Yang Zhaoge directly waved his hands, "Murderers, pay with their lives." Saying thus, Yang Zhaoge waved his sleeve, sweeping up gusts of strong wind, blowing away the dense smoke of the blazing fire before him, first extinguishing the flames. On the other side, not saying a word, Sikong Qing unsheathed her sword, a cold light flickering as she directly replaced Jing Yunji, clashing with that infinite boundless mountain disciple Hu Xiong. Feng Yunsheng was even less courteous, brandishing her saber, the winds and clouds changing color as a violent saber directly forced back the people surrounding Zhao Ming. With a long howl, Zhao Ming brandished the sword within his hands, sword shadows floating, resembling 7 stars streaking across the sky as he focused fully on dealing with that middle-aged man of the outer aura stage, attacking until his back was drenched in sweat. That infinite boundless mountain disciple Hu Xiong was greatly enraged. "People of Broad Creed Mountain, daring to be so arrogant in our clan's territory?" Dispersing the blazing fire, not even turning his head, Yang Zhaoge said casually, "Those who died here, all died from wounds inflicted by saber or sword. You are bare-handed, obviously not a murderer, so you can rest easy, you don't have to pay with your life." Hu Xiong's chest felt stifled as he looked at Yang Zhaoge and laughed coldly. "Today, I've really broadened my horizons. I've never seen someone who comes to ask for help so arrogant. I know who you are, and also know what you've come to our mountain domain for. But you don't seem to be quite clear-headed. Now, it is your Broad Creed Mountain who has a request for my infinite boundless mountain." With the extreme yin crown in the hands of the sacred Sun clan, and their east-coming martial saint not leaving seclusion, just based on these 2 sacred artifacts, your Broad Creed Mountain will not be able to stand against them alone. Hu Xiong was not old, still looking to be less than 20, having cultivated to the mid-inner aura martial scholar realm, which was rather rare. What was even rarer was that he was skilled, not falling into a disadvantageous position in his clash with Sikong Qing, attacking and defending, his movements orderly. He laughed coldly as he looked at Yang Zhaoge. "Coming to my infinite boundless mountain, to put it bluntly, is to ask for reinforcements, wanting our clan to resist the pressure of the sacred Sun clan together with you. In the battle of the Eastern Tang earlier, if not for our clan standing by the side and helping the sacred Sun clan, even if you joined forces with Jade Sea City, victory and defeat might still have been uncertain. It's the same now. Jade Sea City has lost the extreme Yin crown, also being held back by the Heavenly Thunder Hall. If our clan helps your Broad Creed Mountain, you need not fear the Sacred Sun clan. If our clan helps the Sacred Sun clan, your broad Creed mountain will immediately be finished. Chapter 124. Yang Zhaoge couldn't be bothered with Hu Xiong at all as he shook his head rather amusedly. The extreme Yin crown having fallen into the hands of the sacred Sun clan, it is possible for your infinite boundless mountain to not help either side. But to help the sacred Sun clan, there really must be a hole in your brain. Being willing to be someone else's vassal is another matter altogether. Otherwise, if the people of infinite boundless mountain all have the same level of experience as you, they would never be able to rise up. Seeing Sikong Qing replace Jing Yunji and fight with Hu Xiong, Zhao Ming immediately heaved a sigh of relief. With his worries gone, and with Feng Yunsheng's help to clear up the disturbances around him, he immediately pounced on his opponent like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. As Yang Zhaoge extinguished the fire, he scanned the entire area. Looking around, Yang Zhaoge's attention fell on the child that Zhao Ming had been protecting earlier. It was a boy who was only a little over 10 years old. He looked a little dazed, as if he was mentally unsound. He knelt beside a man and shook the man's arm. "Daddy, Daddy." Yang Zhaoge knit his brows slightly. With just a single glance, he knew that the man on the ground was already dead. Seeing that the man was ignoring him, the boy stood up shakily and walked to the side, turning a blind eye to the flashes of swords around him. He came to a woman's side and shook the woman's arm. "Mother, mother." Yang Zhaoge sighed to himself. This child was an orphan. The boy looked around blankly, his eyes still filled with confusion, as if he did not understand why his parents were ignoring him. Jing Yunji was replaced by Sikong Qing. She came to the boy's side, her gaze also somewhat unable to bear it. Looking at the other corpses on the ground, her eyes once again surged with fury. Other than the boy's family, the other victims were all the stewards of the Scarlet Rainbow sect's medicinal field. Jing Yunji shouted and joined the battle with Zhao Ming, killing the warriors of the Iron Yuan sect together with Feng Yunsheng. The middle-aged man at the middle stage of physical invulnerability was the sect leader of the Iron Yuan sect, who had led his men to cause trouble. At this moment, facing Broad Creed Mountain's direct disciple Zhao Ming, even though their cultivation bases were the same, he was still quickly defeated. He called out to Hu Xiong, "Save." Before he could finish his words, Zhao Ming's sword had already pierced forward. Just at this moment, a cold snort suddenly resounded from the distance, killing people in the territory of my infinite boundless mountain. A powerful gust of stellar energy soared through the air, ferocious and forceful. It was like a mountain-splitting axe cleaving towards Zhao Ming. It was obvious that the other party had not used his full strength, but this axe strike was something that Zhao Ming could not block. If he took it, even if he did not die, he would be heavily injured. Yang Zhaoge's expression did not change as he substituted a sword with his finger, stabbing out. 7 streams of stellar energy condensed into swords, like the convergence of 7 stars, and intercepted the huge axe. The 7 streaks of sword chi landed on the huge axe made of stellar energy at different speeds, but they didn't destroy it. Instead, they easily deflected the huge axe's trajectory. Seeing this, Zhao Ming did not stop and pierced through the chest of the Iron Yuan sect leader. The middle-aged man widened his eyes and fell to the ground. The last image he saw was of the woman who had died by his hands. She was now lying on the ground with her eyes wide open, and the simple-minded boy beside her. In the next moment, the middle-aged man's vision turned pitch black, and he breathed his last. After sweeping through the enemies present, Feng Yunsheng, Zhao Ming and Jing Yunji gathered by Yang Zhaoge's side. Yang Zhaoge said, "I've come late. Junior apprentice sister Jing, please restrain your grief. Junior apprentice brother Zhao, we will slowly catch up later." Zhao Ming nodded cautiously, his gaze focused straight into the distance. That direction was precisely the direction from which the huge axe of Orochi had come. There was also a group of people rushing over from the foot of the mountain. Gazing into the distance, Yang Zhaoge saw that the person in the lead had an indistinct spiritual light above his head that shot towards the horizon. Not concealing it at all, he was shockingly a Xiantian martial scholar. The other party looked to be around 26 or 27, his face cold and stern, his figure tall. He was dressed in black, a mountain peak embroidered on his lapel. It was the attire of a core, direct disciple of infinite boundless mountain. Seeing Yang Zhaoge, the newcomer's gaze instantly hardened. Yang Zhaoge glanced at him calmly, similarly recognizing him. Ji Hanru, one of the leading figures of Infinite Boundless Mountain's younger generation. He could be considered to be around the same age as Lu Wen and Xiao Shun, being slightly older than the two of them. In the Eight Extremities world, the name of the small mountain lord Ji Hanru was similarly like thunder to the ears, being an elite of the younger generation. Several years ago, Ji Hanru had battled with the descendant of the Thunder Domain's Heavenly Thunder Hall, the Thunder Rumbling Young Master. The Thunder Rumbling Young Master was the only son of a bigwig elder of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, one of the four young masters alongside the broad-creed young master Yang Zhaoge and the world-illuminating young master Huang Jie. Ji Hanru fought him to a draw in the past, establishing his position as one of the top powerhouses of the younger generation. Earlier, when he had just arrived at Cloud Portent Mountain, Yang Zhaoge had already met him once. He knew that Ji Hanru just happened to be in the vicinity of the Cloud Portent Mountain to temper himself, coincidentally also being at Cloud Portent Mountain. Looking at Yang Zhaoge, Ji Hanru said coldly, "Killing people in Cloud Portent Mountain, is this the way of your Broad-Creed Mountain as a guest?" Yang Zhaoge raised his chin slightly, indicating for Ji Hanru to look at Hu Xiong, who was still in the midst of clashing with Sikong Qing. "The Scarlet Rainbow Sect is a clan of my heaven domain, and junior apprentice sister Jing is a disciple of our clan. Renting your Infinite Boundless Mountain's spirit fields for cultivation has never been short of your offerings and contributions. When our clan came to visit, your Infinite Boundless Mountain disciple connived at others to burn down the spirit fields here. This is how your Infinite Boundless Mountain treats its guests." In terms of attitude towards Broad-Creed Mountain, Infinite Boundless Mountain was divided internally. And as Yang Zhaoge knew, of the younger generation, Ji Hanru belonged to the faction that didn't have a good impression of Broad-Creed Mountain. Therefore, towards Ji Hanru, Yang Zhaoge similarly didn't have a good expression. Looking at Ji Hanru, Yang Zhaoge was expressionless. "Or is it to say that you all had a mind to do this?" Ji Hanru said indifferently, "I know what you have come here for, but that is not what you can rely on to be unbridled and unbridled. Your 1,000 reasons, all of them cannot change a single fact. This is Cloud Portent Mountain, the territory of my Infinite Boundless Mountain. Whatever happened, our clan has its own rules, and will handle things according to them. Your Broad-Creed Mountain overstepped their bounds, even killing people on the spot. Do you treat my Infinite Boundless Mountain as non-existent?" Yang Zhaoge chortled, "Just now, when we truly needed you to appear, you indeed did not exist." Ji Hanru's entire body's aura chi surged as he strode forward, the Infinite Boundless Mountain martial practitioners behind him also doing the same. "All those who have killed people, capture them all, and hand them over to our clan's seniors and elders to deal with." "Yang Zhaoge, I don't have the mood to argue with you. Your name has been very famous recently, but I wonder how much true ability and knowledge you have. I, Ji Hanru, have never believed in rumors. I only believe in my own eyes and fist." Saying thus, he punched out, his fist heavy as a mountain. Not even looking, Yang Zhaoge met it with a palm. As his palm struck out, it resembled the roar of a dragon and the roar of a tiger. Aura chi that resembled flames condensed on Yang Zhaoge's palm, meeting Ji Hanru's fist head-on. Ji Hanru laughed coldly, "Meeting me head-on?" Of the 6 great sacred grounds, Infinite Boundless Mountain's martial arts were famed for their heavy momentum. A fist that was heavy as a mountain, with an unstoppable momentum, wanted to destroy Yang Zhaoge's Tushito palm. However, with a flick of his wrist, Yang Zhaoge's power suddenly skyrocketed madly, instantly erupting. "Since we can't come to an agreement, then we'll fight. So what if I meet you head-on?" Within the Tushito palm, the essence of the mighty ape demonic fist was integrated. The sudden, explosive power shook the heavens and shook the earth. Chapter 125. Ji Hanru's expression, which had always been calm, finally changed slightly. Sucking in a deep breath, he roared in a heavy tone, "Open." Following his will, a change suddenly occurred in Ji Hanru's fist. That dense, vigorous aura chi actually emanated a feeling of spirituality. It was as if atop a towering mountain, there were plants growing, flowers blooming. In the eyes of others, Ji Hanru's fist that resembled a mountain no longer seemed so illusory and stiff, instead having a feeling of being real. As Ji Hanru punched over, It was as if a mountain peak had really appeared before everyone's eyes. The mountain peak toppled, the pressure of Mount Tai, causing one's heart to palpitate. Having spirituality developed in their aura chi, this was the true embodiment of an early Xiantian martial scholar's power. Ji Hanru was also a proud person. Facing the late outer aura martial scholar Yang Zhaoge, while he had previously heard that Yang Zhaoge had consecutively defeated Chao Yuanlong and Xiao Shun, Ji Hanru had still not exerted his full strength, instead wanting to have a proper match with Yang Zhaoge. Who knew that Yang Zhaoge would really be ferocious, meeting Ji Hanru's iron fist head-on without dodging or avoiding. What Ji Hanru found even harder to accept was that the one at a disadvantage was him. In a head-on clash, Yang Zhaoge clearly held the advantage. His infinite boundless mountains martial Dao, whether in attack or defense, was most proficient in head-on clashes. Thoughts flashing at lightning speed, Ji Hanru no longer dared to hold anything back, immediately bringing out his true abilities. The spirituality of his aura chi manifested, his fist heavy and majestic, also naturally agile, as Ji Hanru forcibly stopped the declining momentum of his divine mountain fist. However, at the same time, a red light flashed on Yang Zhaoge's face. Wind-fire calamities, fire calamity. Under Yang Zhaoge's fist, he exerted force 3 times consecutively, the explosive power coming wave after wave. The terrifying explosive power seemed limitless as it unceasingly rose one peak after another. Yang Zhaoge's palm was completely purplish red, the Tushato palm's speciality in breaking through his enemy's aura chi being displayed to the point of perfection, forcibly breaking through Ji Hanru's layers of aura chi, his palm pressing down on Ji Hanru's fist. An explosive sound resounded in the air, as though heavy objects had collided. Ji Hanru's fist trembled uncontrollably. Not moving his right hand, Ji Hanru raised his left palm, chopping down towards Yang Zhaoge. Not moving his right hand, Ji Hanru raised his left palm, chopping down towards Yang Zhaoge. Astral energy condensed, vigorous and domineering to the extreme. Ji Hanru's palm struck down, like a giant spirit god brandishing a giant axe that could split the heavens. With a swing of the axe, even the towering mountains in front of him were split in half. Seeing all of Ji Hanru's actions, Yang Zhaoge let out a long laugh. The Tushato palm of Yang Zhaoge's left hand did not change as it pressed onto Ji Hanru's right fist, while the index and middle fingers of Yang Zhaoge's own right hand formed a sword, the Big Dipper sword appearing once more. The heavenly reflection of the jade pearl, which had reached the pinnacle, struck Ji Hanru's weakest point. The Tushato palm in his left hand was as violent as fire, while the 7-star sword in his right hand was light and graceful. Yang Zhaoge simultaneously executed 2 martial arts, one hard and one soft, both worthy of praise. Ji Hanru's 5 needles heaven-splitting axe came to a halt in midair. During this pause, Yang Zhaoge continued exerting force with his left palm. Amidst the roar, the sound of something shattering seemed to ring in the ears of the surrounding people. Ji Hanru's figure retreated with a loud bang. Having gained the upper hand, Yang Zhaoge immediately leapt into the air, his finger like the tip of a sword, pointing straight at Ji Hanru. His astral energy condensed into a sword, a green light vaguely flickering on it as the roar of a dragon resounded. A variation of the coiling dragon sleeve, cloud rising soaring dragon, was executed, instantly arriving before Ji Hanru. Ji Hanru's right hand was currently numb. Having lost the initiative, he decisively brought his left palm horizontally before his chest. Countless layers of astral energy condensed, merging as one, giving off a feeling that there were no flaws at all. Infinite boundless mountains direct lineage, great chaotic elements palm. Perhaps it was clumsy, perhaps not easy to cultivate in. However, in terms of frontal defense in the current 8 extremities world, infinite boundless mountain was one of the best. The great chaotic elements palm was precisely its essence. Even though he had lost the initiative, even though he was unable to use his right hand, Ji Hanru steeled his heart to defend like this, his palm seemingly sealed, instantly causing Yang Zhaoge's cloud rising soaring dragon to be hard-pressed to succeed. There are no invincible martial arts, only invincible people. As Yang Zhaoge said slowly, his sword's momentum suddenly changed, 7 sword silhouettes shooting through the air, resembling the 7 stars of the Big Dipper as they converged together. The sword silhouettes formed a single line, Their power suddenly condensed to the maximum, concentrated at a single point. Yang Zhaoge's arm shook, resembling a heavenly dragon flipping its body. The sword intent of the coiling dragon sleeve and the sword intent of the Big Dipper sword, at this moment, seemed to have merged as one. Dragon riding 7 stars. Iron hammers could not break through cowhide, but cowhide could be pierced through by sharp steel nails. This sword of Yang Zhaoge's condensed power to the extreme shockingly pierced through the defenses of Ji Hanru's great chaotic elements palm. Ji Hanru's right hand finally regained feeling, as he managed to block Yang Zhaoge's sword in time. However, his right hand, which had originally already been somewhat injured, was injured once more. Ji Hanru stumbled backwards step by step. After this sword, Yang Zhaoge did not continue attacking, instead leisurely standing with his hands behind his back, raising his head to look towards the sky. There, the air shook mightily, as a few figures walked out from within. It was precisely Fu Inshu and a group of infinite boundless mountain bigwigs. Ji Hanru's face turned slightly green. Although he still had many techniques that he had not used, in just a few short exchanges earlier, as a Xiantian martial scholar, he had actually been suppressed by the outer aura Yang Zhaoge. This was not a late outer aura martial scholar fighting a mid-outer aura martial scholar, but an early Xiantian martial scholar fighting a late outer aura martial scholar. The gap between the two cultivation levels was even greater than that between the early outer aura martial scholar and the mid-outer aura martial scholar, or between the late outer aura martial scholar and the late outer aura martial scholar. The group of infinite boundless mountain disciples behind him also looked on in shock at this scene before them. In the past year and a half, there had been many rumors regarding Yang Zhaoge, and his fame in the Eight Extremities world had also been growing more and more resounding. However, hearing rumors and personally witnessing and experiencing it for themselves were naturally completely different. Especially when the Yang Zhaoge before them was even more ferocious than in the rumors. A late outer aura martial scholar, forcibly attacking head-on, suppressing an early Xiantian martial scholar, the heavens-favored son of Infinite Boundless Mountain's younger generation, Ji Hanru, who was most proficient in head-on attack. Ji Hanru had clearly been the first to forcibly attack, but in an instant, he had been reduced to only being able to passively defend. And what was even more embarrassing was that he had not even been able to defend against it. Seeing this scene, Infinite Boundless Mountain's elders were, the Magnetite elder and the others also frowned slightly. Fu Inshu, on the other hand, had a smile on her face. She was clearly in a good mood. Even the gaze with which she looked at Yang Zhaoge now contained a rarely seen benevolence and gratification of a senior. While Elder's expression seemed calm, his gaze was currently on Yang Zhaoge. The Magnetite elder and another infinite boundless mountain martial grandmaster, seemingly intentionally yet unintentionally, surrounded Fu Inshu. Seeing their 3 martial grandmaster experts standing together with Fu Inshu alone, the infinite boundless mountain martial practitioners instantly felt much more at ease. No matter what, here at Cloud Portent Mountain, they had more expert. Fu Inshu was not Yang Di. In the current situation, even if Yang Zhaoge was a dragon, he would have to lie down. Even if he was a tiger, he would have to lie down. What was laughable was that while he had fought to his heart's content earlier, with so many experts of Infinite Boundless Mountain present, he would immediately have to repay his debt. Towards their gazes, Yang Zhaoge completely ignored them. Facing Elder Zhuo, who was glaring at him like a tiger, he was also neither flustered nor flustered as he greeted him courteously. Seniors, this Yang did not fail in his mission. I have already extinguished the fire, successfully preventing the arsonist from further damaging the giant spirit magnetite vein. Chapter 126. Yang Zhaoge's expression was firm as he was neither flustered nor flustered. Whether a young man was confident or just bluffing, it was not hard for Infinite Boundless Mountain's martial grandmasters to discern. Elders didn't say anything. The Mystic Stone elder frowned again. As for Infinite Boundless Mountain's longtime elder Shan Shuang, the one with the highest cultivation base of the 3 who had accompanied Yang Zhaoge and Fu Inshu over from Infinite Boundless Mountain, his expression eased slightly. Shan Shuang looked at Yang Zhaoge. What did you just say? Yang Zhaoge cupped his hands. This place is close to the source of the yin-yang cloud spring. If a great fire were to be lit, the fire chi would affect the balance of yin and yang within the spring. The water vein of the yin-yang cloud goes straight to the foot of the cloud-portent mountain and connects with the earth vein. During this period of time, the balance of the energy vein will change, and it will affect the spiritual chi of the earth vein surrounding the entire cloud-portent mountain. To martial artists of my generation, the effects in this area are not obvious. But to the giant spirit magnetite, which has already been damaged, the slightest change in the surrounding environment will have an effect. Yang Zhaoge paused for a moment before continuing. Coincidentally, as the fire chi entered the ground, the spiritual chi of the earth veins automatically adjusted itself, originally tending to become more yin-cold, neutralizing the external fire chi. And the earth veins lean towards the cold, which will further damage the marrow of the giant spirit magnetite vein. The crowd of infinite boundless mountain martial practitioners, whether at a loss or unconvinced, wanted to rebuke Yang Zhaoge, but due to the presence of their clan's seniors, they didn't dare to act rashly. Ji Hanru knit his brows tightly as he gazed at Yang Zhaoge. Shan Shuang and elders didn't say anything, but the magnetite elder opened his mouth and asked in a low voice, "The earth veins lean towards yin and cold. Will it harm the giant spirit magnetite vein?" To infinite boundless mountain, giant spirit magnetite was one of the most important resources, virtually accompanying the entire history of infinite boundless mountain's development and rise to prominence. Infinite boundless mountain naturally had an in-depth understanding of giant spirit magnetite. As the first seat elder, the magnetite elder was specifically responsible for keeping watch over the giant spirit magnetite vein in cloud-portent mountain. His knowledge of giant spirit magnetite was one of the top few in the entire infinite boundless mountain. Yang Zhaoge's words surpassed what he knew, but combined with what he knew of the situation, he vaguely felt that it made sense. With the matter at stake, the magnetite elder did not directly and arbitrarily reprimand Yang Zhaoge. However, the doubt in his tone could not be any more obvious. Yang Zhaoge said mildly, "The giant spirit magnetite stoutly stores essence, its spiritual chi vigorous as one, not seeming to be involved in the separation of yin and yang. However, in the process of the birth of such spirit stones, there is a process of yin and yang merging. The reason why your clan's two mines in infinite boundless mountain and here have successively dried up is because your method of mining giant spirit magnetite is to violently excavate with the power of masculinity. In order to deal with this external yang heat, the vein where the mine is located produces its own yin cold to neutralize it. In the long run, as time passes, the cold yin energy will damage the marrow of the mine, so the giant spirit magnetite produced by the mine will become less and less, until it finally dried up." Yang Zhaoge spoke frankly with assurance, smooth and organized. "You might have discovered the changes in yin and yang in the surrounding spiritual chi of the ore vein, but not understanding the principles behind giant spirit magnetite, you did not connect it to this aspect." At this point, not only the mystic stone elder, but Shan Shuang and elders also fell into deep thought. After a while, elders were asked, "But, how do you know about these things?" Yang Zhaoge smiled, "I have let seniors see a joke. Ever since young, I have been fond of miscellaneous studies, liking to consult ancient texts and study ancient characters, especially being fascinated by the legacies of before the Great Calamity. In the past, because of this, I even somewhat delayed my cultivation in the martial Tao, causing the seniors of my clan to be rather dissatisfied. Saying this might be a little offensive, but seniors should all know that the giant spirit profound art was not created by your clan's founder. One of the foundations of infinite boundless mountain, its core martial art, the giant spirit profound art, was a martial scripture that had existed before the Great Calamity. Infinite boundless mountain's founder had obtained a remnant portion of it, researching and cultivating in it, perfecting and deriving it, finally forming the current giant spirit profound art. A considerable number of martial scriptures of the current eight extremities world had come from this way, just that the giant spirit profound art that infinite boundless mountain's founder had obtained back then was comparatively more complete. Therefore, the current giant spirit profound art was also more similar to the ancient chapters of before the Great Calamity. Infinite boundless mountain had never denied this point. Shan Shuang directly nodded, "That's right." He looked at Yang Zhaoge. "The meaning of your words is that you have obtained the complete giant spirit profound art of before the Great Calamity?" Yang Zhaoge shook his head, "Naturally not. Sorting through the ancient texts, What I obtained was some information regarding the giant spirit clan of before the Great Calamity. Before the Great Calamity, there had been a powerful power known as the Giant Spirit Clan. The Giant Spirit Profound Art had once been a martial art of the Giant Spirit Clan. Yang Zhaoge said, before the Great Calamity, those of the Giant Spirit Clan who cultivated in the Giant Spirit Profound Art had already begun to make use of Giant Spirit Magnetite. Amongst them, they also naturally had their own research regarding the Giant Spirit Magnetite vein. Daring to recommend myself to come to this cloud-portent mountain, I naturally wouldn't speak without thinking, speaking without thinking. Saying thus, Yang Zhaoge smiled slightly. The damage caused by the cold yin qi to the Giant Spirit Magnetite vein is accumulated over a long period of time. Normally, it would not be obvious, but now that the pith of the vein has already been damaged, even a slight change would actually be very obvious. Your clan's people didn't realize this problem before, or perhaps didn't pay attention to it. However, now that they are already aware of it, entering the pith of the vein and carefully inspecting it, I believe that they will discover that what I said is not false. Saying thus, Yang Zhaoge smiled and kept his mouth shut, his hands behind his back as he stood silently where he was. The Magnetite elder was silent for a moment, before he said in a heavy tone, "I'll go down and take a look." Shan Shuang nodded lightly. Ji Hanru and the other Infinite Boundless Mountain disciples all felt a little awkward for a moment. They hoped that the truth would prove that Yang Zhaoge was speaking nonsense. Otherwise, they would really lose a lot of face this time. The person who had set the fire to the point of endangering the Giant Spirit Magnetite vein was related to their clan. Broad Creed Mountain's people had instead become the ones who had helped to put out the fire. Their own clan having been beaten up earlier, not only had they suffered it for nothing, they instead had to thank and apologize to the other party. Being slapped and still having to smile apologetically, this was already not something that could be described with just the word aggrieved. Elders were stared at Yang Zhaoge. If it is really as you say, our clan will first thank your clan for your great kindness. However, with such a secret, no one knows of it. The person who set the fire was also in a situation where they were unaware. Rules cannot be broken lightly. Matters that occur within the territory of my infinite boundless mountain naturally have our clan's rules to deal with them. When have we ever needed others to interfere and do it for us? Yang Zhaoge said calmly, if there was enough time, I would also like to wait for Infinite Boundless Mountain's senior apprentice brothers to rush over to deal with it. Time is pressing, and we have been presumptuous. Elder's eyes narrowed, as Fu Inshu glanced at him from the side. Zhuo Cheng, are you looking for trouble? If you want to shed all pretenses of cordiality, then let's have a proper talk. Just having arrived here, there's already someone causing trouble. Is all this really just a coincidence? Fu Inshu's brows gradually rose. Do you take me for a fool, or do you think that my Broad Creed Mountain is easy to bully? Infinite Boundless Mountain's elder's expression was heavy. Fu Inshu. Not waiting for him to finish, Shan Shuang raised his palm, saying slowly, everything, shall wait for the magnetite to return before we speak. Elders glanced at Shan Shuang, who met his gaze calmly. The seemingly old Shan Shuang who rarely expressed his opinions was the one with the highest cultivation base and seniority amongst the three bigwigs of Infinite Boundless Mountain. Elders retracted his gaze, falling silent. But a moment later, the magnetite elder had already returned, his expression grave as he nodded towards Shan Shuang and Elders Without needing to speak, just looking at his expression, the other Infinite Boundless Mountain martial practitioners all felt the world before their eyes go dark. Chapter 127. Yang Zhaoge stood composedly where he was, gazing elsewhere. Over there, Xikong Qing and Hu Xiong were shockingly still fighting. The two of them fought with all their might, to the extent that they acted as if there was no one else around. They might have noticed the arrival of Fu Inshu, Shan Shuang, Zhuo Zhonglaro, and the others, but they did not stop. The battle was too intense, to the extent that whoever retreated first might be injured by the other. Xikong Qing and the other person could only focus on the competition. If they wanted to interrupt their competition, only someone with a higher cultivation could intervene. As soon as Fu Inshu and the others arrived, they naturally first paid attention to Yang Zhaoge and Ji Hanru. Afterwards, When Yang Zhaoge mentioned that the blazing fire had affected the flow of spiritual qi in the earth veins and damaged the giant spirit magnetite vein, it was too shocking. As a result, no one had interfered with Sikong Qing and Hu Xiong. Fu Inshu looked at the battle with a look of relish. Elder Zhuo and the other infinite boundless mountain martial practitioners were all silent for a time, instead beginning to focus on the competition between the two inner aura martial scholars. From a certain point of view, they also valued the things that had been displayed in this competition. Hu Xiong was Infinite Boundless Mountain's young genius who had recently risen to prominence, rarely meeting a match amongst those of the same age, leading the pack. Previously, Broad Creed Mountain's Jing Yunji was older than him, but had only been in the mid-inner aura martial scholar realm like him. In actual combat, she had been forced into a perilous situation by Hu Xiong. Now, however, there was a young girl who might be even younger than Hu Xiong who could stand against it. This naturally caused the people of Infinite Boundless Mountain to secretly take note of it. Without a doubt, this was yet another rising peak genius of Broad Creed Mountain's younger generation. Those of Infinite Boundless Mountain were all paying close attention, because Yang Zhaoge's performance just now had really been too breathtaking. An outer aura late-stage martial scholar fighting against an early-stage Xiantian martial scholar had vaguely crossed a huge gap in strength. In all fairness, Ji Hanru had still underestimated his opponent a little, not going all out when he had first made his move, allowing Yang Zhaoge to seize the upper hand instead. By the time he realized that something was wrong, having fallen into a disadvantageous position, he was already hard-pressed to reverse the situation. In the end, he was completely suppressed by Yang Zhaoge's relentless chain of attacks. In the end, even with the full force of the great chaotic element's palm defending, it was still broken through by Yang Zhaoge. While Ji Hanru had lost rather miserably, Yang Zhaoge's victory had not been a fluke, because he had always appeared to be at ease, making it hard for others to estimate exactly how powerful he was. The Infinite Boundless Mountain disciples could argue that Ji Hanru had not used his full strength, but who could be sure that Yang Zhaoge had not? Of course, thinking of this, everyone felt even more terrified of Yang Zhaoge's strength. It was one thing for Shan Shuang and the other higher echelon bigwigs to observe the battle between Sikong Qing and Hu Xiong just to avoid awkwardness, at the same time gauging the strength of Broad Creed Mountain's new generation disciples. The younger Infinite Boundless Mountain disciples, on the other hand, were paying close attention to the battle situation, practically even more nervous than Hu Xiong himself in the midst of the battle, urgently hoping that Hu Xiong could defeat Sikong Qing and regain some ground for Infinite Boundless Mountain. A portion of Yang Zhaoge's attention, however, fell on that young boy. He didn't forget that Zhao Ming's retainer had mentioned that the son of the owner of the manor had injured the people of the Iron Yuan sect. The Tai Yuan sect was here for the son of the owner of the manor. Of the victims in the medicinal field, not counting those wearing the robes of the Scarlet Rainbow sect, the others were all people of the manor. Amongst them, the boy's parents were dressed the most luxuriously. Yang Zhaoge even saw a damaged high-grade combat artifact beside the man's corpse. For a small family to possess a high-grade combat artifact, it could be said to be extremely rare. Looking at that boy again, while he had a simple and silly look on his face, his clothes also stained with dust and mud, no longer as clean as before, it could still be seen that his background was different from that of an ordinary person. There was a 90% chance that this child and his parents were the family of the owner of the manor. Then, the problem arose. A child who was only around 10 years old like this, being able to injure a martial practitioner of the Iron Yuan sect? Even if they wanted to frame him, this was also a little too unreliable. Unless, this child really was extraordinary. Yang Zhaoge's expression did not change as he held the child's hand, feeling his pulse, carefully checking the condition of the boy's body. The boy raised his head to look blankly at Yang Zhaoge, before lowering his head to look at his parents. This child. Yang Zhaoge's gaze flickered as he asked gently, "Child, what is your name?" While the boy felt a little silly, it could be seen that his parents had always been teaching him diligently. Hearing his words, he answered dazedly, "Han." Long, as he raised his head to answer Yang Zhaoge's question, Yang Zhaoge focused on his eyes, his gaze seemingly wanting to peer into Han Long-er's mind. Han Long-er shook his head. After answering his name, he lowered his head once more. "Good fella, I even thought that I had made a mistake just now. From the looks of it now, I didn't make a mistake. Yang Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath, glancing at Ji Hanru and the others from the corner of his eyes. Just you wait to regret it so much that you'll be knocking your heads against the mountain, knocking down the infinite boundless cloud portent. Standing by Yang Zhaoge's side, Feng Yunsheng, Zhao Ming and Jing Yunji also did not notice Yang Zhaoge's abnormality, instead focusing on the sparring Sikong Qing and Hu Xiong. Junior apprentice sister Sikong's style is indeed the same as yours, both clashing head-on with those of infinite boundless mountain R. After watching for a while, Zhao Ming said to Yang Zhaoge somewhat admiringly. Beside him, Jing Yunji nodded, also having a look of admiration on her face. The current 6 great sacred grounds all had their own complete martial arts systems, encompassing all aspects. Compared to the other first-rate and second-rate powers, the martial arts of the sacred grounds possessed an all-round advantage in most areas, overlooking the entire world. However, between sacred grounds, there would more or less always be a comparison of your strengths and mine weaknesses, with each having their own unique styles. Infinite Boundless Mountain was famed for its heavy momentum, being tough and vigorous. Its attacks were like the pressure of Mount Tai, toppling mountains and overturning seas, crushing head-on with a powerful force that caused one to feel despair. Its principles were as firm as a boulder, impenetrable as gold, causing one to feel as though they were facing a towering mountain that was hard to surmount. The martial practitioners of Infinite Boundless Mountain were most proficient in head-on attacks, clashing head-on. Generally speaking, very few people would be able to gain an advantage over Infinite Boundless Mountain martial practitioners in a head-on clash. Therefore, Yang Zhaoge's victory just now had especially caused Ji Hanru and the others to feel extremely embarrassed. Perhaps it was a coincidence, but what caused the expressions of the Infinite Boundless Mountain disciples to be a little bad was that Sikong Qing had also used the same method, meeting a fence with a fence, clashing head-on with Hu Xiong. Looking first at Sikong Qing, then at Yang Zhaoge, a hint of a smile appearing at the corners of Feng Yunsheng's mouth. Yang Zhaoge tilted his head. It's definitely nothing good. It's just that when I was adventuring in the outside world previously, I heard those people from first-rate and second-rate powers privately making up a jingle about our 6 great sacred grounds. Feng Yunsheng didn't beat around the bush as she laughed openly. I originally felt that it made some sense, but seeing you and senior apprentice sister Sikong now, I feel that it's very different.